Alright. Alright. Go with natural light today. The sun's still up and shining brightly. We'll have to see in like an hour or two. No idea what this is. This is probably whatever I was working on last time. I'm going to close out of everything to keep my stuff simple. Yeah, so let's look at my master notepad thing. So I think today I'm either going to tackle shields or perks, which are both pretty big systems. And that the rest of this, it might be more time consuming or it might be more tedious, but they're not larger. And actually my camera looks like crap, so I guess I will turn on my light. That's slightly better. But yeah, since these other things may be more time consuming in theory, they don't take as much problem solving. So that's kind of the big thing that I have to figure out is, so that's why I want to handle these other ones, because these other issues I actually need to, figure out some stuff. And once I knock out both shields and perks, then it'll just be grunt work, which is kind of a good thing, and that it means that I can just sort of work on stuff. But it's also kind of a bad thing in that that's when it's going to feel like it's going to drag. But I got my mocha. I'm motivated today. I figure I'll take on one of the bigger things. So for shields, how I want shields to work is some version of I guess I can kind of type this out. So they're going to have a block arc, just like in Heroes of Hammerwatch. If you've played that with the Paladin shield, I want to have different shields have different arcs that they block from. So the direction you're facing matters, and you always face towards the cursor. I think this makes the shields as a mechanic a lot more active and a lot more interesting and a lot more logical. That's the direction you're holding your shield up, so that's the direction that it blocks from. So I have to put in some sort of code to make that work. Then I've got a number of options. I do like the idea of them giving some passive defense, but the more that I've thought about it, the more that will just be handled with mods that roll on it, as opposed to what the shield itself actually does. So just a blank shield with no mods should have an arc. And then the debate is whether it should block everything, because that's what Heroes of Hammerwatch did, where the Paladin shield, any projectile it blocks, it just blocks all of the damage. Or if I have it block a certain amount. So the advantage of having it block a certain amount is it's much easier to balance. The advantage of having it just block is it feels way better when it does that. I think I'm going to go kind of in between the two, and that the way that I'm going to implement the block is it blocks flat damage. So what that means is, let's say I make it so that way everything from that angle will have, I don't know, 10 of its damage blocked. What this will end up being is any thing, any hit, any projectile that's coming that way, that's 10 damage or less, is just blocked. So what this means is if you get the block amount up high enough, every weak thing is just 100% blocked. So it'll still feel really, really powerful on stuff that's weak, and then stuff that's way, way, way stronger, shields aren't going to be broken against. So I think that's a good way to do it. Yeah. So how do I make this work? How am I tired? I mostly slept today. Let me get some coffee and eat this. Mochas are so good. I mostly drink really, really cheap coffee because I'm cheap. And it's like, man, how do I make this cheap coffee less bad? It's like, oh, a little bit of milk, a little bit of chocolate, nice hot mocha. Doesn't matter what coffee I use. It still tastes good. So if I bring up my gear library, right? This is the... No, this isn't the data that I use for most of the objects. Oh, you know what? I should probably, full tab this. This is one of the bigger chunks. Oh, right. That's how I did it. Okay. Okay, right. So how I made this work initially, it's kind of jank, but this was the fast way to implement it, is, the first 8 items are... 8? Should this be 8 or 7? I think this makes 8. That's weird. But anyways, the first 8 items, I wanted to all be like the starting like armor set and stuff, which would be, basic armors, things like that. No evasion, no mana shield, nothing like that. So what it does is it initializes this array of values. This array is the actual library for the data of what an object is, or what an item is, in that it's all the data that's always true. So think like, oh, it's a sword, and it's an iron sword. So, and all iron swords at their base are this fast, do this much damage, XYZ things. So all of that I have saved in a 2-dimensional array. And then I can just reference that whenever an item gets created. So, how I initialized it was just, I did, the first value is how many mods can roll. The second value, no, this isn't true anymore. This is something else, I think. Huh. Doesn't matter. Anyways, so, these values each are used for different kinds of checks and things, as well as different base stuff. So then here where I have, like, this is the ID of the item. So, like, a helm has an ID, I believe, of 1. Or something like that. So this is just so I can know how to point to it. Or this is so that this value gets passed with the actual object. So when I'm checking at my inventory and stuff, I don't have to reference this array because I've already set the value. You'll see what I mean if I show how my inventory code works throughout this process. This is the value, or this is the amount that it rolls, depending on what it is. So for most armor, this is how much armor it gives you, which corresponds to this list. The only reason I did it with this weird list system was so that I could initialize it within a for loop that I can expand very easily. It was just because I didn't want to have like 80 lines of these 4 things that are nearly identical, but just a couple numbers are changed for the values. In the future, I'm considering rewriting this as a map, which essentially is a spreadsheet in GameMaker, and handling all the data that way. But it was one of the things where I didn't know all the data that I wanted for it, so I didn't know how to set up the map in an efficient or reasonable way, so I knew I'd have to rewrite it anyways, and this was faster. So I implemented it this way for now. And this is one of the reasons why, is now I need to add more things to it. So, for example, the sword works differently than all of the armor pieces. So, even though the sword's already initialized in this, I write over the data here. So, if we look at this, the second value here, which is normally used as the armor value for armor, for the sword, this is its base damage. This is yeah, this is what I'm gonna use to be able to determine what kinds of skills and things can be used with this weapon. I don't know exactly how I want to have it set up right now, but for now I put it as a 5. And this is, according to my note here, supposed to correspond to a one-handed melee weapon. And then this is its attack speed, which I'm handling in kind of a weird way, but effectively this is just like a very average speed weapon. Now I need to do something similar for swords. Or for shields. Except that a lot of these values are going to be very, very different. So if we look at shield, shields should be item 7. I'm pretty sure. Ooh. There we go. So I'm gonna replace all these with 7s. I think this can stay a 5. Yeah. So now this is not the damage value because it's a shield, so this should be block amount. Let's make it like 5 or something for now. This I need to use for various tags. I don't really think I need this value for anything technically right now. I'll make it a 0. I'm pretty sure this is never going to get referenced. So I can use this for something else later. This is probably going to be tags. And then this should be, because I don't have an attack speed for a shield, this should be the arc. How do I want to do arcs? So, I got a few thoughts on this. I could literally have this check via from where something would hit me from. But that's kind of crazy. Like, it's a lot of math that I would have to do for something that I can functionally do with a hitbox. There's something that I gotta check. Because I don't think you can draw sprite parts from a circle. Yeah. So there are a few ways that I can do this. Let's go SPR shield, hitbox. Somebody messaging me? It looks like they are. Yeah. People messaging me important stuff while streaming. So how big is the character? Because I need this to be bigger than the character sprite. Character sprite's 32 by 32. Well, 64 by 64 is way too big. So let's make it like maybe 40 by 40. I guess I'll make it purple. Doesn't really matter because it's not going to be visible, but... So I figure the way that I should do this is to have my different angles. So this is probably the smallest block hitbox that I would want. And then I can just do different sized hitboxes based on the sprite. And then I can just have the mode or the angle just be a number that associates with this. So this would be angle 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this way, if I have things that, like, if I have a mod that increases the block angle or whatever, I can just increment that value by 1, and it's really easy. And I think that's going to be the best way to handle it. So, this is 90 degrees. The next I probably want to be 120, which is a little difficult to do. Effectively, I would need to find 30 degrees from here. And I don't think this has any amazing measuring tools. No. Is there some quick math that I can do? Ooh, there's an arc tool. That might do it. How does this tool work? I've never used it before. Okay, it doesn't give me any angles or anything. There's no angle up here or anything. I'm not seeing a measurement down in the bottom left. No idea how this works. Because ideally... Oh! Oh, it's one of these. Okay. Yeah, super don't want that. Fair enough. Tool changes? No? Okay. So I can approximate it for now. What I should do is go and make these sprites in something like GIMP, where I can do precise measurements and whatnot, and figure them out that way. But I know that it's going to be more or less... Let's see if I draw the 45-degree angle. Oh, apparently I'm off. There we go. So I just want it to be... I believe it has to be like about halfway between these. Right? Because if this is 90... These are both 45. No, I want it to be like a third in. So it'll be something like that. Yeah. So that would be the second one. Then I would just kind of repeat this process. That's not that much bigger. Is that going to feel impactful? So it goes from 90 to 120, so it's a third bigger. That should feel pretty impactful. So now that I've sort of realized how I'm going to do this, and actually that line's off anyways, but now that I've realized how I'm going to do this, I'm actually going to leave this, rather than having these be blank circles, I'm going to copy them with these guidelines. So now, rather than doing 15, I want to do by 30-degree intake, so probably something around there. And I know that technically those pixels are there on this one, but that's going to be inside my character by that point, so it shouldn't matter. And then this one will be the full 180, so that's super doable. And then theoretically, I would want to keep going past that. So we want to do something like that, I think. Calypso! It's probably just somebody dropping off a package. This happens every day. So this one I know from before should line up right there, right? No, right there? Yeah. Right? Number 45. No, I'm slightly off. I should be on that one. Yeah, okay. And the 45. And then past this is a little silly, so I'll just leave these for now. So these will be the different angles. So here's where this is going to be a little bit weird. This works really well for projectiles. This is really, really, really easy. I can handle this just like a hitbox, and have it be that when the projectile hits it, it takes the damage number, just halves it. Super, super easy. A problem comes with the melee hitboxes. Because I'm pretty sure if a melee hitbox hits this, I can do the same code where it would half the damage, but the game might see the hitbox hitting the character first. And that's a problem. And that's where I might have to use the line code anyways, of like comparing my angle to the enemy's angle, or to the hitbox's angle. Because if I'm gonna use that code, I kind of should just use that code for the projectiles as well, because that would also be very doable. So let me logic through how I would do that with melee, and then I'll decide if that's how I want to do it with projectiles. If we look at yeah. Yeah, so this is when something hits you. Hey, Shaz. It's pretty good. Got my mocha. I'm thinking through some code here. So where does it get its base damage? It gets its damage from the actual object here. So I could just add in in theory, I could add in something here with, if this would be what? Image angle is within a certain range I would have to do. Okay, I gotta think through some math to do this part. There's my clipboard. Where's my pen, though? Is it also over here? Yes, it is. Because I want to find a convenient way to compare the two angles. I can compare the image angle, and then I can have a value called shield angle, right? So let's say, and I know you guys can't see this because I'm drawing this out. Let's say I have a shield angle of 90 degrees. I want it to be if the image angle of whatever's coming at me if that angle is within the 90 degrees. So that would mean that it would be like this or like this. So yeah, that is still 90 degrees. But it's 90 degrees from their centers. Which I believe is 45 degrees. Is how I would think it, because it's two 45s. It's two 45s. So this would have to be if image angle is less than or equal to shield angle divided by 2. Or would it be the difference of these two? It would be the difference of these two. So it would be if image angle minus shield angle. And I have not defined shield angle yet. So if all that's true, then I would very simply just take all the values, which would be fizz dam, fire dam, cold dam, and lightning dam. And, oop. All these would be is the same values that they already are, but then subtract the block amount. And I think this would work on everything, so I don't need to do anything weird with hitboxes or whatever. I might still draw it just so that I can... It can help me debug. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of long overdue. Basically, I have really crappy streaming habits, so I'd have, like, several streams with, like, 10 plus views, and then, like, some really long Path of Exile streams where it would be like 1 to 2 people the entire time. Yeah. Basically need to do exactly what I did, which is commit to a schedule and only stream outside the schedule if the views are good. Which, you know, that's how you should stream, but I just wasn't taking it seriously before. Really, really happy though. Big thing that's got me really excited is I've got quality options on my stream now. For those who don't know, if you're not an affiliate or a partner, you always stream at source quality, which means you have to stream at a low bit rate, because if it's too high, people with bad connections literally just can't watch you. So now I can start messing with that stuff, and I can turn up the bitrate quality and all of that fancy things, which is great. But I'm waiting to get my green screen, and then I'm probably gonna do like 2 hours of tech stuff on one of my regular stream days before the normal stream starts, so start at like 3 p.m. or something, and just get everything set up, green screen, better bit rates, probably mess with my compressor again, because I think it's still not quite set right. But yeah, exciting stuff, and thanks for the bits. So this should, in theory, just work. I just need to set shield angle and set the block amount. Let me re-logic through this, though, because I'm not 100% confident on this. I'm like 60% confident that this is actually how the math should work. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the two angles. My audio's off sync again with my camera? Really? This should have the same filter on it, though. So this should have the same delay. Yeah. I'm gonna do that, but that stuff does bother me a lot too, so yeah. That is strange though. Yeah. Right, so let's say I'm facing 90 degrees. And the projectile's coming at me from the other way, so already I know I kind of messed up. I have to flip one of these by 180, but that's fine. It'll come in, and we want to take the difference of the two. So if a projectile's coming at 180 degrees, right? Well, 270, so I would take 180 off it, which I should just do that. Let's go image angle minus 180. So we take the difference between the two, and maybe I should take the absolute value? No. I don't know if it knows... Ooh. Negative angles might be a problem, and I'll have to put an extra check for that. But anyways, so if I'm facing 90 degrees, and it's coming from me from 270, right? We get rid of the 180, so they're checking the actual angles, because obviously every offensive angle is going to be 180 around on the other side. So then the difference between the two, if it's coming at me from 270 and I'm blocking at 90, would be 0. And 0 is indeed less than the shield angle, so that would work. If it's a little bit more or a little bit less, it will have that difference, which actually I know that this needs to be absolute valued. So then it can only be up to 45 degrees off in either side, which is perfect. So now the question is, does this actually work the way that it should by subtracting 180 degrees from it? Will it understand that correctly? Because if the image angle's only at like 90 degrees, it'll make it negative 90. And if which negative 90 is the same as 270. So if it's facing 270, and I'm facing 270, but instead it thinks it's negative 90, when it subtracts the 2, it ends up being much bigger. Yeah, that would fail. Circles and angles, man. Okay. Let me make a temporary variable called hit angle. And hit angle, now I'll put the underscore. Hit angle will be equal to the image angle. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take hit angle, or if hit angle is minus 180, is greater than or equal to 0, then hit angle minus equals 180. Technically, I could simplify what this code looks like down here, and I should, because I also am dumb and wrote these all as FizzDam, is, do that. Alright, so, if it would be greater than or equal to 0, it can just do that just fine. If hit angle minus 180 is less than 0, then would you just add... Ooh. Yeah, you would just add 360 degrees to it, right? Yeah. Which would be the same as adding 180. Right? Because in the situation where it would be negative 90... because they're stretching 180 from 90, it would instead add 280 and put you at 270, which is exactly what I want. Okay, now this should work, because now the only other circumstance where it might matter is if the difference ends up being a negative value, but I'm taking the absolute value. So that shouldn't matter. So there is a slight problem, which I'm going to comment here, which is I might have screwed up. Image angle on hitboxes. In that when I got my angle code, things were a little bit screwy and a little bit off, and I made some tweaks. I think I made the tweaks for setting the image angle, so the image angle should be correct. In that, I think what the problem was... Ooh, maybe not. Yeah, so I might need to look at this more, because this, it might not actually be exactly where it needs to be, because I think I had to shift it by 15 degrees or something because of how the sprites were lining up. So then it's not going to actually be on the same kind of rotation that shield angle is. But I can calculate a different image angle to determine this, if I have to. So, for now, I'll leave it as this and just see if this even works. So I need shield angle and block amount to be values that exist. So let's go to our initialization. Let's go to our defense section and let's put these in. So shield angle by default is 0. And then block amount by default is 0. Then if we go to our skill library, our gear library, we can go to the shield object, right? So the block amount's 5, and the angle, let's make the default angle 90 degrees. So now what I also need to do, I should put in damage numbers, at least as a debug option. So let's go to, I guess, the OBJ char object, or I can do it on the damage script. That might be a smarter place to do it. OBJ char dot last damage equals damage total. And then I will initialize, and this will be some debug code. Debug code, which means delete later. Flash damage equals 0. And I need a draw event now. That's really annoying. But whatever. Draw self. And then draw set font equal to font1, draw text. This will be at XY, because it's relative to the object itself. Except let's do X, and then Y minus, like, 24. And then the text itself should be string of class damage. And this is, again, debug code. Okay, so right now, I don't have any way, the shield shouldn't do anything. I put the values in, but the values on the shield don't actually move over to the shield angle and shield damage. So all I'm testing here is my debug code. Yeah, I can just hop into one of these. Alright, so the 0 means the last hit I took was 0 damage. Yeah, 4.9 damage. And that makes sense because of my armor. I have 1 armor. Yeah, so these are hitting me consistently for that much damage. That makes sense. So now let's make sure that the shield code actually does something. So, how I've been handling all of my gear, and I think I still want to handle it this way, is for the most part, it sets values on my character when I put on the gear and when I take it off. This could create some problems where if you find a way to bug out the game, so when you take off gear, or if you find a scenario where your gear gets removed or whatever, and it doesn't trigger the script to subtract your stats, you can get infinite stats by, like, doing that process and re-equipping gear. A lot of games have done this before and broken their game. I'm choosing to make that same mistake. And the reason for that is because the other way to handle it is have it be that whenever a number needs to be checked, it scans all of your gear, finds all of the gear that would affect the number, sets that number, and then uses it. And the problem is that's just a lot of computations that, although shouldn't really slow down the game because they're very simple computations, it's just more bulk for really no reason other than to avoid screwing up and creating this problem in your game where, as long as I'm very careful about when gear gets put on and taken off, it should never come up. And if it does come up, if a player identifies this later, it's something that should be fixable. So, like, it really, it shouldn't be anything that I actually need to concern myself that much with, which is why I chose to take this route, keeping in mind that this is a potential problem that I'm opening up my game to. So because of that, I need it to set the shield stats when you equip a shield or de-equip a shield. Which should actually be pretty easy, because I already have a lot of my equip and de-equip code. So I should just be able to duplicate one of these. And instead of this doing these ones, this should do shield angle and block amount. And then I need to rename this to be SER shield stats. So then I believe I need to manipulate this in the gear library, right? I believe that's how I set up my code. And it needs to be, yeah, one of these. So I need to add in a new entry here, which is gear library. And this would be at index 13, and this should be SCR shield stats. And this is why I set up my entire system this way. is because it'd be very easy for me to just keep adding mechanics onto gears, and it'll be very easy for me to implement that onto the actual into the actual initialization of the library. So I'm pretty sure this value is the one that determines the script that's used, like determines this. No, this one is. And the sword doesn't have a script, so that's why I labeled this as tags. This one does have a script, though. Okay, so this needs to be 13. And the reason why this makes sense is because this is a 1 on all of the starting gear, because all of the starting gear is armor. So it always is the armor script. So that's definitely the value. And that's what I meant by putting in this, but let me clarify more, which is which script to use from gear library. Make it very, very clear so I don't get confused again. So yeah, so this is the script. So now it'll use that script. But there's like 2 more layers I need to add to it. So yeah, the argument 1, this is the amount. Ooh, okay, so here's the problem. The generic script that I've written only takes in 1 value, but I need it to take in 2. Except I don't. I just need this to take in the item ID. Which kind of shield is it? Because it can then reference 2 different values with that same one, which is why I set up the gear library. Oh, I'm so glad Past Me kind of knows what he's doing. Yeah, Cat, you having fun on my window there? So where is it? Yeah, here. This should be, yeah, argument 1. Now the nice thing too, because these add and subtract from the value of the player data, again, this is where it kind of opens up the door for some potential breaking of the game if I'm not very careful with how items are handled. What this means is if I have other things that modify it, for example, one of my buffs, which I'm now going to change, which is Magic Shield, I can have Magic Shield. In order to use the buff, it checks if you have a shield equipped. Then if you do, it'll do basically the same thing, where it will add values to the shield angle and the block amount. And because both sets of scripts are just adding to the value, which is initialized as a 0, if I mess around and do them in different orders or whatever, it doesn't matter. If this was setting the value, what this means is if you took off the shield and put it on, it would write over your buff. And then also, again, when I said before that one of the potential ways that you can avoid this problem of opening up your game to potentially being broken is you can have it be that whenever it needs to determine what your shield angle is, wherever it needs to determine that, it just runs a script where it checks every possible thing that could affect your shield angle, checks for all those things, and comes up with the number. But that gets more and more complicated the more that you have buffs and mods and things like that. The more places where that number can be manipulated, the more complicated you have to make those scripts, and it just adds and adds and adds and adds and adds. So, thank you, Shaz. I was about to go over that. Technically, yes. Which means that, and I think I already did this, but now that I intended to already do this, but I think I was lazy and I didn't. I need to make sure on the shield buff script that it checks when you take off your shield. So I do need to add in another check there so that the buff turns off if your shield is de-equipped. But I would have to do that no matter what way I implemented the system. Well, I guess not, but yeah. I would probably want to do that anyways, because it makes it more of a closed system, which is easier for me to follow in my own code. But yes, you are exactly right. It would 100% do that. And actually, I got these wrong. It should be 4 and 2, because the block angle's the second number. But not a big deal. So this should work. What I'm passing in, so I need to pass in the item ID. Is that what I'm doing, actually, on these other scripts? These are the amounts. Ooh, okay. I need to slightly change this. Thinking through my logic, being extra thorough, because I'm good. This 2, which I've now made the block amount. No. This needs to be a 7. This tells me to come here. Okay, there's probably a better way for me to do this, but again, later I'm probably rewriting all of these libraries as maps, which are effectively spreadsheets. So, I'm not going to worry how messy this is. What I should probably do is have all of these scripts take in the item ID, so it's the same for all of them, and then reference different values based on the item ID. Like what I'm doing here, but more generic. But again, I'm rewriting all this later, probably, so this works. It's just one extra variable that I'm saving into memory, which is literally like 3 bytes of data, so I don't care. So that means that I need to adjust my shield script again, because I realized that the initial one wouldn't work. Because basically, this is always going to be taking in the same number no matter what script I use, or the same array value, so it wasn't pulling the item ID, it was pulling the block amount, and needed to pull the item ID. So now these 2s actually are a 5. Which is totally fine. Okay, so I do need to add in that check to the shield buff, as well as rewrite my shield buff code. And I need to make sure that that script actually works, which right now it doesn't. I should probably kind of write these down so I don't forget that both these things are needed. Well, I don't need to write this one down because I'm not about to do it, but I need to add in the script on placement. I will know what that means. Okay. So, now, if we look at this, this is the code for the shield which applies the buff. And right now, this will only work if you have a shield equipped. You can only turn on the buff if your shield is equipped. Right? I might be wrong. I'm going to check this quickly just by taking off my shield and trying to use the ability. That'll make it very obvious if I put it in the check or not. Oh, what? I don't have any of my abilities on this character. Oh, because I was going to delete this character. Which I'm going to go ahead and do so I don't click on him again. I use that character for debug stuff, so it's kind of broken. I added in delete functionality. If you shift-click, it deletes the file. Yeah. So my save system is fully working now. Yeah, Yep, I messed that up. This is technically a save corruption, is what's triggering this. It's not a corruption that breaks the game, obviously, but, because I messed up my save file in order to fix it, I went into my actual ini save file on my computer and changed the variables that I thought were messed up. but I didn't change them to the correct values. So this save file is technically corrupted, but not in a way that breaks the game, which is why the text for the quest is all broken. Which that was a pretty cool discovery to be like, oh, that makes sense why that's broken that way, and technically that means the save file is corrupted. This is something that I'm going to have to do at some point, which is actually a really clever way to help detect for cheating and stuff. First is you would have the server archive a save. If you have like online only, you would have the server archive a save, but then the computer also have a local save, and then have it check the two. And if the local save has different values, it means either something got corrupted or that you cheated. So that's an interesting way that you can have offline functionality with some online stuff being handled and have it for like cheat detection and stuff. That's one way, is with the cross-checking. But using that similar idea, I can anti-cheat offline as well on a certain level, as well as just be able to fix corruptions like this, where I can have it be that, oh, if you have the quest 1, I've beaten the quest toggled. If that toggle's on, I can have it go through and check all the toggles associated with quest 1, and either I can have it be, oh, if these toggles aren't correct, it resets the quest because it means you cheated and you didn't turn on the quest. And you didn't actually complete the quest, you just flipped that toggle, so the game could just fix itself and go, no, you didn't, because you don't have all the other toggles set correctly, like in this situation. Or you can have to do the opposite of, oh, if you have these big toggles flagged, that means you've gotten this far, which means that you can then go back through and fix all those things. I could totally do it with checksums as well. Yeah, 100%. I could totally do it that way. I was just walking through the sort of simple logic of what I discovered while messing with the save file. But anyways, so this is the shield buff. So I'm going to see if I take my shield off. Oh, so it does try to run the script now. Beautiful. I'm going to roll a new character because that's a new variable that didn't exist on my old save. Which, again, I could hack my save and fix that. But I'm just going to roll a new character and test it on the new guy. No, it still doesn't like it. Yep, because I'm dumb. Usually, that's the offending reason. It needs to look in the correct place. So, this is also going to break something. In that, right now, I don't think it runs the correct script for starting with the object on my character. Like, I start with the shield equipped. I don't think, though, it provides the effects from the shield. Why is it getting an 8? But, like, why is it getting an 8? This is on my swap gear script, which is in inventory. This is swap gear. What is an implicit defined as? Yeah, the second slot. Yeah. Yeah, the item defense type is the third position. So the third position should be the script, and the second position should be the ID. The cat found her muffin blanket. Yeah. So the 13 references the shield script, which it should. And the 2 is the ID of the object. This is what it should be for now. Okay. So then if we go back to this, which I'll also put up in a window here. Where is it getting an 8 and how? Yeah, so this is the 13. So it sees that and goes, run that script, which is the 13, passing in these two values. The 0 is totally fine. This is argument 0. It would tell it to remove the stats. And the G implicit is the item ID value at position 2, which would be 7. It's redundant here because this is a generic script and the shield works slightly differently. So we'll put a 7 in as the second value. So then, with those two values, it would go to here, and it would put a 7 in here and a 7 in here. Unless it thinks shields are 8, in which case it would put 8s in. But this wasn't where it was breaking. No, this is where it was breaking. And it was getting an 8. It should be at position 7, though, not position 8. I'm going to triple check this by checking the sprites. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. All of this should work. It's going to give me negative values for the shield angle and whatnot, but that shouldn't break anything. It's just wrong, but again, that's fine. That's not what I'm testing right now. Yeah. Unit 1, 5. Yeah, it's exactly what I want. So that should reference. Oh! So that's probably the problem there. Oh my god. Except it's shield angle that was breaking. Okay, so it was looking at the wrong place, and that place was wrong. Wow, this was very wrong. Oh, and it's because I didn't replace these with these like I should have. Okay. But even then, it still would have broken. It just would have broken on this line. Okay. We're good. Yeah, so I shared an article with Arthur the other day. It was obviously a meme article where it's, man spends 12 hours digging a 10-foot deep hole because his metal detector went off on his steel-toed boot. So I send that to Arthur, and he just replies, basically how programming works. Yeah. That it's like that's just my experience. And then like a year ago or so, Dana brought up the meanest thing. There's an ASCII code for a Greek symbol that looks just like a semicolon, but it's literally not a semicolon. It's like, yeah, you just go into somebody's code and replace one or two of their semicolons with that ASCII. It's like, yeah, that person should just be killed. Right. I picked the wrong starting class because I'm bad. Yeah, literally just like that. Only Satan would do that. Let's just take all of their work and make it completely irrelevant, and there's no way they're ever going to see it and fix it. Okay, my shield is off. Yeah, okay, so I cannot turn the buff on, which is good, because I shouldn't be able to without the shield on. If I have the shield on, I can turn the buff on. However, there's still the scenario that Shaz brought up. If I take the shield off, I keep the buff, and I should. So there's a couple places where I can do this. There's a couple places where I can make this work. I can do on the pick up and take off object. I can make it so that way if it detects that I'm taking off a shield, it looks at all my stuff. But I kinda hate that. Because that's only relevant for certain abilities like this buff. So I'd much rather have it apply to the buff object. So is there any way on this that I can detect when you take off your shield in a way that isn't really inefficient? Because basically, how the buff works is it detects if you have a shield equipped. Then if you do, it searches in your buff array for an empty buff slot, and then it creates this object in that slot, and on the create event of this object, it gives you whatever the buff is, which these are going to be changed now that shields work. But, then, although actually the shields technically don't, but, actually maybe they do now. I'll test that in a minute. Then, when you turn off the buff, it just takes those same values, subtracts them instead, and then destroys itself, opening up the buff slot. So this is a scenario where you have the buff on, but you take your shield off. So, I really don't like this, because, okay, I might have to put it on the equip code. That might be the best place, because I could put in a check here to check all of your gear slots, or specifically your 2 hand slots. Do you have a shield equipped? And then have a check for if you don't have a shield equipped, then it does all this. So the buff will turn itself off. Here's the problem with that, is that would run on every single frame, every single step, and it only needs to care about that if you take an equipment off, if you change your gear. And that happens so rarely, it doesn't make sense for me to run that check on every single frame of the game. So I think it does make the most sense for me to put it on the equip code. Because this is the only time that it gets changed. Windows 7 support and next year? Yeah, I'm kind of excited for that. In that, in general, what I've noticed is when companies or software cuts their support for older stuff, it lets them implement new things that the old tech couldn't handle that makes it better. That being said, this is Windows, so we'll see. Fortunately, I'm already on Windows 10. My old rig was on 7. And I just upgraded like a year ago, less than a year ago. Maybe it's been longer than that. Because this is Stefan's old computer. He moved to Berlin. But it wasn't then that he sold it to me. It was at his house because they were still figuring out what they were doing with the house. Several months later, they decided they were going to sell it, so his dad came back to fix up the place and hired me to help do a lot of the work. So, through that process, they were like, oh, what are we going to do with this computer? And then Stefan reached out to me and said, hey, do you want to buy it? And it's like, actually, I do. I helped him build the thing, so I know it well. So I'm trying to... I think that was about a year ago, but might have been longer. Even so, Windows 7 probably going to remain more stable than 10 for a while. Yeah, very, very true. But no drivers for new boards on Windows 7. That's true. That's rough. Honestly, I'm like this close. I have a empty 0.5 terabyte hard drive on my PC right now that I'm just not using for anything. I'm thinking about getting Arch Linux on it and taking the deep dive to, whenever I have extra time, work on learning how to use Arch Linux and make it really, really effective in what I want. And then I'll still have something like Windows 10 on my other drive, so that way when I need to, I can use Windows for stuff. But then for everything that's annoying, I can just use Arch Linux. But that's a huge time commitment, and I'm not ready to take that on yet. And I'm hoping that, potentially by the time I finally feel like, oh man, I really, really need to have a Linux system, I'm hoping that by the time I get to that, there's some improvements that make it even more accessible. So there's like kind of a reason to wait, and that if I'm not gonna like actually learn how to use it right away, whatever newer version comes out in the meantime is probably better for me to use when the time comes. But I have been considering very much so switching over to Linux, because especially now that I'm coding more, Windows is frustrating. There are drivers in a folder titled Windows 7 in the install app, but they wouldn't work when I tried to install them. There's actually a weird thing with GameMaker because of Windows, although technically it shouldn't do this anymore, and they're working on sort of phasing it out. Apparently, I think it was Windows 7. Yeah, for Windows 7, there was something about how it worked, like, GameMaker has tried to make their stuff so that you can compile on multiple different platforms, which is really, really, really nice. So, as long as I don't do anything weird, that I should be able to compile a Mac version, a Windows version, and another version very, very easily, which is great. However, apparently there used to be an old Windows thing where the directories weren't quite set up right, or there was like a problem with caching. So what GameMaker Studio, or how they fixed that, was GameMaker Studio creates virtual drives to save stuff to while you're working on stuff. And then, like, when you start your computer and all that, it figures out how to mess with the registry and all that stuff. Technically, they don't need to do that anymore, since I believe Windows 10 or Windows 8.1 on, they don't need to do it, but it's still just there, and they haven't bothered updating it yet, because it's fine. Like, it works, it doesn't cause any problems. But it's still funny, because from time to time, like, if I've been working on my game like all week and haven't reset my computer, if I look at my drives, there'll be like 12 virtual drives. I'm like, what's this? It's like, oh right, it's Game Maker, because it has to do it that way because it's trying to keep its files in a format that it can easily convert to whatever OS for when you compile, and it's like, yeah, yeah, no, and that's just like one of those things of like, it's technically a Windows problem, and again, it's not a problem anymore, but that's what I mean, where like, I always get kind of excited when they phase out old stuff, because in general, the trend across all platforms is to make stuff better for compatibility and better for efficiency and all that if you use the newest tools. So it'll be interesting to see how stuff shifts over the next like 5 to 10 years. Windows is fine for most development. IMO Linux is good for C. Yeah. But just in general too, like there's so many things that I want to do with Windows, like for customization for my usage, where like of moving files to certain places, storing things in certain ways. I want to have a better like backup system and all these things, and I can do them all on Windows. But every single step of every single one of those things that I want to do for customization and usability and all this stuff is way harder on Windows than it is on Linux. And it's crosses the threshold of being just hard enough for me to go, nah, I don't want to mess with it. And I've always had problems with how the registry works. Just in general, I don't like that method of handling files for operating systems. So like, it's fine. It's fine. Windows, it's not a big deal. But I would love to be working with Linux. I would feel a lot better if I were working with Linux. It's a big learning curve for me to get into. And a couple of my buddies, like Arthur and stuff, he switched to Arch Linux a while back and got bodied by it and like couldn't do anything for like a week and a half. Because like, A, he kind of messed up the installation, and then B, he just like, he had to learn a lot more than he thought he did to get it working, and he was just like dead for a week until and it's like, yeah, I kind of don't want, like, all signs are pointing to, be careful, do it right, and take your time, which those are reasons for me to not do it yet. And yeah, ultimately, Windows is fine. Windows is good enough that it's not like I need to. It would just be a convenience thing. And I realized my camera's a little bit of a low angle. Oh, that's why I made it a low angle, because of my lighting right now. Okay, I'll stay low angle, and I can't drop my chair anymore, but that's fine. When it gets darker, it'll fix itself. But all right. So what was I doing here? Okay. So what I need to do is on this script where it takes it off, I want to add in another script or another check for if it's a shield. So I'm fine doing it this way for now. In the future, there will probably other circumstances where this kind of thing matters, where taking off a piece of gear turns off an ability of some kind or would cause a problem. So I'm slowly gonna probably add in more and more checks for what is the piece of gear you're taking off. And at some point, what that means is it'll probably be worth it for me to come up with a cleverer system, a more clever system for how to handle all of that. Which is kind of why I didn't want to do it this way initially, and I was like, oh, I'll just put it on the buff object. Because if I could handle it on the buff objects, that would be organizationally simpler. But because of the reasons I described a few minutes ago, I don't think that's a smart path anymore, once I actually thought it through. So I'm going to do it this way, which is, if G item defense type is equal to 6, ooh, I can actually check what this is, and that would probably be better. Yes. Because now it's not checking the item ID, it's checking if the script is the shield script. So this is already kind of generic for shields. Because all shields will use this script. Okay. So if that script is equal to 13, what I want you to do is run a loop max gear in. No. What do I call it? Buffs? Crap. Where do I initialize my buffs? I think right now I just handle it on the object, right? New? I don't handle it on this, do I? Because this would be the wrong place to handle it. Yeah. So I do have it somewhere instead, any. Okay. For 20, and it's a buff ID is the array. Okay. 20 and buff ID is the array. Greater or is less than 20. Increment I. So this is buffs ID. Buff ID? Buff ID. Okay. And then need to make sure it's checking on the right thing. If I can type, that would be great. So it's checking all of these. And I want to see if any of these are equal to what is the buff ID for the shield. So I would need the skill script for the shield. So what this does is it finds one that's equal to 0, creates it, sets it to 7. Calypso! Stop barking at the neighbors. Oh, 1 second, I gotta go calm the dog down. Whatever you want to do, you're okay. Thought you wanted to stay outside, but apparently not. What is it? What do you want? Calypso! What is it? Do you want to come up here? Oh, I see. The cat's here. That's why you're fussed. What do you want? What is it? Yeah? Alright. I'm gonna take this opportunity to get more coffee. No idea what this dog wants. Alright. I don't even know why I'm wearing my headphones. I don't have any music on or anything, but... Alright, so... What was I looking at? Right, so I want to check if any of them are 7. And the reason why I have the buff ID for Enchant Shield as a 7 is because shields are item ID of 7. Or at least the first shield is. So I wanted some symmetry there, but that doesn't really matter. But the point is, I need to look for 7 on my pickup gear. So let's look at if any of these are 7. What they do then is if there's 7, it should set buff I, this is on the actual object, dot die equal to 1. The die toggle is how I have to handle the buff turning off. I had to do kind of a workaround thing. It's a little bit clumsy, but it'll just work in all scenarios, which is why I set it up that way, because I set it up one way, and it kind of broke in a couple situations, and this way it's all a closed system on itself. So this is why I'm not telling you to just, like, delete the object, but to rather set this toggle, which then, on the object, will trigger all of its code to turn it off and get rid of it and all that stuff. So this should work. Should being the key word. So we can just test if this works. Okay. Right, so let me turn on the buff, go into my equipment, take the shield off. Nothing broke. The buff still exists, so it didn't work. Why? Okay. So I should also have it do all of these things, technically. Oh, that would be why. Because it's not referring... You guys can probably see the first line, the buff ID, or the buff die, is not actually looking in the right place. Which it should have thrown an error, I think. I guess it's not checking there. So yeah, it would just create that array automatically and go, yeah. Yeah, you want to go back outside, dog? That's fine. But you made it look like you wanted to come inside. That's fine. Stop barking at the neighbors and stay outside all evening. I don't care. That's why we got a yard. This dog, man. I know part of it's because she's bored, but then, like, I went outside earlier to, like, throw a ball for her, and she just wasn't interested, and it's like, well... You're bored, but you don't want to do anything. I mean... relatable, to be fair. Okay. Shield's turned on. Take the shield off. And the buff is still there. So it's still not working. And this is pretty much identical to this code here, which I know does work. Because you can cast it again to turn it off. None of this matters. This is just for casting purposes. This is for actually having the buff turn on and turn off. And again, it works here, which tells me that here oh, well that's a problem. Yeah, this is not determined. Ooh, that's very, very awkward. This isn't working anyways, but I realized this is going to be a problem. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually move this off of the spell code. I'm going to add on a variable that passes the mana cost in. And then, on the buff object, I can have it deal with it. So I just moved where it handles that, and that should, now that should work. But again, this wasn't the problem in the first place. Which I think arguably means I should do the exact same thing for the other buff that I've made, because that's going to be an issue. Or that's going to be a similar issue. I can't type today. Okay. So how do I make this work? Why is this not working the way that I want it to? So what this is telling me is because this code is the same block of code on the actual spell and it works there. I'm pretty sure what this means is that this check is failing. Which is kinda weird, because it shouldn't. Oh! It should fail. That's pulling the actual script, where that I want to be a 13, because 13 goes into here, which pulls out the script. So let's hop in. New game. So, turn it on. And I can confirm by hitting it again that I can turn it off by actually casting it. So then, it turns it off. We're good. So now the only thing that I need to change now is what this actually does. Because right now what this does is it gives you armor and resistance, because I didn't have my shield mechanics in. But now I have my shield mechanics in. So now what I want these things to do, or what I want this buff to do, is add to your shield angle. And let's add, I don't know, 30? As well as add to your block amount. 5 is a little insane. I'm not going to work on balance right now. I'm not going to think too hard about the numbers. This is a noticeable difference, and that's the point. So, now that I have all of this, I believe the shield code should already work. Oh, the one potential problem is I don't know if it runs the script properly. When I on character creation, so I don't know if the shield that you start with equipped actually gives you the bonuses. Was I dumb? Did I copy-paste this here? No, I didn't. Oh. Let's just go ahead and do this, and then these need to be minus. Then what I need to do... Right, I was looking on the draw step of this. Because this is where it draws all of your stats, and now I just need to add in 2 more to draw in your, to have it draw your shield angle and your block amount, so that way I can just see what the values are. This is, I'll just call it block angle, because I could potentially put in block mechanics that aren't tied specifically to a shield. Block amount. Is amount 1M or 2? I think it's 1M. So now this would be block amount, and this is shield angle. So this effectively is debug code, but also is just good code to have. I'm using it as debug code here, but it is information that's relevant. What? Why isn't it being drawn in? What? Excuse me? Why is it not drawing these values? Uh-oh. Not sure how I could copy-paste code that worked, change a few values, then have it literally not work at all. Like, it's not breaking and throwing an error code, it's just not showing up. That's probably fine. And I do initialize these stats, and I am creating a new character. Why aren't these showing up? And I realized that's still showing up someplace where it's not supposed to be. I thought I fixed that last night. Let me write that down as a bug I need to fix. Which is souls on inventory. That's weird. Is there a limit to how many different draw text functions you can have on one step? That wouldn't make any sense. I mean, I guess I can actually figure that out. If I just remove these two, will it draw these now? Is something really weird going on like that? Probably not. Doesn't matter what class I start as. Oh! Okay. Well, that should have turned this off, and it didn't. And I did do a manual save. Okay. That's why. This is on the wrong inventory. I mean, this is on an inventory, but it's not on both inventories. So that explains it. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I start with 0, and then this gives me negative, because when you spawn the items in, it doesn't actually run the script like it should. So, I should do that. Those are the spells, that's right. So when this puts this on, it should also run the script. And what are the values that I need for this again? So the reason why I don't have this data in for your weapon is your weapon doesn't actually, if it's a weapon with no mods, it doesn't actually run any scripts when you equip it anyways, because the only two relevant pieces of data on it, if it's a regular weapon, is the damage number and the attack speed, which are both referenced in an actual moves script. They're not actually values that get passed into your character. So this only matters for shields. What was I looking up? Right. So I need to put in a 13, a 0, and whatever that value is. Alternatively, I can reference the item arrays, which would be... It would just be the... Yeah, so it'd be 7. So it'd be 13, 0, and 7. Oh, sorry, 13, 1, and 7. Because I want to add the stats. Expected 2 and got 3? What do you mean you only expected 2 arguments? Oh! There we go. Technically, for sake of alpha builds and laziness, I could have it be that your starting items are unequipped just in your inventory, so you have to equip the shield. And then it would also deal with this, but I might as well add in that 2-second layer of polish. Yep, beautiful. Okay, so I'm going to take a hit without a shield on. So this 0 will be how much damage I took from my last hit. Let's see if I can get just one of these to engage. That didn't hit me. So I'm taking 5 damage, which makes sense. So now, if I equip the shield, and I look at them, which my cursor has me looking at them, I'm still just taking 5 damage, okay? What if I look away? Huh. Oh, these are projectile enemies. I think I don't have the projectile enemies set an angle to the sprite because their sprite's a perfect circle, so it doesn't matter. So I should do that. I can then add in some animation to make it not a perfect circle and look better. But then B, we can see what's up there. Oh no, I do set the image angle. Okay. Wow. Bad me. I wanted to start as the other one because the other dude starts with a shield. Start with the shield equipped. I'm going to see if there's any angle where this does work. So I take 10 damage from him, yeah. Just gonna... Okay. Oh! I don't actually have my facing angle. Shield angle is just a flat 90 degrees. I need that to rotate based on where I'm looking. Totally screwed up all of this code. So I believe I calculate the facing angle. Yes, angle. So I believe I would just add the angle from OBG character, or from OBJ character, I think. Plus, so this is the angle that I'm looking at. Which... Oh, no, I just take that, right? I would just want the angle I'm looking at, but I'm comparing it to the shield angle. And this will always be a positive number that's greater than 0. Yes. Probably. Whoop. I keep clicking on the wrong one. These guys only hit for 5, so if I can get just one of them to come after me, that would be better. Okay, it's hitting me for 5. It's just hitting me for 5, no matter where I look. What if I move to the other side? And it hits me from a different angle. Oh! One of those hit me for 10. So I think it is normally blocking, and that one didn't block for some reason. Okay. Why is that? What angle did it not work at? Huh. So I think I need to think about this more. So the image angle is from the actual hitbox, and it does do this before the hitbox deletes itself if it's a projectile. So it does know what this value is. We logic through the values before, so that is going to... So right now it's basically almost always is getting true, which is why I'm only taking 5 damage. Why does it think that this is almost always true? Let me confirm that image angle is in degrees and not radians, as well as player angle is in degrees and not radians. Because if one of them's in degrees and one of them's radians, that would be the problem. I'm looking at the wrong place. So the fact that I multiply this by 180 and divide it by pi tells me that I'm converting this from radians to degrees. So image angle is in fact in degrees. But I think angle, not of this object, but of obj char, this might be in... This is in radians. So that's the problem. I need angle to be in degrees, which is just a mathematical conversion. So I need to take this number and convert it to degrees, which I believe is I would multiply by 180 and divide by 2 pi. Yes. This project has involved so much trig. And then this is in degrees, this is in degrees. Okay. Now think about it, if this was in radians, that kinda doesn't make sense. Like, why it would always succeed. I feel like that check should always fail. Calypso. You have to go let the dog back in. Yeah. So I know those zombies are supposed to do 10 always, which means that they're not blocking. Or they're not being blocked. Which is what I would expect. If I get to the other side of him. Is there an angle where I take half damage? It doesn't look like it. So if this is in degrees, this calculation is just fine. This angle is normally in radians and converting it to degrees, then it takes the difference between the two. What's important about that, the 180 degree rotation is important. So basically, they would be looking or similar, right? I'm flipping it and just checking the actual angles. And it's just looking if the absolute value of the difference between the two is less than or equal to half of the shield angle. Because we're taking the absolute value, it would be on either side. That should work. Oh, their base damage is 5, so I'm not normally blocking it. Well, then what was that weird 10 hit? There was a hit where I took 10 damage out of nowhere. It could have been a random crit. Is their crit inclusive with 0? Ah, yeah, they have like a 1% chance to crit, which doubles the damage. So that's where that double damage came in. So this check is always failing, and it was always failing, which is what I predicted it would happen, because almost always my code fails. My checks usually fail always. They rarely ever succeed always. Okay, I gotta double check and make sure that this is in radians normally. Like triple, quadruple check. Yeah, the fact that I add pi to this tells me it's in radians. Yeah, and all trig functions normally throw out radians. Or output in radians. Image index or image angle is always in degrees, which is why I have to do that conversion. Yeah, so I don't think my units are the problem. So why else wouldn't this work? What else is wrong about my logic here? Because obviously something about the logic is wrong. It's taking this, converting it to radian, or converting it to degrees. Will Game Maker let me trigger the internet? Okay. Won't even let me use Tau. Okay. Here's one thing that I can do. I can take all of this. I can put all of this on here. Where's my debug? Oh, my debug's... Oh, I can just use it on the same script. Sorry. On this same script. Yeah. Okay. So this is obj hit angle. Or sorry. Obj char dot hit angle. Let's go to ARPG chart. Hit angle, and then I need to initialize it. Hey Sphere, hey Spheres, welcome and thank you so much for the raid. I will chat with you in a second. I'm getting a little bit lost in my angle code, so I need to pay attention. But thank you so much. Welcome. How'd your stream go? Did you figure out that inventory problem you were working on? It's not displaying the... Oh, because I'm drawing it on top of itself. Sure. Just need to copy a lot of my work to alter it for the clip slots. Yep, classic. Been there. That's where, like, every time I add a feature to the inventory system, I have to add it on, like, 9 other versions of all of my equipment slot objects, and it's really, really annoying. Okay, good. There's 2 zeros. There should be. Excellent. That part works. So it hit me at an angle of 267. Or that's the difference between the facing angle and what it hit me at. So let's see, if I look at it, it goes down to 138. It shouldn't be. Can I get it to hit me? That's a big angle. That's a smaller angle? Uh-oh. Okay, so yeah, something's very wrong. Weapon slots, equipment slots, and inventory slots. Yeah, for me, I have although I'm actually completely doing my perk system, so all those items are gone. But I have inventory slot, or I have gear inventory slots, spell inventory slots, your stash inventory slots. Then I have your equipment slots for your gear, your equipment slots for your spells, and then on NPCs I have a blacksmith slot for you to upgrade your gear, and I have an enchanter slot for you to upgrade your spells. So whenever there's like a variable that I need to add to what gets stored on those objects for the items, I have to go back into every single one of those objects and make sure that that variable gets properly passed. And I can't even script it out because each one's handled a little bit differently. So I have to manually do it on every single... Yeah. It's fun. And I've thought about finding a way to make it a bit more generic. And I think there's a couple ways that I could do it. But I'm going to save that for when I will probably spend a day later that's just code cleanup day, where it's like, okay, what systems did I implement temporarily or quick and dirty? Let's make them all pretty. I'm going to do at some point spend a few days just doing that. But for now, I'm having fun putting systems in. No idea. No. I don't do anything with artwork. Any sprite that looks good in my game, somebody else made. All the sprites that look horrible, that's because I made them. I'm not an art person. Or I'm not a pixel art person. I love drawing by hand, but that's completely different. Okay, so the angles are coming out way bigger than they should be coming out. This calculation is coming out to be huge. And as I go around the circle, it gets to be bigger, which kind of makes sense. But it should then get smaller again, and it doesn't. It just flips to being small, but the small is still way too big. Why is all of this true? Oh, interesting. I might take a look at that when I hit that phase of development. Right now, I'm like not even thinking about art. That's actually, I guess now I'll shout it out because it's kind of contextual. My Patreon's down below. The whole point of the Patreon is to raise funds for the parts of the projects that I do not have skill sets for. So the first major threshold is to pay to commission somebody to do the artwork for the game, as well as I need somebody at some point to do sound design and music work. So if I'm not paying somebody literally to do it, I need to, maybe I'll find a library of good sprites that I want to use online to pay for. Either way, point is, I want to raise some funds to pay for that stuff, because I think people should be paid for their work. And after that, any extra money that's raised will be towards funding me to work on the game more often, eventually expand the team, start multiple projects, things like that. But initially, the whole goal is to raise funds to pay for the parts of the game that I cannot work on myself. When I hit that point of development where I really need art asset stuff, I will consider and look into doing it myself and what that would entail. But I'm pretty sure it's just going to be more efficient for me to find somebody who knows what they're doing. I'd have them do it. And I haven't really reached out about collaborations or anything yet because I wanted to have enough of a game in place to do that. And if you want to just support me and my stream, top right. That's not top right because camera's flipped. Top right. If you subscribe, donate, cheer, that all is stuff directly towards me and my streaming content. Okay, so why is this coming out to be a lot bigger than it should be? The image angle should always be between 0 and 360, and same thing with my angle. It should always be between 0 and 360. I'm taking the absolute value of the differences, so if their angle is like a 90, and my angle is like a 360, it would be negative 270, but then it flips it to 270, because it takes the absolute value. And if it's the other way around, if they have an angle of 360 and I have an angle of 90, it would be positive 270. So it should work either way. So why doesn't it? It's always larger than it needs to be, but not by 180 degrees. Because if it was larger than by 180 degrees, I would think maybe my conversion here is wrong. But it's not. Alright, I'm gonna look at it again. The top number should be the angle, the bottom number should be the amount I get hit for. I don't care about the amount I get hit for. So if I'm looking right at him, he's missing me because my code's slightly off. That's an angle of 300. So if I go up here, there's this weird breakpoint. Right? Where for some reason, it spikes up by what looks like 180. So that shouldn't happen. And I'm pretty sure that's happening because of my angle adjustment code is actually wrong. So I need to rethink that. And this, the angle gets bigger and bigger because I'm looking away from him. So that makes sense. Around here, it should start to get smaller again. Oh. I'll reset that. I wasn't paying attention to my health. When I get around to there, it should start to get smaller again. So here it's big. It should start to get smaller, but instead it keeps going up until I look right at him, and then when I cross over, it gets small again. Why is that happening? That's why. Because I'm an idiot. Taking the absolute value of the first, not of the whole difference. So that's definitely causing one of the problems. Would that fix both, though? Because I'm thinking this right here might be part of my problem. Oh! That's a big part of my problem. This should be hit angle. That was just how I wrote my code initially, then realized it was wrong, and did this to make the adjustment, and then it didn't actually make the adjustment. Okay. So this should work. Let's see. That actually totally explains everything, both of those mistakes. So let's see. So that's a huge angle when it shouldn't be. That's smaller. That's getting bigger again. Bigger. Yeah, bigger angle, bigger angle. It's doing literally the same thing, despite me changing a fair amount. Why is it literally doing the same thing? Oh! Because I need to change where it's updating this. So it might be working properly now, I just can't see because I wasn't writing that into my debug variable. Okay. If I can get this to work, this would be awesome, because I didn't think that... Okay, so that is a small angle, which is what it should be. That should basically be 0, but again, I'm pretty sure my image angles are off, so... That's bigger. That's smaller. Not sure why it's getting smaller as I go around this way. That's a little weird. And then it gets bigger again. So it's still not quite working right. But the numbers are a bit closer to what I want. The difference between those two things. The difference between those two angles. As my angle gets bigger, and their angle stays the same, the difference should increase, and I think that's what's happening. So my logic is completely wrong on this. Clearly, I'm thinking about it wrong, because in my head, this should work. Because, okay, if we take both of their angles, no matter what they are, and we take the difference between those two angles, again, no matter what they are, the remaining angle should be the difference between those two. I think I got it. Yeah, okay. So, what I was going to say is, right, so if one angle's like this and one angle's like this, and we take the difference, it should be this angle. And then I'm just checking if that angle's big or small enough. But I just realized that's not the case, because it doesn't know which one to subtract from which, in that just because the two angles have this small difference, it sometimes is taking the big difference. And that's not what I want. I don't want the big difference. I want the little difference. And there's a number of ways that I can do that. but basically the difference between the two angles should never be more than 180 degrees. So that's the easy thing that I could do. Which means I just need a couple more checks. So I can just write over this one just fine. It's already a temporary variable. To be this value. So it calculates this. Then, if hit angle is greater than 180 degrees, I just subtract 180 degrees. I will read your messages in a second. Just finishing up this. And then it checks if the resulting hit angle is smaller than the shield angle. And I do want to divide the shield angle by 2 because it's theoretically on both sides, so it would just be half. Sounds like my rotation mechanics server side. Sometimes I rotate past 0 or 360 in order to wrap back around without any automatic wrapping checks. Yeah. And there's like a bunch of different mathematical ways I could do this. You have to do 360 minus the angle. Do you mean in this circumstance, or do you mean in general? Because I'm fine with this angle. Like, I want to get the correct difference between the angles. Okay, yeah. You're talking about wraparound. Yeah, we're good. Which this never matters for that, because the way that it handles angles for both calculations is it'll always be 360 or less, like it automatically wraps around. The problem was just that sometimes it was taking the big angle and subtracting the two angles when I wanted to take the small angle. And I could do that, like, the other way that I could do it is rather than having it adjusted by 180 degrees if the difference is too big, is I could have it check to see which angle's bigger, the hit angle or the image angle, and then, sorry, the angle I'm looking at or the angle it's hitting me from. It could find whichever one's bigger and then subtract the smaller one from it, and that would also work. They both are, like, basically the same thing. Unless I'm just wrong, which is also totally possible. Is this message important? Is this work related? It shouldn't be. It's not. Cool. Okay, so this should work now. And now I could just have this be hit angle. The small angle is 20, and the big angle is 340. With your code becomes 160, which is wrong. No, that's right. I think. Because right now it'll take the difference and get 320. Which, that's not what I want. I want the smaller angle. And the smaller angle is 40. Oh shit, you're right. So I have to do it the way that I just described, didn't I? Or at least it's probably the simplest way. Yeah. So I will rewrite this the way that I just described, because I think that's easier logic for me to track. Why did I do this again? There was a reason I did this. Why do I care if the image angle minus 180 is greater than 0? Why was that important? The image angle should just be a value between 0 and 360, and I'm just subtracting my angle from it for the difference. Yeah, so I can lose effectively all of this. And I don't even need the absolute value code, because if I always take the bigger one minus the smaller one, that'll always be a positive number. Yeah, okay. So, if hit angle is greater than or equal to, because I need to put that case in somewhere, bigger than my looking angle, then I would do hit angle minus the character angle. Else, so the only other circumstances, if it's smaller, it would take the character angle, hit angle would equal character angle minus the old hit angle. Will that work? That should work. Yeah, this can reference itself in its new code and it won't break anything. And then, so no matter what, it will take the smaller difference between the two, and that smaller difference will always be a positive number now, right? I don't end up calculating the 40 in what I do. I just get the target angle, check every iteration if I pass the target rotation. What are you trying to get? If one angle is 20 and the other angle is 340, I want the result to be 40. Oh, someone's at the door. Calypso! Hey! Hey! Calypso! Alright, just the neighbor asking a question. Bigger minus smaller works if the result will be less than or equal to 180. Else you have to subtract 360 from the bigger, then do the smaller? There are other ways to format the math. Yeah, because I'm thinking, right, like... Oh, you're right again. So I still like this initial setup better. But yes, because if one is... Oh, I remember why I subtracted 180 from this. And I should do that. But I'll fix that later. So my initial reason for why I had to subtract 180 from the image angle is they're meeting from two different places. So if I rotate it by 180, then I'm actually comparing the two angles. But that has nothing to do with actually getting the difference. Bigger minus smaller works if the result will be less than or equal to 180. Also, you have to subtract 360 from the bigger one, then do smaller minus bigger. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so there's probably a better way to format this math, but I'm going to just take what you said and apply it to this. Which basically means that what I would want to check is at the end of all this, oh god. Right? I would want to see if this final value is greater than 180. Or not. Is what you're saying, which makes sense. And if it's greater than 180, I need to subtract 360 from the bigger number and do it the other way around. Yeah. Well, okay. I'm gonna fix this. Put this back in because I remembered why I did this now. If hit angle minus 180 is greater than, no. Yeah, is greater than or equal to 0, then hit angle minus 180, else hit angle plus 180. So again, this is just flipping it so that it's easier to compare the two angles. And it doesn't like this. Am I dumb? Oh. Cool, okay. So, that's just, again, to flip it to compare the angles better. So now, how do I rewrite this to add in that check? Okay, I would just want to do this in like 2 different steps, basically. With just another check. That's actually not too bad. So this is hit angle. So this is whichever one's bigger, right? That's fine. But then I need to check to see if this value would be greater than 180. I mean, I can do it up either way. Greater than 180, then we've already determined that hit angle's the bigger one. So wait a minute, if I subtract 360 from it though, but then we're flipping it. Yeah. Okay, yeah. And that is what I want. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Totally makes sense. Yes, that is better math, but yeah. Which actually, I can do it that way, right? That's also more complicated. Yeah, it doesn't really matter either way. So what I would do, if the difference is greater than 180, then I would take hit angle, which we now already know is the bigger one. I would subtract 360 from it. Then, what I would take is I would take the smaller angle, it's very sloppy for me to keep using the same variable, but I'm very lazy. So we would take this and set this equal to obj character angle minus now the new hit angle, which will give us the final hit angle. So this should be that scenario, and then I basically just need to flip it for the other scenario. Which, same thing, except if... Oh, this... Okay, so this is already elsed. So then I need to just add in if this... Oh. I need an else here. that, and then here I need the exact opposite kind of check. What doesn't it like about this? If hit angle minus equals this. I mean, that shouldn't matter, right? Oh. Fair enough. Yeah, same thing. Okay. So now I want to check if... So this would do the opposite thing. So, yeah, same kind of check. I need if this would be... And I know that I could probably have it figure out which one's bigger, set temporary variables, and then just run one block of code. There's like lots of ways that I can clean this up. I'm just trying to get the functionality in. So this would be greater than 180. Then, same thing. Do all of this, but the other way around. So, I'm going to put this in, and then I'm going to flip all of these. And this is hit angle. And then I would just else this. Assuming all the precompile is fine. Okay, I'm going to read through this then, because I very well could have gotten horribly lost in my own logic. What this does is it takes the image angle of the hitbox, it flips it by 180, whichever way it needs to, which makes sense, because again, I want the angles rather than one going this way and one going this way, which, like, they should be coming at each other. I just want to compare the differences, so flipping it makes it easier to compare the differences. So then, it takes whichever angle's bigger. This is if the hit angle's bigger. This is if my angle's bigger. So whichever one's bigger, it goes through. If the difference is greater than 180, it subtracts 360 from the bigger angle, and then does smaller minus bigger, like you just described, Makings of a Hero. If it's not greater than 180, then it's already correct, so it just does the thing that it checked. Which, there we go. Because it's already less than 180, so it's already correct. It does the same thing, but the other way around, if the other angle's bigger. And then the final thing it does is it checks if the hit angle is less than or equal to half of what the block angle is. And the only reason why I do half the block angle is if the block angle is 90 degrees, that's 45 on either side of the center line that you're looking. So it's half the shield angle. And then if that's true, you block it. And what blocking does is it subtracts the block amount from the actual damage. And I believe I fixed my debug code. Yeah, and then my debug code is the final angle that it's checking. So I'm looking right at him, and I'm getting a big angle. And if I go around, the angle is going up. That's weird. That angle makes no sense. Okay, I'll walk through the situation here for what my goal is. So how I want shields to work, this cursor, right, is where I'm looking. So I want the shield to block damage on a certain, depending on the shield, a certain angle from stuff coming from where I'm looking. So right now I'm looking at the cursor always, no matter where I am. I don't have an animation for my facing angle because I don't do art stuff, but the character angle is equal to the angle of the difference between these 2 points, the origin of the character and the origin of the crosshairs. And I know that that all works correctly because I use that for how I do my projectile code and all that stuff, and it all works. So I know that's working. So this shield gives me a 90-degree block angle and a block amount of 5. So I want 90 degrees from where I'm looking. So if I'm looking at, say, this campfire, right, I want it to be like 90 degrees. Anything that comes from that direction gets blocked by 5 damage. Projectiles, melee things, or whatever. So that's the goal here. So this number should be all that math that I just did. It should be the final angle, which is the difference between the angle of stuff coming at me and the angle I'm looking at. So if I'm looking right at the object, it should be a difference of 0, or close to 0. If my back is turned, at most it should be 180. The bottom number is how much damage I took from the hit, which will just check if I actually block, but that doesn't matter if my math's wrong. So you need to find the angle the projectile hits the player and compare it to the angle you already have. Yes, so how I do that, which actually I just realized this doesn't quite work right, is the angle the projectiles are at. The angle that they fire at is based on that initially. So if you look here, this guy will fire a projectile towards me. That's done with angle code. So that projectile's angle is the angle between us. Between these 2 points, it has that angle, and that's what I'm checking. But now I realize if, like, he fires it past me, and then I hit it from behind, that's going to be checking the wrong angle. If I, like, walk into the projectile. So technically that's not the correct angle it should be using, but it should be a close approximation. It shouldn't be 180 off. And this is less than 180 off, which makes even less sense. And then if I look away, the number looks like it's not changing for some reason. Ooh, that's weird. It's not really changing. It's changing by very small amounts. Yeah, there's something very weird going on there. But yeah. You could technically outrun a projectile and hit it completely wrong direction. Yeah, exactly. So I do need to find a better way to calculate this angle. But regardless, it's still not behaving the way that we would expect, even with this angle. Which means this is still wrong, even if I was using the correct angle. Part of it's probably because I was lazy and am just rewriting over the same variable, and I probably shouldn't be doing that. So I should probably make a new one, which let's just go var final angle. Just separate out a little bit. Let's initialize it as 0. And I'm going to do this just so that it becomes more readable. Oh, well that's a problem. That's not right at all. Now that should only apply half the time, but still. So it's smaller minus bigger. Yeah, cool. So that was one technical problem, but again, it shouldn't have made that big of a difference. It's just half the time this would have been wrong. And then this should also be final hit angle. Or sorry, final angle. So that's final angle, that's final angle. This should also be final angle. And this is because this is the bigger one. And this is because this is the bigger one. Yeah. Okay. So I doubt that fixes it, but let's just check and see. And then I will find out a better way to calculate this angle. Excuse me? Okay. So I'm getting 180, and no matter where I'm looking, I'm getting 180, which makes no sense. Okay, that technically blocked, Um. Okay, these are not looking at the right objects at all, so fair enough. And then this should be other.phys data. So one of those blocked for some reason. Oh, this is now wrong. So that makes sense why it's displaying the wrong number, but it wasn't before. Okay. We'll test it again, just to confirm what behavior is going on, but I'm pretty sure this is still wrong. Yeah. It's like never getting to be below. That's weird. So it is blocking when I look at them. It's just getting the wrong number for the debug code. But if I look at them, it's blocking. And it's blocking in a weird way, in that it's giving me a negative number, which it shouldn't be. But I think I know why that is. Yeah. So then I need to check if... I just need to confirm that if any of these numbers is less than 0, that it just fixes it and puts it equal to 0. And I just need to do this for all 4 damage types. That totally explains it, because this thing only deals physical damage, so it sets the physical damage from 5 to 0, and the each of the elemental damage is a -5, so then it heals me. So, yeah, I just need to add in these checks. So it looks like the functionality is working, it's just for some reason the debug code doesn't understand what the heck's going on. Okay. I can't spell lightning. There we go. Oh, and then I need to also replace them here. Nope, it's fire first. And then we have cold, and then we have lightning. Saying how Gandhi and Civ gets negative aggressive score, which explains why yeah, that's a very classic programming problem. That happens because of overflow. This happens because I just didn't have a case for that scenario. But yeah, that happens because oh no. You're right, that's the exact same thing, because Gandhi's the only starting leader that starts with an aggressiveness of 1, and democracy gives him -2 to aggressiveness. And you can't have, well, I guess it's both. You can't have negative aggressiveness in the game. Like, literally, it can't be a negative number, so it overflows to positive 255. So he becomes literally the most aggressive. Yeah, classic programming problem. Yeah, so this is that same kind of scenario. It doesn't overflow, so it's fine. Yeah, underflow, yeah. This doesn't underflow. It can be a negative number. It's just, when you take negative damage, literally that heals you. So. But yeah, so it looks like the functionality is working. So why does this... The final angle... Oh, it's not using the final angle here? Okay, wait a minute. Okay, that actually kind of makes sense. But why was it kind of working then? Oh. Also. So it was kind of working when I wasn't using final angle. Okay. Oh, I bet you it's because in this scenario, it was manipulating the final angle to be very, very small, so it was working. So sometimes it was working, so that's why it kind of looked like it was working. I think this is causing the problem. Because I feel really solid about all this, which I want to recalculate this anyways, so it's not using the image angle. So I think I'm just going to get rid of this, and I'll figure out how to do this angle calculation. So, okay, I'll just initialize this as 0, and then we'll figure it out here. So, what I would want this angle to be... Oh, I think I know why I was using the image angle, and it's because this can work for melee hitboxes, which can be really big, so it's kind of hard to check where it would hit you, but I can check via the origin point of the hitbox, and that should give a fairly accurate approximate angle. Okay, so let me find where I've used my angle code before, and just swap in the values. No, I want to get to where I actually determine the angle, which should be on here? Yes. So I want something like this. And let's go to... all this to make a shield work. So this now isn't these values, but rather the value of the hitbox, which would be other.x, and then the character, which is just x. And then same thing. And so just the generic x and y will take the values of the origin points. So then all of this should be fine. And in the end, we end up with angle, which I think this should be just renamed to hit angle. And let me change how I do this to keep stuff more organized. Final angle, diff y, diff x, and slope, and then y arc and x arc. Whoops. Come on, code, catch up. There we go. Beautiful. So now, what this angle ends up being is this the same way that I calculate my character angle, which is used for targeting. So I think I still kind of need the 180 degree flip. Also, I'm dumb, and I think the problem before is some of it was in radians and some of it wasn't, because I deleted my code that fixed that. But now this should all be in radians, because trig functions in GML always output radians. So these are now actually both radians now. So that was probably the problem before, is the image angles are always in degrees, so you have to convert from radians to degrees. So the image angle was in degrees, but the angle was in radians, and that's why when I rotated around, we got very small differences in the numbers, was because it was subtracting radians from it. So either I need to convert these numbers to radians, or convert these numbers to angles. Either one would work. Let's convert everything to radians. So much trig just to get shields to function. Yes. And then this number also needs to be converted to radians, but this one actually needs to be converted. Like I need to do math, but it's really easy. It's just times 180 divided by 2 times pi. Okay, but so now, again, I think I need to rotate hit angle when we get down to here. So let's go, I think when we get to here, I need to rotate hit angle by 180 degrees, based on the same logic that I used before, where one of the angles is going to be coming from one direction, and the other angle's the other direction. If I'm looking at them, it's a vector towards them, so the angle will be that way. If they're firing towards me, then that angle will be towards me. So they're 180 degrees off to compare them. So I just need to rotate one of them by 180 degrees. So now the question is, does it matter whether it's positive or negative, the result? I don't think it does because of these checks. These checks should deal with that, right? Because if I end up subtracting 180 degrees, or 2 pi, from hit angle, and it ends up becoming a negative number, that will make it the smaller angle, which will throw it down to this code, and I think that's fine. I think that would work completely fine. Because then it also checks to see if the difference is greater than 180 when you subtract them. So I don't think I need to worry about whether flipping it makes it a negative angle. I don't think that matters. I'm like 60% confident about that. But I still do need to flip it. I mean, alternatively, I could have it just check the other way. Yeah, I could just flip these, right? Because right now it's checking the difference between the hitbox and the player, but I could just flip those. And then it'll be looking the angle will be calculated in a similar fashion, where it'll be from the character object towards it. So I just need to take these and move them. I don't know why I did this separately. Oh. No, yeah, I don't know why I did this separately. This should just be diff x over diff y. Okay, now this has a very weird corner case that breaks that happened on some of my other detection code. So if I hit that scenario, I'll look into how I can fix it. I guess it's worth going over because we got some people in here who understand circles. So I think I fixed it. This is very similar code, right? If you get rid of this, it's like basically the same code. And this is for line of sight. So what this does is the enemy object compares its origin with the player's object, with the player object, and then it takes that angle and it does a bunch of trig, and it figures out if a line with a hypotenuse of its sight range would connect the two objects, it sees me, and then it follows me and attacks me and all that stuff. Totally works, except very, very rarely I would get this error, which I believe is a faulty error. Definitely something was breaking, but I think this was lying to me. Because what it was saying is that you can't square root a negative number, which is true based on the laws of math. But if you look at the line it was breaking on this line, which is this line. And if you look at the math here, diff x, again, ignoring these lines because this is what I put in to try to fix it, diff x and diff y should both always be a real number, right? So that when you divide two real numbers, you should always get a real number. Then if you square a real number, you should always get a positive number. And then if you add a 1, that positive number should still be positive, meaning this should never be a negative number. So this error makes no sense. So the two scenarios that me and Buddy came up with for why this might happen, and this very rarely would happen, and when it would happen, there seemed to be no similarity between the circumstances. It just randomly, when this code is running, it just breaks. Really randomly and really rarely. But the two scenarios we thought of was either when diff y is huge and diff x is really small, it could be overflowing. So then slope would be a negative number, which should still work. But maybe then it's like, well, by the same logic, what if instead of overflowing there, you're squaring a huge number, and then that's overflowing? But we feel like it would actually know that, because it checks for overflows. But that could result in that. The other scenario is when diff x is 0. Then this would be undefined. But again, that should give a different error. That should say undefined. It shouldn't go, it's a negative number? No, it's undefined. So it shouldn't be able to square root it, and it should break in a different way. I mean, it shouldn't even be able to square it. But just in case, I put in a check for both of those scenarios, so I made it if diff y is greater than the sight range. Because in this circumstance, if the difference between the y's is larger than the sight range, in no scenario would it see me anyways. It doesn't matter how much bigger, right? And yeah, there's values less than that where it could see me. There's values less than that where it still wouldn't see me. But the point is, guaranteed, if it's greater than the sight range, it definitely can't see me. So then, if that's true, I just set diff y equal to sight range plus 1. So that way, if this would be a huge number, it's now a much more reasonably sized number to deal with the overflow issue. If that's what's happening, again, we don't even know. And then the other circumstance is I put, if diff y... Right, yeah. If diff x is not equal to 0, then slope is calculated normally. Otherwise, just put the slope equal to 0. Because similar thing, with how these calculations work, it means that in some rare circumstances, it technically wouldn't see me when it should, but I can add in extra checks for that. I just put this in to see if it would prevent the error. And since I put these two lines in, this error hasn't popped up again, which is a good sign. But it was so rare, I have no idea. But I want to go over that because I'm using now the same code without these two lines here on the shield. code. Which isn't actually shield code, it's in damage enemy. So, whatever was causing that error in the first place could in theory pop up here again. If you have any smart reasons for why that error was popping up, so that I can narrow that down, that would be awesome insight. For now, though, I'm fine just seeing what the hell happens. Okay, so I flipped these, so it should flip the 180 degrees normally. And then final angle is still the one that matters, right? Because that's the one that I'm comparing to the shield angle. And so that's the final result that I'm getting. Oh, wait a minute. I need to convert this to radians. And right now I'm not converting it to radians. I need to do this the other way around. I need to multiply by this and then divide by 180 to convert it to radians. Okay. And then I do have that angle being displayed. Oh. For sake of my brain, I'm going to convert this back to... I'm going to convert this back to degrees, just so that I can understand better what the angle looks like. But I can see the smaller differences better. Why isn't it like this? How am I dumb? Ah. But yeah, so that's been my life with my detection code. Which, again, if I can confirm what situation is throwing that error code, there's a whole number of ways that I can fix it. There's lots of different ways that I can fix it. I just don't know what's causing the problem there. Okay. I'm getting a very big number now. That's not too bad, actually. It doesn't look like it's actually blocking. Again, my firing code's a little bit off, so I need to get out of the way of that text. So I'm looking right at it. And if I look around... Okay, it's not hitting me again. So this is a smaller angle. The smallest angle appears to be around here, and it is blocking. It's 120 degrees off, but it's blocking. Now if I come around here, it should get larger. Yeah, all the way up to like around 180 over here. No, it's largest around here. And then it goes back down again. To here, where it blocks. And over here, where the number's big, yeah, I take damage again. So why is it doing that? So the biggest number should be 180 degrees, and it's not. And for some reason, the smallest angle is over here. So the angle that I'm manipulating, that I have control over right now, is the angle that I'm facing. Which is the difference between the cursor and my character. And if I go farther away, it shouldn't change the number like at all. Yeah, because it's just the angle that it cares about. Good. The projectile angle should be based on the origin point of that projectile and the origin point of me. Which, to be fair, is actually a little bit off because it's firing weird. So that's probably where it is. See how it's hitting me in the bottom right corner? So when it hits me, the angle is actually about 120 degrees off. Now it looks like on top of it, I have a 180 degree off spin. So perhaps my logic for flipping it by 180 degrees was wrong. But the point is, I should probably get the projectile to fire at the correct angle in the first place. And I recall looking at it before and not knowing why it was messed up. So let me see if I can figure out why now. Because what this does is on the cooldown, it creates the object. So every attack cooldown, it creates the object. And it creates the object with an image angle. Oh, what? Well, this is obviously some kind of weird BS. So it takes the angle off of the ranged enemy and gives it to the projectile object. Which, that makes some sense. Now, where does it calculate this? Oh, it calculates it from enemy sight. So if it sees me, like, this script is always running, and this sets the angle. So, and the angle is the difference between this object and the character object. So that's fine. Obviously, what's off is the fact that these are two different things for some reason. I think it's because this actually doesn't matter for the projectile, so I just ignored it. Because that's the image index, which is, it's a circle. Whereas if we look at this, it moves based on the angle. Yeah. So, this is what it cares about. Which this probably is off. Okay. Well, I'm gonna just get rid of this line, because this doesn't matter for this object. I was using the image angle for the melee hitboxes, because they're arcs, and they have an origin that's way down. So, if it rotates it, if you rotate the image angle, it'll actually rotate the hitbox, so it draws it correctly, which is brilliant. And now, my new code for the shield, right, detects from the origin point, which is down below. So it's basically, for a melee attack, it's where the enemy's standing, that angle, which is perfect. That's what I want to use. Hey, Spheris, welcome back. Pretty good. I'm figuring out the shield code. So yeah, so that's awesome. But basically what that means is for the projectile, it's not important. Once I have animation for the projectile and it matters, I can put it in. So this is the problem. This is kind of weird. So we can find out why I don't just use the angle by setting it to just the regular angle without an adjustment and seeing what the behavior looks like. Because as I recall, a big reason why that ends up being an issue is that the angle 0 is top. Been cooking? Nice. What'd you make? Oh, I wanted ranged enemy. Okay, cool. No melee packs down. Yeah, so it fires it off here, and I'm pretty sure that's because the angle that it detects me at, when it comes to the object actually moving, that angle is weird. Because I think it goes off a different zeroing point. And so that's why I have to make the adjustment. And if you notice, this adjustment's a very weird angle. Oh no, it's just 90 degrees off. Which, that makes sense again, because I'm pretty sure for one of the calculations, it treats this line as 0, like above it. And for the other calculation, it treats this as 0, for whatever reason. Like, I think sprites are calculated this way, and when you're trying to move it on the Cartesian plane, it counts this as 0. So, like, I need to adjust it by 90 degrees. What that extra 12 is for, I don't know. So let's try to add pi over 2, and if that's wrong, I'll subtract pi over 2, and we'll see what that looks like. That extra little 12 was probably because something else was slightly off, and I put in the 12 to adjust for it, but then I probably fixed it and didn't realize it. So let's see what this looks like. Yeah, so now it fires straight at me, and again, the reason why this mattered, I think, is because if it hits me at a weird point, the origins are calculated wrong for the angle. So let's see, the angle, so if I'm looking at it, right, this should be 0, but it's not. If I go around, this should go up, which it doesn't, it goes down. All the way to the 180 degree. Interesting. And then when I spin back around, it should go up again. Yeah. But that's weird that its limit seems to be at 90. When shouldn't it be 180? So obviously it's flipped by 180 degrees, which means, again, which I kind of predicted, my logic for the angle was just very, very wrong. Or the logic for having to flip the angle was wrong. So I can flip that back. Which is in... yeah, enemy damage. Which, very easy to do. I would just take these, put these here. So that should flip it back. But then why is the other side limit 90 degrees when it should be 180? Because the difference between the two angles can be 180 degrees. Even if you take the smallest angle, it's still possible, if it's on exactly the other side of me, to be 180 degrees. So let's see. This should fix it. If I look at them, it should be 0 degrees. Or close to 0. Which it is, and I am blocking. If I go around to the other side, I won't be blocking, and I take damage. Okay, so it does go higher than 90 for some of them. Okay, what if I kill 2, so there's only one of them left? That's a small angle, which it should be, as long as I keep looking at him. Okay, it can hit me from a weird angle. If it dead angles me, it causes a problem, which, that makes sense. So, if I, like, am walking to the side, it can hit me, it can like, corner tip me, and then that counts as a hit. So that makes sense. And then, if I go around to this side, the number's, again, 90 degrees. Which, that's weird. That should be 180. Why that matters is that means that if the angle's smaller than it should be, it means that the block radius for the shield is wider than it should be. So I really do care that that is correct. Even though it looks like it's functioning, it might be doubling, effectively, the shield block angle, because for some reason, the angle's half the size that it should be. So why would the angle, or why would the difference between the two angles be half the size that it should be? Not when we get to here. This we don't care about, because this isn't what's displayed. What's displayed is final angle, which is the difference between the angle I'm looking at and the angle it hits me from. The angle it hits me from is calculated here. Some of you may be curious why I'm doing this, why I shift it by pi and stuff. First off, this is classic scenario of how circles work. If any of you have done circle math in geometry or calculus or whatever, you know that the equation for a circle, when you're using trig functions, or also when you're using trig functions like sine, cosine, tangent, all that, they will only draw half a circle because you can't have two results for any one thing. So that's basically what this check is for, is just which side of the origin is it on. Now, because of how this works, the origin is vertical, so that's why it's checking the difference between the y's. So if it's positive, it's on this side, so it puts all the angles on that side. If it's over here, it's on this side. So that's why I have to make the adjustment. So that's all that this is doing. But for some reason, it seems to me that this is ending up at half the value it should be. The slope is just the difference, so it doesn't matter how big these numbers are, because it ends up being a ratio. It takes that ratio, it does trig to determine the value of one leg, and then it uses that to calculate the value of the other leg, with the slope, with the length of the hypotenuse of that triangle being 1. And then if I need to do anything with it, I can take either of these numbers and multiply them by a value, and that's how I check for line of sight. So I multiply both these values by the line of sight, which then you're multiplying it by the length of the desired hypotenuse. But I don't care about that at all for this. I just want to determine what the angle is. And so what I'm doing is I'm taking the arc tangent of the slope, which is what I should do. And this is before I do any of this. The slope is independent of this stuff, so it's just a ratio. So why is the angle ending up at half the predicted length? Or half the predicted size? I guess technically it's final angle that's ending up at half the size. Does that make a difference? So is the error not here, is the error in here, and does that make sense? Well, let's see. With these checks, hit angle is greater than or equal to the shield angle. Well, the hit angle is greater than my angle. But basically, whether we're here or here, what we're doing is we're taking the larger value and subtracting the smaller value. And that's not a problem, I'm pretty sure, because we always want to take the larger value minus the smaller value. That will end up giving us a positive result. And again, it doesn't matter which angle is being subtracted from which, because we only care about the difference. Then the second check, which was recommended by Makings of a Hero, was that if the difference between these is bigger than half a circle, 180 degrees or 2 pi, then I need to take the bigger angle, shift it by 360, and then do the smaller angle, which is now the bigger angle, technically, because this is now a negative, and subtract the other angle. And the reason for that is because when you have two angles and you take the difference, depending on the order, it can take the small angle or it can take the big angle. So I don't want it to take the big angle. All of this should be fine. So how come the final angle is ending up at about half the size I would expect? So, for example, if the hit angle is 0 and the character angle is 180, the difference between those two should be 180, so that should be the result of final angle. So let's see. If hit angle is 0 and my angle is 180, this check fails, so it would go down to here. My angle is 180, and if we subtract the angle of 0, it's not greater than 2 pi. So it would just go down to here and go, well, the final angle is just that minus that, so it should be 180. I then use this as a check here, but I don't actually manipulate it, and then at the bottom the value gets passed in, and it gets converted to degrees so that we can see it. Is it not 2 pi? Should it just be pi? Is that the problem? Is it actually doing the math correctly? I'm just bad at trig, which I already knew I was bad at trig, but... interesting essay. I have important DMs. Okay, so this is broken, which kind of makes sense. Computer things. Is my computer not broken now? Good. That's not broken. Good. Cool. It looks like the stream stayed live, no drop frames. We're good. Okay, cool. So, right, I was looking up degrees to radian conversion. Let's just make sure. I think I'm correct, but if I'm not, I'm going to feel like an idiot. Sorry. Radians to degrees. Yep. I'm dumb. It's just divided by pi. 2 pi is the 360, which also means I'm super dumb. And shouldn't this be 2 pi? And this should just be pi? And this should also just be pi? I think. Let's see. Let's do this the other way around. Yeah, 180 is 1 pi. 360 is 2 pi. Well, that explains a lot. Yeah, for conversion, I was thinking 2 pi divided by 360. That's where I was off. But now this should all be fixed. No, this also needs to be 1 pi. I don't do any radian conversion up here. These are all the correct radians, and this should be the correct value. Okay. I much prefer me making errors like that than me completely getting the logic wrong. So let's see how this feels now. Does this function properly? If I look at them, I am in fact blocking them for the amount that makes sense, and the angle appears to be correct. If I start taking stuff from the side, I am taking damage, because that one up there, this one right here, when I'm looking this way, it's hitting me at more than a 45-degree angle to the side, or 90-degree angle from the center. So yes, I'm not blocking that. Then, let's check the debug code. If I spin around where I'm looking, I'm getting 180 degrees. Beautiful, it works. And this should work for melee as well. Yep, I'm blocking the damage from melee. Oh! Alright. It works! Took me 2.5 hours. But it works. I'm glad, though, because this was one of the bigger features that I needed to get done. So... completed feature is shield mechanics. And what this entails is this is shield block angle and block amount. It'd be kind of cool to put in some kind of debug code to show where you're blocking, but that's kind of hard to do. I think I'm going to have to wait till I get somebody who's smart with art to figure out a good way to represent where you can block. Maybe, too, I can have it be a toggle, kind of like how I have these numbers be a toggle. Maybe I can have like a shield toggle, because sometimes you might not want to see it. But if we look here, because of this shield, it's a basic shield, so right now I don't block. Now I have a block angle of 90 degrees and a block amount of 5, and if I turn on my shield buff, which reserves some of my mana, and I have a block angle of 120 and a block amount of 10. So basically, I don't take damage from these early enemies, because shields are good. So that's amazing. And that's exactly how I want shields to work, and it looks like the buff works. If I try to get it like a weird angle here, let's see, that's 90 degrees, so that should still work. If I walk a little bit, it's kind of hitting me, when it kind of shouldn't be, right? Whoa, wait, hold on. No, because it's 120 from... Yeah, so it should be like... should work up to like here-ish, which it looks like it does. Yeah. Because it would be a difference of... half of 120, 60. So up to 60 degrees. So that should hit me. Yeah. That one hits me because it's 63. If we go back a little bit, still just over 60. Yep, now that all blocks. Perfect, yep. So it completely works. And they did it the better way, where I do it using formulas and math, which is so much better. Awesome. Okay, that was one of the bigger systems that I was putting off because it involved figuring out math. So I'm glad. I'm glad I did that. I'm glad this works. And now, because I set up the variables correctly and everything too, I can make different kinds of shields that have different base angle amounts, different block amounts. I can make it a mod that rolls on them so that certain shields can roll with more. This is all doable. Apparently the cat wants out of the room. Yeah, you can go. Now she's gonna go whine for food because it's 30 minutes early, so she thinks it's now, even though it's not, because she always gets antsy and all that good stuff. Alright, so let me think about this. Is there anything else involving shields I need to implement before I can say that they're done? So outside of stuff like balancing the actual values and adding in more for different kinds of shields and mods, they're done. So outside of, like, design grunt work, all the functionality is there. Awesome. Yes, and their values get moved around correctly. The only thing is, when I make the mod, I'm going to have to probably put those values in to here somewhere. But that's very, very doable. Like, I would variable out the shield angle and the block amount variable, and then have them check for if you have anything that increases them and add to that temporary variable and just replace them there. So that's something that I'll have to figure out when I figure out how I'm doing the mods. So that's fine. And yeah, the damage reduction works just fine. In theory, this is a balance thing, but this might be too strong. Because this applies before mods. So one thing that I may want to do is here, I may want to put in move shield code to here and have it affect the damage values after mods. And this also means that I need to separate out the damage types. So basically, right now, I take, for calculating damage, I just have this total damage value, and it just checks for each thing, where it takes the base phys damage, multiplies it by my armor value, then subtracts the, if it pierces and all that stuff, multiplies by crit damage if they got a crit. Fire, cold, and lightning have the additional stuff of fire damage mods, cold damage mods, as well as the added damage, which for some reason is not. Oh, because this is the enemy one, so it's simpler. But basically, depending on where the block damage is applied, it could be weaker or stronger. And it's kind of situational either way. Right now, it happens before any of these calculations. So let's say they have this huge fire mod, which actually, hold on. I think, actually, a big thing I want to do, I only want to block physical damage. I may add in blocks for the other damage, but this shield, definitely I only want to block physical damage. I can still have this full check, and that's fine, but anyways. So what happens here is I block the damage first, then the remaining damage goes through my armor and the pierce stuff and all that. So this could be seen as stronger. Because if this would make the number way larger, then blocking first is way better. However, the alternative is true. If the rest of these calculations would make the damage way smaller, then blocking after would be strong. So that's an important balance thing, is depending on how my damage calculations end up panning out, depending on how on average, these affect it, or maybe if I want to think about it in terms of late game stuff, like, oh, the harder enemies, right, if I want them to feel harder, for the average, more difficult enemy, does this calculation end up giving it a larger number or a smaller number? And then that can determine where I should calculate the block. That can be a bit more, or there's a bit more going on if we look at the character damage. So this is the enemy damaging me. If you damage the enemy, there's a lot more math going on. So, for example here, right, my fizz damage hits a mod called Added Fizz. So this adds some more fizz based on your current fizz damage. Then it gets it through any fizz multipliers that you have, and then it goes to their armor and pierce damage and all that stuff. So almost always, your damage is going to be increased after going through this formula. Which basically means that for enemies, it would be stronger for them if they blocked after. Sorry, if they blocked before. Because then they block a certain flat amount, and that smaller number then gets multiplied. So that ends up much smaller than multiplying the bigger number and then subtracting the flat amount. But again, it kinda depends on how the math works out and on average scenarios. So that's one decision I will have to make at some point, is where do I want it. I like it before for now because it's cleaner. Because of stuff like, well, why would it apply after it goes through your armor? That's kind of weird. Plus, armor is a percent-based thing, so I guess either way, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I think blocking the damage first makes sense. However much damage you block. And then the remainder damage goes through your defenses and stuff like that. And I can separate it out further. And I can have all of the increases happen on one step, and then all the decreases happen on another step, and I could sort of mix it in. So there's lots of different ways that I could approach this. But I think it's fine the way it is, so I don't need to change that, so I'm fine with how the shield works for now. Shields right now are broken, and the buff is broken, but again, I'm not doing balance stuff. I'm just getting functionality in. So I think we're good on all that. So what else would I want to work on tonight, then? So, the only other big system I need to implement is I need to completely redo how I handle perks, because the way that I'm doing it, I think it was simple, but the more that I think about it, the more that I think it's bad. So I need to redo the perk system as well as implement a whole bunch of those, and that's a big task. But that's pretty much the only task that's holding me back right now, because all of this other stuff is pretty small or needs to have the perks done. But I don't know if I can finish the perk system tonight, because again, it's going to be a lot of logic and a lot of UI stuff to make it work, and that's always very time-consuming. So I should probably save that for tomorrow. Probably? Because if we look at this here, so here's why these things matter. The perks matter because it's a big form of progression and build identity, and that affects stuff like skills and gear and enemies and all that stuff. Is I kind of need to implement how the different classes play, the different play styles, because that's sort of what everything else is built around. What are your base stats? Do you have mana? Do you have stamina? How much? What's your regen? All that stuff. And that's all determined by perks. Then I need to implement a whole bunch of skills, because I need there to be the different actual builds to play with. And I think 48 is a very good number for the starting amount of skills. That may seem a little big, but I think of classes in terms of play styles, not hard classes. And when it comes to ARPGs, especially nowadays, there's kind of a lot of different expected play styles. Like, you know, are you a summoner? And I think if you're going to have summoners in your game, you should have at least 2 different playstyles for summoners. Are you melee? Same thing. There should be at least 2 melee, at least 2 range, casters. And then based on just how I have my game set up, it's like, oh, there should be some fire skills, lightning skills, cold skills, fizz skills. There should be things that stun. There should be weird utility spells like curses and things. And very quickly that adds up to be about 48 skills for the base game. So that's a lot, and it's just to have different playable styles. So that's why that's important, is I kind of need that to sort of show off the different play styles and what's going on. At least 4 mods per skill and per gear. Which I don't think I have the gear ones on here. Although I think, technically,
Yeah, I'm fine with gear mods. I have enough base gear mods in the game that I can make all gear functional in the alpha, even if it's not exactly what I want. So that's why it's not on here. But yeah, so I need at least 4 rollable mods per skill, because otherwise stuff breaks. And the skill isn't fully developed then and finished if it can't have at least 4 mods. Ideally, I think I would want 8 mods per skill, so that way there's some variety. But 8 times 48 is an insane amount of design work, and some skills I can only barely come up with 4 mods for the time being. I only need 4. I want more basic enemies, but I have this down lower because I want to have the skills finished, because a lot of the enemy moves I'm just gonna adapt a lot of the skill code for. I love mechanical symmetry in games in general. Also, it's just efficient. Where it's like, oh, you have a fireball spell? Well, then some enemies are going to use the fireball spell, and it's going to function basically the same way that your fireball functions, etc., etc. So, I want to work on this after I've developed more skills. I need to make some big mechanical decisions for how resistances and elemental ailments work. Which this and skills go hand in hand, because depending on how I do ailments and stuff affects the skill design, but also the skill design affects how I do the ailments and the resistances, so that's kind of going to happen at the same time. Then everything else here kind of doesn't matter until the rest of this is finished. Okay, so I'm going to do a quick QOL pass where I'll just play my game a bit and find stuff that I think looks wrong and fix it. I already have a couple things written down, and then I'll probably spend the rest of the stream working on some skill design. Because again, I think the perks is too big of a system for me to complete tonight. I'll want to start fresh on that tomorrow. Also, I believe my current saves are broken, and I need to update my save file. Yes. Because I added in some new stats. Toy Vitals defense. So I need to fix my save file. So this needs to be shield angle. And this needs to be block amount. And this should be shield angle. And this should be block amount. Then I need to put these into the save function, or into the load function as well. Defense, there we go. Okay. And then these just need to be zeros, I think, for the default value. Yeah, beautiful. And then the rest should be fine because I didn't add any other meaningful variables. So that should be fine. And then yeah, all that should work. Okay. Yeah. So let's start from scratch. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete this save, because that's a broken save now, and then we can start a new one. Oh, I didn't remove that debug code, which I don't need now. So fair enough. That's one thing right out the gate to write down, which is debug code for shield. That can get deleted. So I now know that they're working properly. So let me go ahead and turn on my two buffs. Shields are broken now, so this content should be easy as all butts, because I have my shield and my shield buff. Yeah, Easy, super easy. Oh, I'm out of mana. Yeah. So let's bait things into this rune. This is also kind of a example for you guys, so you can see what I have already finished on the game. How this class works, the point of this class is a caster, a mix between a caster and a summoner, in that although you don't summon, it uses kind of the fundamental mechanics of a summoner. How I plan on doing summoners in this game is you reserve your mana to have summons, so your maximum mana determines how many things you can have out, and that also plays into systems of like buffs also reserve mana and whatnot. So that's sort of the interesting design space of the summoners. Do you want more things? Do you want higher quality things? And mana is very, very helpful because it allows you to have more of all of those. As well as I have a mana shield mechanic, which works like mana shield in Diablo 2 and stuff, and Dota and whatnot, where it takes some of the damage from your mana. So max mana becomes a really interesting mechanic to play around with. So this guy's supposed to be closer to a caster, but it's supposed to use that mana reservation mechanics. And I came up with that because I was thinking of how to design a spell sword. So this guy uses buffs to give you more magic damage and stuff like that, and make your shield better and whatnot, and it uses mana to do that. As well as I figured, well then what are the kind of spells that kind of make sense for this? And that would be runes, is what I'm calling them. Effectively, they're just kind of like traps. So my right click right now is Nova Rune, which I place it down, and then when something hits it, it triggers a Nova. Eventually, it will blow up on its own, and while it's placed, it reserves my mana. So it's kind of like a minion in that sense. Once it pops, though, I get the mana back. If I could get them to actually bait into this. Damn. Yeah, they're juking me. Now this looks really, really easy because I just implemented shields and they're broken, so there's that. Basically, if my cursor is facing the damage source, I block some of the damage, and right now it's overtuned, so it blocks basically all of the damage from these things' attacks. And it blocks at a 120 degree angle with my shield buff, so it's like really good. That's a problem, that hitbox doesn't hit when things are that close to you. That's an easy fix, though. So I'm trying to see if there's anything that... the whole point of this is A, to test out stuff to see if anything breaks, and B, I'm testing for if anything looks off. Because if anything looks off, I want to fix it. You know, if there's numbers in the wrong place, if text breaks, those numbers are my shield debug code, and those are going to go away. It looks like all that's fine. I completed the first quest, I killed everything, so this guy will give me my reward, which is a soul gem, which I need to take to here. Probably max HP is my best option. If I was a more traditional caster, I would probably want to do the increased potency. Oh, and now I have all this, so let me look at my gear. This is my best helm, okay. All of these mods work and function properly. Armor and resistance. Resistance and mana regen. The mana regen's actually pretty relevant. I think Life Leech applies to spells right now. I don't think I differentiate yet. Which sword's better? It's Life Leech, that's Mana Leech. Life Leech is better. Those are just regular shields. That's mana regen boots. Cool. And no leggings? Okay. Then I have lots of sell functionality. So this is the sell tile. If you pick up an item and hover over it, it'll show the sale price there, that 50. So if you click, it sells it. Alternatively, you can hold down Shift and click on the item in your inventory, and it'll sell it. And finally, if you hold down Shift and click on Sell, it will sell all common items. If you hold on Control, it will sell all uncommon items. If you hold down Shift and Control, it will sell all rare items. There's 2 rarities past that. I don't have any fast sell for that. Since items are supposed to be rare enough, you actually have to handle it. And then this functionality is the blacksmith. So if you pick up a piece of gear and you put it onto here, it has the upgrade price. Oh, it's still displaying your money there. I should change that because I actually put where your money is down here. Okay, so that's one thing to change. This is blacksmith. Money display. I'll know what that means. In 10 minutes, I gotta take a break to feed the animals. So then I can click this, and it'll randomly roll a mod, and then it'll cost even more to keep doing that. So I can take something that already has a mod. This already has one mod, so to upgrade this, it costs 2,000, and it goes up by 4 times every single time. However, I don't want to spend my money on that, because the exact same system applies to skills. And, that's weird. That should sell. Okay. So I want to upgrade my skills first, because that will have a more meaningful difference. Oh, whoops! I just upgraded Enchant Shield instead of Rune. That's gonna break the save then, which is fine because I wasn't planning on saving. I don't have mods for it yet, so that's why I didn't roll anything. But otherwise, everything's looking pretty good. Oh, right, it turned off my shield buff because I de-equipped shield buff. That makes sense. Oh, actually? Is that true? Because I took off my shield. Ooh, okay. That's something I need to add in. I took off... I have code, so if I take off my shield, the shield buff goes away, which makes sense. I need to have it, if I de-equip the skill, it takes it off as well. So I'm going to write that down in a second. Okay. I should pick this up because I fixed that. I did. Beautiful. Those purple orbs are souls. Whenever so I have 60 out of 60 souls, which determines how many potions I can use. Potions cost 20 souls to use. Every time you kill an enemy, you get 1 soul back. Those items give you 5 souls. That's how I'm handling potions in my game. It's kind of a mix of Estus flasks and kind of a mix of the flask system from Path of Exile. I really like both systems and think they handle potions really well, so I just kind of combined the two. As well as they're kind of like the Heroes of Hammerwatch potions as well, but that's like a worse comparison in my opinion. Because it's similar in that, like, they both are very simple. Less so in any unique qualities. But, okay. Let me write down, the melee hitbox can miss if it's too close. So this is missing melee hitbox. Melee hitbox. And then the other thing was, buffs need to turn off when de-equipped. Buffs de-equipped. Alright, so let's fix all those things, and then I'll take a break to feed the animals and heat up my coffee, and then we'll hop into designing some skills, which is fun and really time-consuming. But the reason why I'm picking that time-consuming task over perks, which are very time-consuming, is because I can stop my skill design wherever, whereas the perk system, I want to sit down and do the whole thing. I don't want to have to stop halfway through. Okay, so first, let's do missing with the melee hitbox. That should be a pretty easy fix. So I want to go to the hitbox sprite, because it's purely determined by the sprite. Where is the sprite? So, what I need to do is add in... and realistically, this is probably how I should have done it in the first place. I should just have it go all the way to you. So, just do this. Whoop. There we go. It'll look a little weird, but that's fine. What I can do later is I can add in more visually appealing hitboxes. make it so that way the hitbox itself is actually invisible. And then, so it'll still hit in these sections. You just won't see it. And then I can have the fancy one look like it's in front of you or whatever. So this is how I should have done it in the first place. I just didn't. So that should be fixed. Technically, I kind of need to do the same thing for the enemy hitbox, the zombie hitbox. It's harder for them to be in that scenario where they can miss in the first place. But I just should do this. Okay, beautiful. So that's fixed. I can cross that off. Oh, my chat. Okay, it just randomly scrolled up. I'm like, what? There's 30 messages. But no, just accidentally scrolled over it. Okay, so that's the hitbox problem. Script on placement. I think that was for equipping the shield, and I did that. Yeah. And there's the souls being displayed while your inventory's open. That shouldn't happen. Which I believe that happens in here. No? Does that happen on this object? Yep. So, and then, I need all of the inventory toggles, which would be, obj player data dot skills inventory, and this would just be not true, so I can just very easily do it like that. There's two other inventories, I believe, where this is relevant, which is gear inventory and then stash. Technically also true for the perk inventory, but I'm completely changing that system tomorrow, so I'm not going to bother adding in more code. I'm going to have to rewrite or delete. So that should fix that. This is purely just a visual thing. I already did that. Debug code on the shield, okay. And the blacksmith money display. So, yeah, that was on here. Should be at the bottom of the draw step. Okay, so I can just go ahead and delete all of this. I can delete the draw step off this person, because I was only using it for debug. And then this I can delete. And then there's the blacksmith displaying your money, which is redundant and unnecessary. Which is probably also applies to the enchanter. What? It should... What? Yeah, that's fine. That works completely fine. But this one...
where does it draw these values? Doesn't do it here, right? Yeah, this just draws the price. Oh! I think it's on this button, which is why I didn't find it before. Yep. So draw the price, don't draw your total money anymore, because it's already displayed. And then the same thing would apply to the enchanter. Because I almost certainly, just copied the code over. Okay. So those two things are done. I think the only other thing of note that I have on here is the de-equip of the buffs. So I do need to figure that out. And then I will take a quick break to take care of the animals and use the restroom, and then we can work on some skills to close out the night. So, the de-equipping of the skills. That would have to happen. I would need like almost exactly the same check as this, but instead on the item swap equip. So here, where you de-equip, ooh, this just swaps, doesn't this? So this saves the values off of the mouse item, overwrites the mouse item with the items that was on the actual object, and then overwrites the actual object stuff. So it would have to be somewhere around here. So let's do buff turnoff. And this would be if I want the item ID or the item type. I can do it with either one. Equals I want enchant shield and enchant weapon. So it's 7 and 9, I believe, respectively. So it'd be 7 and 9. Where was I? Yes. So 7 is the first check, and if that's true, it should look for any buffs that you have that match this ID. So this would be OBJ player data, which also, before I wreck myself, that should be here. This needs to check for in the buffs array. Now in buff ID, yes, Cat, you're not wrong. It's about time. And to check for if any of these IDs are equal to 7. Which actually, I think now I can just go to where I turn off the code and just basically copy it. Yeah, it's exactly the same thing here. Oh. Helps if I hit the right button, huh? So this is the same thing. So now this should turn off the buff if I'm removing the shield buff. And I just need to do
the same exact thing, but for the other buff. And this should be a really simple check, and then I will take care of the animals because they're getting rowdy. Which, they're actually fair. It is actually time for them to eat now. Not 30 minutes ago, but now they are correct. Okay, so let's see. If both of the buffs are on, I'm going to take off... Oh. I'm going to take off the shield buff.
Local variable not set. What? None of these are local variables.
The var eyes within the loop. What? I mean, I literally define it. Oh! Durr. You write code, you write, I wrong. Okay. What? So I just took off the shield after I had turned it on, and it got rid of the shield and the sword buff. That's weird. Let me test that again. So they're both on. I'm going to take off the sword buff. Okay, just the sword buff came off, just the shield buff. I'm guessing I didn't turn them on before. Let me try that again. So if I take off the shield buff first. Okay, cool. And then the sword buff. Beautiful. Cool. They totally work. Nice. Alright, I'm going to take a quick, 5-10 minute break to feed the animals, reheat my coffee, and use the restroom, and then we're going to design some more skills and or skill mods. Truck away at some of the slower, longer-term tasks. So yeah, I'll be back in 5-10ish minutes. Probably less than that, actually. Oh. All right, and we're back. The hot tub pump just clicked on. Kind of feeling the hot tub right now. I'll probably hop in after coding. Or maybe I should start my morning off that way. Yeah. Do some house chores, hot tub, shower, and then I'll be good from there. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Alright, so this works now. This is yet again another one of those things of this is a little bit, I wish there was a cleaner way for me to do this, but until I have more systems that care, or more skills that care about when I de-equip them or put them on, until that becomes a bigger mechanic, I don't really want to think of a cleaner way to do this, because in making a cleaner way, there may be some circumstances in the future that sort of break that, and then that's a problem. So I'll wait till I know better what kind of things will matter for when I take off skills and put them on, and then I can come up with a better way to check this. So I'm going to go to the skill library code to see, because I know I left some comments from the other day of stuff that I need to work on. Yes. So Sweep has 4 mods. I can move on. Fireball is 5. Meteor is 4. Hex only has 1 mod. And I do have ideas for its other mods. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's work on these. So what this should be is blinds enemies. And this one is reduced cooldown. I'm considering increased AoE. That is an option. And then this is weakens enemies. I could also add in vulnerability as well, since I have a mechanic for that. Okay, so I need to add in these 3 extra mods, which, if we go to the hex script, yeah, these are the checks. So let me just go ahead and add in the checks for the next 3 mods. So this is what was it? It wasn't so. It was blinds. So let's go. The variable should be blind. It checks that next slot like it should and sets blind. And this should just toggle it up to 1. It's a binary toggle. And then this one here is reduced cooldown. CD reduction, I think, is a good name for that. And then we go from volley to cooldown reduction. Cooldown reduction. Beautiful. So then I need to add in 1 more. This is for the 4th mod. And what this is this is for the final one, which is weakens. Actually, I just want to call this weak. So what Hex is it's an ability that places a AoE circle that hits enemies, and ooh. Derg. I don't think I added in cast range on this. Cast range on Hex. Because I implemented that code last time, and okay, yeah. So you can hit anywhere on the screen with this right now. I'm going to give it a cast range, and that can be one of the mods too, is increased cast range. How this works is it, in a small area, puts a circle that lasts like half a second. Anything that gets hit by it gets a debuff. Dog's barking. What is it? What is it? Why are you barking? Why are you barking? You can come hang out, that's fine. Normally you should walk up to my door and ask nicely, like you normally do, but that's fine. You can just scream at me from across the house. Blanket. Animals, man. Love them. They can be so needy. Alright, so it applies a debuff. The regular Hex debuff is half movement speed, and then its mods make it easier or better to use, as well as you can probably guess by some of these names, add other debuff-like effects. The reason why I did this is in a lot of games that have curses and stuff, a lot of ARPGs, especially more modern ones, they separate out the debuffs into different curses, but you end up like trying to stack them a lot. So a great example is in Path of Exile, what happens a lot is you will get 2 or 3 curses and put them on a curse when hit setup, and you're using that ability just to apply multiple curses onto everything. And I like that mechanic. I think that's good. I think that's nice, and I think it's good for supports, and it's good that people have access to an ability that can do that. What I don't like about it is that's kind of a clunky, complicated way to effectively just do one really powerful debuff. So how I'm doing it is the extra debuff effects are things that roll on the actual skill. So you can have one Hex that has, its base debuff and rolls 4 other debuffs, so it's a 5 debuff Hex. That's insane. Now that being said, because of the other mechanics like cast range, cooldown, area of effect, and eventually I want to figure out how to do spreads, so it'll spread the curse to things that are near it. Those are so powerful that there's an argument for not going for the full 5-roll debuff and going, you know what, I really only care about these 2 things, and then I'm going to take, increased cast range and spreads. And I think that's much more interesting and a much wider design space, as well as simpler, because now there's only one debuff ability. I mean, I'll probably have other kinds of debuff abilities, but as far as like curses go, there's just one ability. So I think it's kind of a nice way to handle it. Now we'll see if in practice maybe that doesn't make sense, and maybe there's 2 to 3 sort of archetypes. Maybe it makes sense to have like, oh, this is a curse that's good for this is like a really good defensive curse, and it can roll other defensive mods. This is an offensive one that makes them weaker, and then like this is a utility one that does cool things like gives leech or whatever, right? Like maybe it's worth separating them out there, but initially I like the idea of having it be one ability that rolls different kinds of mods on it. So we'll see how that works out. But anyways, so all that being said now, I have these 3 added in toggles to do the mods. So now what I need to do is I need to make sure that these do something. So this is the hitbox that it creates, and I need to add in, or I need to pass over the variables. So this would be blind, as well as I need to do weak. So this is blind, and this is weak. So now the hitbox has these variables, and I can turn on functionality there. Duration, this isn't duration of the debuff. Right now, I plan on having it be that debuffs just last forever. They never turn off. If you get hit by a debuff, I'll probably have it only last for so long. Or have it be that like potions turn them off or something. But for enemies, I have them last forever, and this is, again, another methodology on it. I'm thinking about it is pretty much functionally, curses last forever anyways in other ARPGs. Like in Diablo 2 and in Path of Exile and all that. When you debuff something, usually by the time the debuff wears off, you just kill the thing. So I would argue, why give it a duration then? Right? If you're gonna have it only last so long, that should matter. So it should be like really short, and there should be ways to modify it and all that stuff. And that is interesting. But initially, I don't really think it's that important. Initially, I do want the function to be you curse a pack and then damage them, in that I want the support skills to not be a skill you have to feel like you have to spam to keep up. I think that feels more tedious than just, oh, I want a really well-rolled hex, and then I hex the packs that matters and I attack. So right now they last forever. So this duration is the duration of the hitbox that stays out, not the duration of the ability. I don't want to confuse people there. So yeah, this is not how long the debuff lasts. This is how long the hitbox stays on the screen. So things can kind of run into it and stuff. So the other one is cooldown reduction. So this is the cooldown right now. So for cooldown reduction, I don't have to mess with anything else. I can just add in that I subtract, let's say 30 times cooldown reduction mod, because this is a binary toggle. This will either be 0 or 1. So if it didn't roll cooldown reduction, it'll be a 0, so the cooldown will be 60. If it rolled cooldown reduction, it'll be 60 minus 30, which is 30. Cool, so you can cast it twice as often. So yeah, these are not used yet, because these need to happen on the hitbox. So let's go to the hitbox for a hex, which should be skill objects, hex. So, now what this checks oh, okay, so I still have the hit list thing, so that's fine. This technically stacks. I may end up changing that. Oh. Well, I tried. Oh, actually, this will totally work. I just need to add in... Yeah? Hi? You getting a little warm for the blanket? Yeah, it's warm in here. Hey there, cool if so. Sorry, dog petting interlude. Here's the dog. Oh? No, you just... Okay, you want butt scratches. And I can't aim this camera like at all. Now the cat's gonna be all riled up. Of course she is. Oh, so who's a good dog? Who's a good dog? Oh. But yeah, so, I do have a toggle for if it's slowed, so I can add in a checks to make sure you can't slow it multiple times, because that would be silly. So let's go ahead and do that. And slowed is equal to 0. Oh no, this is for attack, but I still want that check. Okay. Okay, so I have this for attack, but move speed still applies multiple times. Yeah? You want me to let you out? Congrats, you're out. What are you looking at me for? Okay, yeah, huh? I guess she's done with me. So I should probably redo this so that move speed works with a toggle. So let's do that. Do I handle this on parent enemy? Probably not. Nope. So let's go to enemy. First enemy. So I have slowed somewhere here, right? Yes. So here's slowed. And then I should do... I should probably tweak these. That's fine. Move slowed equals 0. Let's go blind equals 0. And then, what was the last one? Weak equals 0. So these are all initialized. I don't need to make these do anything technically. These are just toggles to see if it's happened. So, I can now go... this just needs the one check if move slowed equals 0. Then do this, and... oh, damn. I do need to do two things. And do move slowed equals 1. That'll overwrite that. Then I need if blind. Oh, if other dot blind. Sorry. If other dot blind equals 0. Very, very similar. Go into these checks, do... oh. I guess I don't need this toggle. Oh, no, I do. It was... that's what I just screwed up. And then this needs to be... and blind. 0, because they're the same name, because I'm just passing the variable around, that makes sense. They're both equal to 0, then set blind equal to 0, and set sight range equal to 0. So attacking it will still trigger seen, because when it gets hit by things, it's been seen. I should move this so it doesn't happen if it blinds them, because that makes way more sense. Which that's just an easy shift. So yeah, so normally when like they're hit by a move or whatever, it counts as them seeing you. So blind will just stop them from engaging you on their own, but if you engage them, they will still see you. I may change that in the future. I may totally change how this works. I may have it do something with accuracy or whatever. I don't want accuracy as like a mechanic. Like I don't want you to have to stack accuracy to hit things. I do, however, have an evade mechanic, and so it kind of makes sense to have sort of a base accuracy. Like everything has a base accuracy of 100%, and then you can manipulate that, and that will play into the evasion system. But I'm not 100% on that yet. Which actually, that's something that doesn't really need to be in the early alpha, but evade mechanics, which is base accuracy. I need to make some... I need to figure out and develop that system. So then the final one is if other dots weak is not equal to 0, and weak is not, or is equal to 0. Said that other run wrong, but I wrote it correct. And what this does is it does A that and B weak equal to 1. Which, what weak does is weak makes it so that I guess I will have to manipulate the weak function in their damage. So I kind of want to do this before this. So let's add in weak toggle. So this is one of the debuffs. And what this does is if weak is true, then you take all of these values. I guess it's not really faster. Because those are very, very different from what I need them to be. Then we take fizz damage, and it equals fizz dam divided by 2. So we're just going to half all these values. And this is cold. This is fire. And this is lightning. Oh. Lightning. Okay, cool. And then the only other thing I need to do to make this work is I need to, well, functionally work, is I need to go here and also define those same base variables here, which, yeah. Just initialize them. So this should work for all of them now. So that's good. And in theory, I can now use these debuffs in other places as well. I can have other stuff trigger slowed and all that thing, and all that good jazz. So that's fine. I may take both this line and move them onto the actual enemy, depending on how I want to handle them. The reason why I like them here is because certain things might slow by different amounts. So if I want something to slow by, well, there's multiple ways I can handle it. But for now, it works on this one ability, which is the important one. The reason why this one only has one check is because this debuff is always true. This is the base ability, and then these are just the extra ones from mods. If we go back to the skill library, we can make sure that none of the UI or anything breaks. So we have this turned on, which is good. This needs to go to 4. And otherwise, I think we're good. I think Hex should work now and have 4 mods. So to test it out, let's run the code, roll a witch, because she starts with Hex, and we can try to upgrade it and see what happens. So this is how Hex is right now. And it slows. So, wait. Oh, something broke. Character weak, not set. Ah. Any damn. Oh, sorry. No, yeah. It should be that one, right? Oh no, it's player damage. Which is damage enemy. Yep, cool. I believe all of these need to be other as well. Yeah. With the period would be good. Okay. So that should fix that. Oh, yeah, this isn't used anymore. I can close the debugger. Classic, forgetting a step. Okay, so right now, this is a whatever one, so it should trigger them to fight me. Oh my god. Why is this still breaking? How does it not know? Oh, this is on the hitboxes. So I need to pass this in. That's a little bit awkward. That's still a better way to handle it, though. So where is the... Ah, here we go. So here I need to pass in weak equals other dot weak. And technically I don't need to initialize this on here, but I will. Oh no, I didn't initialize it on any of this? Okay, then I won't. Gonna stream for at least 30 more minutes, probably longer. Okay, so it triggers them, and they move at half speed, as you can tell by them slogging along. They hit me, which is still do damage, and they do damage. I have a shield equipped, right? So if I look at them, and then take, like, less damage, yeah. But yeah. Beautiful. Yeah, that totally works. Alright, so now I'm gonna go roll some mods on this. On the hex, so we can kind of check what other stuff, or if the other stuff works. And I can do that by cheating a bit. So, I don't have that much money right now, but I'm going to use my debug code to just generate a whole bunch of skills. First off, I can see if one of these hexes generated with more mods, and start with that as a base. And so, 1, also a 1. This has 2. So that's probably worth it as a base. Ooh, this one broke. 9-4. There is a 4, though. Oh. Fair enough. That was code that I copied and it broke. Yeah. Cool. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. So let's go in here. Debug, generate a whole bunch of code. Let's look at these. Oh, nice, I got a 3 mod one. That's perfect. Yeah, so then I can just use my sell all functions. I can sell this. To get the to get the last mod, I need 32,000. So, I can just generate a butt ton of gear like this and just keep selling it. Which ones did this roll? Yeah, so it's missing blinds, which I do want. Oh, Actually, I need to change my code for blinds technically, but I guess I can test this for now as is. Let's go ahead and sell that. What? Oh, did I not move my sell code onto the skills? Okay, that's a thing I can write down. Where did I put the So then this would be shift cell on skill inventory. I just didn't paste the code over from my gear inventory last night, which makes sense because I was exhausted last night. So this should slow, weaken, oh my god, and slow their attack, yeah. So you can see by how much slower it attacks. So they're effectively garbage now. Which is what a triple debuff should do. Oh, I did hit these guys. I was like, why are they also slowed? But it's because I hit the whole pack. So this is what they normally look like, right? Which is pretty fast, but make them terrible. That's amazing. Oh, fireball! Oh. Okay, so then, so the mistake that I realized with blinds is if we go to the ability, hex. Oh, sorry. I have to go to the hitbox. So right now, I was like, oh, if I blind them, it shouldn't trigger them to attack, because that would kind of defeat the purpose. So then I realized, if you rolled one of these and blinds, it'll still set this. So what I need to do is having it check if other dot blind is not equal to 0, then set this, and then I just need to delete it from the other things. And that's a bit of a cleaner way to handle it anyways. And then let's go ahead and put this after for organizational purposes. Beautiful. So yeah. So, and you know what? While I'm at it, I will go ahead, and I will put this up at the top, because this is the implicit. There we go. Implicit, mods, to check if it's blinded. Alright. But effectively that works, and we tested with the generation. That one code broke, but I fixed that. So everything on it should work. So that's hex finished. Except I do want to go in and add in the cast range code. And on that note, I may want to add in a cast range mod. I'm going to start by only doing 4 mods on everything that I haven't finished yet, and then I'll go back through and add in more. Because making 8 for every single skill will obviously take twice as much time as making 4, and I need to make 48 skills with 4 mods. So I would like to get it into a working state, and then I can add in more mods as I come up with them, or after all the work's done. So, I need to add in the base cast range, because that should be a thing, because right now I can cast it wherever the heck I can target, which is a little bit too strong. Did I add in the let go button? The release button for cast range? No? Yeah. Hold and release for cast range on certain abilities. That's a polish thing. I want to make it so abilities that only have a certain range that aren't, like, spammable, like, you know, Fireball and stuff. For things that only have a certain range, like Meteor and Hex, I want to be that rather than casting on click, it casts on release, and while you're holding down click, it'll draw where it goes. So if you target past the cast range, it'll show where it'll actually hit. It's just a nice little quality of life change that should be pretty easy to do, but technically doesn't actually add functionality. So it's a low priority thing, but I know how to do it, and it would be awesome. So I just that was one of the things that came up last night, but I realized I didn't write it down, because of course I didn't. So what was I doing here? Adding in a cast range thing. Yes. So this is what I need to change, and I believe I can literally copy the cast range code from Meteor. Sorry, the cast range code from Meteor. And then I need to replace it with spawn X and spawn Y. Okay. So I don't have the increased range variable. Here's what I'm going to do. This is a mod that I can easily add in later. So I'm not going to delete it out of the code. I'm just going to set a temporary variable for it now that's just equal to 0. Which actually, this should be not increased, but increased range. Beautiful. So when I go to add in the increased range mod, I can just manipulate it here, just like I did these, and it'll be easy peasy. So this would be the same cast range as Meteor, which is a little close. Some things are going to see you at this range. So let's make it farther than that. Let's make it a cast range of 300, and this will technically double, or whatever, if I get the mod, but that's not important. Then I have... Okay, yeah, that's easy. Okay. And then I just need to replace this with spawn X and spawn Y. And I just realized that these can be temporary variables as well. Did I not make them temporary variables here? I didn't. Might as well. Doesn't really matter, but memory management's kind of nice, so bam. Alright, so now it should have cast range implemented. So I'm going to test it out real quick, but effectively that should mean that it's a finished ability. In that I'm fine not touching this ability at all for the rest of the development of Alpha 0.10. And that's sort of what I want to do with every single skill. That's the big gruntworky thing. So now if I target really far... Right? It only goes to here because that's the cast range, but if I cast closer, it's closer. The one other thing that I just realized is actually I think the cooldown's like nothing. Yeah, that's nothing. I want this to be a lot larger of a cooldown. Let's make it 300. And this should be minus 150. Because it's this isn't per second, this is per step, and the game runs at 60 frames per second. So 300 is 5 seconds. And I'm subtracting 150, which is 2.5 seconds. So it has a 5-second cooldown, which I think is fair, because otherwise it'd be too easy to spam it on everything, and then cooldown doesn't matter, and there's kind of no reason not to debuff everything, and this is something that's kind of debatable now. I may end up making this longer for balance reasons, but... This is the cast speed, basically, so it takes 30 ticks to cast, which is half a second. Figure should be a pretty fast cast. Curses, it might make more sense to make this a bit more than normal spells. But we'll see. Okay, so Hex now, I am fine considering done. As far as it's done for the 0.10 alpha. So let's go to the skill library again and see what else we can do. So yeah, so Sweep is finished, Fireball's finished, Meteor's finished, Hex is finished. That's all of the Witch abilities are finished for 0.10. So if we go to Magic Weapon, this is the attack. I didn't have great ideas for this. I am fine with these 3 initially. Those are fine. Technically, so I do kind of want to give this an added cold mod. So basically, how this works right now, the basic ability for Magic Weapon, which this is the attack of the Scry, is half of your fizz damage from your weapon is converted to cold damage, because you're imbuing your weapon with cold damage, and it also adds some damage, I think. Let me go look at what the ability is, because I know I changed it a couple times. Oh wait, this is the attack. Yes. Yeah. So it just converts half your damage to cold damage. Now, it doesn't add any damage or anything, so that may seem kind of bad, but it's kind of how all abilities work. So, like, the regular sweep attack that the witch has just deals the fizz damage, right? I might add in some more mods later. Why is this... I guess that is the damage mod, huh? But okay, so this will be the damage scaling stuff later based on the skills, but that's a balance thing. So I believe these are all just ones right now. So again, that's how the basic attack for the witch works as well. Is it just deals 100 of the fizz damage. So the main point of Magic Weapon is it's your basic attack. So it doesn't really add damage. It just converts half the damage to cold damage, which the class cares about cold damage. So that's why one of the mods that I want to add is, and here's what I should do, is I should close all of these, I should full screen this, and then full screen the ability that I'm working on. Although it kind of depends, because I have to look at that boxes and stuff, yeah. So one of the ones that I want to do is full cold conversion. So rather than converting half the fizz to cold, it'll convert all of the fizz to cold, which again could be important, because if you have cold vulnerability and all that, that's awesome. I want to add in chills, which is kind of like a slow effect, which is cool. What sweeps mods are, which is the basic attack of the witch, is a faster attack speed, wider arc, like longer hitbox, and then lowers resistances. So this makes it more vulnerable to fire and stuff like that. I want the attacks to feel different. So although all those mods would work on this, I kind of want to make them different. So that's why I like, full cold conversion, that's interesting. Chills is interesting. Then it gets a little bit rough. I need 2 more mod ideas. Now I could have added cold. So it also increases the damage that you deal. But I kind of hate the idea of a mod on a skill that just increases damage. I'm trying to avoid that because I don't like crazy number scaling. In that, if you have too many sources of increased damage, it makes it so that way at the end of the game you end up doing, like 300 times the damage you dealt at the start of the game. And that means that you need everything else to scale, and the numbers get out of hand really, really fast. So I like leaving that, better weapons have higher damage. And some of your perks and stuff will increase your damage. But by the end of the game, I maybe want you to be dealing, 10 times damage around there. So stuff will be 10 times tankier by the end of the game. I don't want it to be 400 times, right? Although this is an ARPG, it is a loot hoarder, it is about progression of gear, I intend the gameplay loop to be a little bit shorter than most. Especially since, if we look at, say, Diablo 2, a big complaint that I have about Diablo 2 is how long it takes to play the game. As in, for a lot of builds, a lot of classes, you don't really start doing your idea until you're around level 30 or 40. And that takes like 5 hours if you're pretty quick to get to there. And so a lot of people joke that it's like a 5-hour character select screen. And that is basically how it feels. So although it does give you the sense of progression, you're progressing to the point where you're doing what you want to do. And then you're getting stronger. I want to kind of get rid of that. I want to cut that time out, so pretty much right away you're doing what you want to be doing, and then you're just getting stronger. And then also I want the end point to be, you don't have to grind for 800 hours to get all the in-game stuff to beat the game. No. Maybe, like, for top world stuff, I do kind of want a bit of a time push, but to be able to get to the final bosses and all that, I want one playthrough to be more like 20 to 30 hours total, and that's it. I don't want you to have to feel like you have to grind for a lot longer than that, so I don't think you need to get that much stronger by the end of the game. And so, for the most part, I'm trying to have stuff get stronger because of mechanics. You get bigger hitboxes on your abilities, lower cooldowns, more debuffs, right? Things that make you stronger, but not from a pure number standpoint. So I don't like the idea of just having mods on skills that just make your damage number higher. I'm fine if it effectively makes your damage higher by doing other things. So what other qualities do I want about this attack? So the reason why I have faster attack on the witch ability is the idea behind the witch is kind of like a faster caster. Not necessarily faster, but kind of like a dex and sort of int-based caster. Those aren't the stats that I use, but that's kind of the design philosophy. So you have some attacks, and your attacks matter, and so it's like, oh, well, a way to sort of represent that is your attack can roll stuff like faster attack speed and all that. For the scribe, which is the spell sword, that's more of like a strength int person, right? Like, you are using attacks, but you're not necessarily fast, you're not necessarily skillful. You're just buffing your stuff to be stronger, and you're casting powerful spells. So for that primary attack, it wouldn't make sense to make it faster. A larger hitbox would be fine. I'm fine with a larger hitbox. It's a little bit boring, but that would work. Because that's not necessarily faster. I am fine with vulnerable, which would be lowering the resistance so your other attacks do more damage, and this itself would also do more damage because it ended up being full cold conversion. That's part of why I don't like this as much on here, because it would actually help the ability itself. So you could just spam primary attack, and I want you to feel inclined to use your other spells, which you will anyways, but what are some other things I could do for this? I kind of like the idea for chills. I could have it be something like it spawns a secondary larger hitbox and that chills things. So rather than being a swipe like the sweep, maybe have it be like a hit or like a much smaller area that deals the damage. And then it spawns like a bigger like sort of wave hitbox that chills. Like it spawns like a chilly wind or something. And then it can have that AoE scale and stuff like that, and it wouldn't be increasing your damage, it would be increasing the chill effect, which would be kind of interesting. Maybe I could have that hitbox also apply vulnerable and stuff like that, and then that would be less important because you're hitting so many fewer things than with sweep. It's not really that, like, you're gonna feel inclined to use your other spells. Perhaps that makes sense. I just got a really cool idea. So the point of this, one of the main abilities of this class is the Nova runes, and I'm going to design a whole bunch of other rune abilities, which are the traps. It'd be kind of cool if your primary attack could trigger the traps when you hit them. So this way, if you place the rune and they are kind of out of position and stuff, but they're close enough to be hit by the AoE, you can just hit the rune with your attack and it'll trigger it. That's awesome. I love that. So I'm definitely doing that, because that makes it feel like a bit more synergistic, and it kind of fits the build. And it'll work with other abilities, because I do intend on having more than one rune. That's cool. I like that. What's one more mod that I like? Because again, I'm not a huge fan of the larger hitbox or the vulnerable. As cool as that chilling hitbox is, I think that's getting a little bit too weird with it. It technically is a cold attack. It doesn't have to be cold, but I think it makes sense because I have most of my like peer spell stuff. My theming of the game is peer spells. Peer casters get their mana from like stars and constellations and stuff, and so like the primary spell of the regular caster is Starbolt, which I have it do cold damage, and part of that's because the big version is Comet, which deals cold damage. So I like the idea of like the spellier spells be cold damage. Like the really stereotypical high fantasy, mana spells be that. So it doesn't have to be cold damage, but I like it as cold damage. So what would a cold damage attack, what other properties could it have that would fit? That would make sense. Because this isn't the pure caster version. This is supposed to be a spell sword. So you use your magic to support your attacks. Okay, so this is why on this list I have to make decisions about elemental ailments. Because I could give this a shatter chance. I don't know if I'm going to have freeze or how I'm going to handle it. I like the idea, though, if I have freeze, not that frozen enemies shatter by default, but that things have a chance to shatter frozen enemies, and that deals AoE damage and is really, really strong. And so I like making that a core identity of cold skills. I think is really fun and interesting, and having them able to roll stuff on it, like certain things get freeze chance, certain things get shatter chance, and so you kind of have to balance the two if you want to engage with that mechanic. But I don't know how I'm going to do that, or if I'm going to, so that's why I'm questioning whether I should put that on here. Because right now it doesn't exist as a mechanic, so it's not just a simple thing for me to add on. You know what? I'm fine with reduced cost. So reduced cost gets kind of weird, because how I do mana cost right now is the mana cost scales based on the number of mods that you have. So if you roll like a 4 modded magic weapon with reduced cost, it's still going to be more mana than a 0 modded magic weapon, but I think that's kind of the point. But reduced cost does kind of fit the playstyle, because you're reserving a lot of your mana to make your primary attack stronger and your runes stronger and stuff like that. Your runes reserve more mana. So getting a primary attack that's mana cost is too high to use becomes problematic. So I like adding in a mod that can mitigate that. So if you want to place more runes and play more of a reservation style, you have an option to make your primary attack easier to use with that. Yeah, and then these can all be mods that I can add on later and that I can make decisions about, like with these. So yeah, I'm cool with that. So let's add in these 4 mods then. So initially, I want to take these, and let's do this. So this is, converts 100% of Fizz damage to cold. And then this will be attacks chill enemies. And then this will be attacks trigger runes they hit. And this is reduced mana cost. I guess we'll just say reduced cost, because I think this might cost some stamina. But maybe not. I think it's 100% mana. We'll see. Either way, I should name it the more generic thing. And now this needs to be a 4 to turn them on. And this needs to be 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alright, so let's make these actually do things. So now, I need to go into the magic weapon ability. I need to add in checks for the mods. Yeah. That is a system I need to add in, the weapon detection. Which I realize I don't have in here at all, which is bad. I want certain skills and abilities to only be used with certain weapons. So magic weapon, I might make it swords only. But basically, like, you can't use this with, like, a wand or a staff, I think makes some sense. We'll see what I decide on doing, but that's where, like, yeah, a lot of abilities are going to be restricted to certain weapon types. And I haven't implemented any code for that. It shouldn't be too difficult, because it'd be very, very similar to me checking magic shield detection. It'd be very, very similar. But since I don't know my full set of skills, I'm going to wait till I develop all my skills, and I'll put them all into a spreadsheet, and I'll think of weapon types, and then I'll I'll decide which ones work with which abilities. Some things, like I think Hex, I think I'm not going to limit that to anything. You can just use Hex. Because that's a spell that, I do want some attack builds to be able to use Hex. I think that makes sense. Because again, this kind of uses up, this fills the wall of like all curses. That is an argument though, like I was saying earlier, to separate out the curses. Have Hex, have there be like a attack-based Hex that's like meant for attackers, and then that one can have different requirements. But anyways, if I leave it generic, I do want anybody to be able to use it, so I'm fine not having weapon detection on some abilities. But other ones like Fireball, I think you should have to have a staff or a wand. You're casting that, it's taking the damage from your weapon, right? So it takes the damage from your staff or your wand, you cast it, that's how it works. Sweep, right, should only work with actual weapons, so, swords, maces, axes, whatever. So I'm gonna have to figure that out at some point, but for now, I don't have that implemented. And I didn't have that written down, which was unfortunate, because I think that is an important part to have in the alpha. So what I am going to do is, this is the different detection stuff, so let me, I don't know, go to sweeps or something, and just grab their checks. And go ahead and just slap them on here, and rewrite them. So this would be, this is full conversion. This is chills. This is triggers runes. And this is, what did I come up with for the last one? Oh, right. Reduced cost. Then, same thing, I need to reword these. Let's go conversion. And this, I'm going to start at 0.5. And have this toggle set conversion to 1. And that's how I'm going to use this. So this isn't a binary toggle, but actual math. This is chills, which is a binary toggle. This is chills, which is a binary toggle. I believe I implemented chills on the Nova rune. So let me see what variable I used for that, because I can literally have it just be the same code. Slows, that's what I called it. Okay. So let me call it slows. Oh. So this should be slows. And then this is, I guess I'll just call it trigger, that's fine. And then this is cost reduction. So the rest of these are binary toggles, as they should be. So then you take all of this, and then if you have mana reduction or cost reduction, let's make this 50%. So at the end we multiply all of this by mana reduction. Cost reduction times 0.5. So if it's 0, then it multiplies it by 0. I have to flip this around. I'm starting to get tired because math is hard. This can be a 0 or a 1. If it's a 1, I want it to be 0.5. If it's a 0, I want it to be 1. Oh. Okay, so that would be... So if it's a 0, then this is a 0, so it goes multiply it by 1, so the cost doesn't change. If it's a 1, then it's half, so it gets multiplied by a half, so it halves the cost. There you go. And it does split it between mana and stamina, but that's completely fine. So mana cost is accounted for. Then I need to pass in the variable for slows. Self.slows equals slows. Right now this doesn't do anything, so I need to go back to the hitbox and manipulate that, but I can handle the damage conversion while I'm here. So what I do here is it's either 0.5 or 1, so I just multiply this by 1 minus conversion, and then I multiply this by just conversion. Right? So if it's half, both of these will be half. And if it's 1, then it'll be 0 0 fist damage and 100% cold damage. There we go. Beautiful. So then I want to make the slows work, so I need to go to the hitbox for this, which I think I just ripped off the same hitbox. Yes, I just ripped off the same hitbox. I should probably make a new one now. Oh, this does have a slows toggle. Nice. Does it have code for slows? It probably does, because I probably do it on the enemy damage script. So slows probably just works. And this is the nice thing. The more mods that I add in, the bigger the pool of mods that are already implemented, mechanics that are already implemented that I'll have, so the easier it will be when it's like, oh, this ability makes sense to use these 4 mods that I've already coded. I just need to add in the toggles. Easy free. And it looks like we're in that situation because I have a slows toggle. Beautiful. Technically, I should probably adapt the hex code to fit this, but I'm kind of okay with something being slowed again based on whether if they're slowed from an attack or if they're hex slowed. I think hex should be its own slow. And I might rework how the slow system works overall to deal with more scenarios like that as they come up, but for now I'm fine with it the way that it is. And who knows, it might not end up being more complicated. So I think that's everything. I think the ability will just work now. I have the flavor text, I have the mod available set to 4, I have the 4 different toggles. It moves over slows with such a thing, it uses full conversion with such a thing, it uses cost reduction. I feel like I'm missing one toggle. I don't have it trigger. That's not easy. Okay, so here's where I should make this a separate hitbox now, which is completely fine. Let's duplicate this, call this OBJ magic weapon hitbox. Then I go to this, swap this out for magic weapon hitbox. I will very likely change this sprite, but I'm fine with the functionality being very similar to sweep for the time being. So then what this is going to do is it's going to pass in the value of trigger. So the reason why I'm doing it this way is because the trigger is not going to apply to very many abilities, so I don't want to make it too generic and apply to a whole bunch of stuff. And right now I have the chains function on this. So I effectively need to do the same thing, but with trigger. on this hitbox. Which, I'm bad. Again, Game Maker Studio is nice, and it doesn't matter if you write double equals or equals if it's within an if statement, but that's a bad habit I have. So I always like to correct it when I see it, because if I ever switch to a different language, it's going to be a big deal. Okay, so the other thing I want to do before I test all this is I want to set my debug, or I want to give myself a whole bunch of money so I can mess with this. And that would be stat ini. Let's go to money. And let's make it like an insane number. Yeah, sure. So, I'm just going to go ahead and roll the mods on this. So I have all the mods. And the reason I'm doing this, actually, I won't roll the mods on this first. So right now, these will eventually pop after a certain time, or if they're hit by an enemy. But because I have the triggers mod on my primary attack, this should make it blow up. Uh-oh. Why did it pop all of them? Okay. That's a problem. That's a problem. What did I screw up and how? So if it's a width, it should count on that object. And I think that means that I screwed it up on the other object as well. Which is good, because I was about to test that code as well. So again, I'm just going to go ahead and max roll this real quick. Just because there's only 4 mods, so it guarantees that I get the trigger one. So if I hit it, good, it only triggers the one that it hits. So that'll help give you some control, which is, I think, very awesome. Now this also has one of its mods as chain reaction. So, in theory... Oh, and now I have cast range on this too, right? In theory, you could be awesome. Oh, my mana's super low because this is a 4-rolled Nova rune. Let me try to roll some increased mana on gear. It's mana regen, which I don't care about. Increased maximum mana. Increased maximum mana. Maximum mana. I only have so many mods in the game right now, so it's actually pretty consistent with 4 mods to hit max mana. Oh, this is already 4-rolled? Oh no. It's like, what? Swords I don't think can roll max mana. Yeah. Although it was hard. I saw a move speed roll, which means I have to put it on. So boots are the only thing I have right now that don't have max mana, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Oh, and my shield? Yes, so let's go ahead and roll my shield. Because I think shield can get max mana. Yeah, cool. Okay. So, I have a whole bunch more max mana now on my gear from cheating. There we go. So, in theory, how this works now is I can place the runes at a distance, and... Oh! Beautiful! That totally works. That's how I want it to work. That looks and feels awesome. Yeah. So that's where this class really mechanically evolves, because then you get the ability to place these runes at a distance. I can potentially have it able to be modified further, and then by placing them at a distance, you can then hit them with your primary attack and have them chain together. That one blew up from duration. That's awesome. Yeah, I love that. So, I think that means that we're good. Because the other mods on this, right, are slows and 100% cold damage. We won't see the cold damage, but I know that's working because it's so simple. And it does do damage, right? Yeah, so that's working. And then it does seem to slow them. And I believe the slow doesn't chain together because of the slow toggle. Maybe the slow chains together. So they're very slow. They're even slower. Okay, I think I know why that's messed up. And it's because if we go to where slow happens, which should be on damage, this looks if it slows and it has the move speed, but it doesn't look if it's already done that. So I guess I will have it share the thing, which should be, and this is on itself, right? Not on other? Yes. So this would be, and move slowed equals 0. So if you slow it with Hex, the chill won't stack now, but again, I'm probably going to redo how that ailment system works. So for now, it's fine. Also, it would be a little ridiculous to try to get Hex on this class, then you, like, slow them, and then they're just useless. I mean, it's fine, but, like, yeah. Having slow just be one state is completely fine. And again, I can develop that later if it ends up being mechanically relevant. Alright, so it slows, it looks like the conversion happens. It does get the reduced cost. And it triggers. So yeah, all 4 mods work. So I can consider that skill done. So then if we look at Magic Shield, okay, so I just reworked this, so it increases the base thing it does is it increases the radius and it increases the damage block. I can have this do all kinds of other things now too. So I can have it further increase the radius and the damage block. I think it's a little bit boring to have it be just better. I do like the idea of having it roll increased armor, increased resistance, increased mana regen. I think is interesting. Increased max mana would be really cool, except then it's kind of weird because it's a buff that reserves mana in the first place. But I'd be fine having this have a reduced cost. And mana regen is actually interesting, and I do like it. And the reason for that is I like the idea of this not just, or of this class having options outside of the mana reservation build. Like, it should be like, well, you know what? It'd be kind of cool to get this buff and, get it with, like, the mana regen roll and stuff like that, and then you use this with actual spells. Or maybe you want to put more emphasis on using the primary attack in this build, or of this class. So having the mana regen would help you do that. So yeah, let's just do these 4 mods. I can add stuff like this later if that's how I want to do scaling. There is a good chance that as I get further down the line, I'll reverse my opinion on just damage mods and be like, you know what, just scaling is fine because I already have stuff like AoE and multiple projectiles and all that increase damage by so much. Having a little bit of a damage mod might not be that bad, actually. For example, like on Fireball, getting the ignites, AoE, multiple projectiles, and faster casting, those all effectively increase your damage. So if I have a damage mod in the pool, well, you already have 4 damage-increasing mods you can roll, so it doesn't really matter if I have a damage mod. That's just a playstyle difference. And then that makes it kind of a good thing, as long as I don't make that damage mod so high that then it's better. So I may completely go back in my decision and just throw in these things. and then I'll put these on this mod. But I like the idea of the mods, again, adding different functionality. So let's add in these mods. Yeah. All right. That's a little annoying that it plops me into the middle. Yeah. There we go. And then I should have put the semicolon while I was doing this, but oh well. Okay. So I need to set this as a 4 to turn them on as rollable. And then I need to add these 4 mods in. So this is really easy because this is just passing a whole bunch of stuff over. Yeah, this is super, super easy to implement. In general, buffs are easy to implement. So let's go to... This is Magic Shield, which technically this is misnamed and should say Enchant Shield, but whatever. Let's add in the checks for this. So same thing, we'll go to sweep and move these in because these are all... Oh, I guess this one isn't. What is it? Is Fireball all toggles? Fireball is all toggles. No, it isn't. Meteor is all toggles? Wow, even Meteor isn't all toggles. Hex is all toggles. This should be... Because these are also going to be all toggles. Go to Magic Shield. So the first one was armor. Then it's resistance. Then it's not mana regen. Oh, I think it is mana regen, right? It's mana regen and then cost reduction. Cost reduction, then mana regen. Also, I think I flipped these, and that's bad. On Nova Rune. Sorry, on Magic Weapon. Trigger and then cost reduction. Trigger, cost reduction. Okay, no, we're fine, cool. If I flip any of them, it's a problem. Because if I put them in the wrong order, then the text won't line up. Like, all the functionality will be there, but the text will be flipped. Did I mess it up on Hex, then? I feel like I did one of these wrong. Slows attack, blinds, cooldown reduction, weak. Slows attack, blinds, cool reduction, weak. Okay. Never mind, then. So yeah, this is armor, resistance, cost reduction, mana. Armor, resistance, cost reduction. And then mana. Oh, sorry, mana. Regen. Alright, so... let's, go ahead and name these. Wow. So there we have armor. This is a binary toggle. Here we have resistance, which is a binary toggle. We have cost reduction, which is a binary toggle. And then we have mana regen, which is also a binary toggle. The reason why I'm not doing these as simple Boolean checks is because I will probably in the future. It doesn't have to be in the 0.10 alpha, which is why I'm keeping things simple with binary checks. In the future, though, I will probably implement these as actual rolls. And actually, this is worth talking about. This is actually something that Chris Wilson highlighted very, very well in his recent GDC talk about Path of Exile. When you're making looters, in general, if you're making a game where you want to add in a lot of endgame stuff for players who want to commit the time, ideally you have progression be a whatever it's called, a logarithmic curve. So ideally you have it be that you get a lot of power gains very, very quickly, and you learn the game very, very well, and then as you gain all that power, eventually you hit a point where you're very strong, and then you're still getting stronger, but at a much slower and slower rate. I think this works really well if you have a difficulty curve that's linear or exponential, because I think it feels awesome when you feel weak at first, you feel really, really strong, and then the game starts to get hard again and present a challenge. I think that's pretty good. So you have your power curve be logarithmic, and your difficulty curve be exponential. I think that creates very fun game feel. There are arguments for why that's not true. Totally. It's not necessarily correct. It depends on the game that you're making. I think puzzle games definitely shouldn't have a logarithmic power curve for various reasons, so yeah. But in general, it tends to fit that. I think that's very true for looters. I think it feels great where while you're leveling, you feel stronger and stronger and stronger, and then when you eventually hit a point in the game where the game's like, now the game's gonna start to get harder. And you can still get stronger, and you will, but now it's about challenging you. Now that you've learned the game, now that you have your character, I really, really like that. So, one of the things that he said is a great way to do that is tie that into your progression systems. So, for example, for me, right, I have gear and I have skills, and both kinds of things are effectively items that can roll mods, up to 4 mods, right? So at first, you have a bunch of gear and skills that have no mods. So right away, you're going to get big power increases by getting gear that just has mods in the first place. Then, intrinsic to that system, just because a piece of gear has 4 mods doesn't mean it's the best piece of gear for you. There are certain mods your build is going to care about more. Max mana, life regen, life leech, stamina, whatever your build is, there are certain mods that are going to be more valuable. So then, once you get gear that has a whole bunch of mods on it, now you care about the kinds of mods. So now you'll be looking with a much more careful eye, and that will slow down your power progression. It will be much harder, much rarer to get gear that has all the mods you want on it. Well, a third layer you can add to it, which most looters do, and I probably will do eventually, is then have those mods have a range of numbers they can roll. So let's say your increased mana regen can be 15% to 25%. Or we can make it even more smaller to demonstrate the point of increased armor. It can get 10 increased armor or 12 or up to 12 increased armor, right? The one that rolls 12 increased armor is objectively better. So if you have a 10 increased armor one, you're going to want the 12 increased armor. So there are still ways to improve your character, and you're still pushing for that. Even if you have 4 rolled gear, and even if the types that they rolled are exactly what you want, you then care about how much is it giving me. And although it's a small increase, it still is an increase, and it still is meaningful. And the point is, that is even rarer, because it's literally the same rarity as getting the gear with all the right types of rolls. But then you also want it to roll at the highest numbers. So it's even rarer, right? So that's something where it can sink a whole bunch of time into. And you know what you're looking for, too. It's very, very obvious. Well, I want the one with the bigger numbers. The potential problem with that is you have to decide what you want the scale of time investment to be in your game. In that, again, I want to have the overall gameplay campaign of 0 to maxing one character. I want it to be smaller than in most ARPGs. I want this to feel a bit simpler. I want it to feel a lot simpler. So let's say if in Diablo 2, it takes you 80 hours to beat Hell, and that means you're done, which is not what it means, but let's just make up numbers and say that. If that were true, I would want my game to be more like 20 to 40 hours to beat it with a character. I want it to be more casual, I want it to be more accessible. So that's why, for now, I'm not having the rolls, because especially for alphas, I don't need it to roll, I just need functionality, so I can just have it be a hard number. So you only care about getting the 4 right types of rolls. But 2, depending on how I do those rolls, could add an insane amount of time to get perfect gear. And I don't know if I want to necessarily put that in, because even if I design the game so you can beat it without perfectly rolled gear, there's still going to be the players that feel pushed to do that. There are definitely a lot of players who have FOMO, or what kind of counts as FOMO here, which is, well, if there's a better item, I want to be using it. Right? I want to remove it feels bad that I don't have the best thing feeling. In theory. So that's why I haven't implemented that yet, because I really need to put a lot of consideration into how much those rolls are going to matter, how hard it is to get them, and things like that. And one thing I've considered is I can add in layers of crafting. So right now I have it be that crafting is just, if it has an open mod, it randomly rolls a new mod for it. But kind of like how Path of Exile expanded their crafting system, I could expand my crafting system greatly as well. Now, I want to be careful with that because I don't want it to make it super, super complicated. And I definitely, although I love the itemization in Path of Exile, I do not want a currency system like that in my game. I don't necessarily think it's wrong. I'm just trying to make my game simpler, and that is a very complex system when I can effectively do a lot of those same systems by just having gold be a mechanic. And yeah, it'll be less it'll be less complex and therefore less nuanced and less interesting, but it'll be simpler. So I've chosen that. But what I can do for crafting is have it be that at certain points of the game, or maybe right away, you can do more than just randomly roll something. I can make it so that way you can randomly re-roll the roll of that stat, if that makes sense. So let's say I roll and I get armor, and the armor rolled at plus 10 armor, and it could roll to plus 12. I can add another level of crafting that says, hey, re-roll this mod, so it's still armor, but it re-rolls the value. That would mean that if you have a fair amount of money, it would be actually fairly simple to then max your gear. You're not trying to get a gear to drop that's perfect. As long as you get the mods that you want, you can then re-roll the mods until they're maxed, and that would greatly reduce the total amount of farming time while still giving you that small power increase. And it still costs gold, which is a limited resource, so it is something that you still have to earn. And then on top of it, it also makes the trade market interesting. Well, those items are still going to be very worth something, so they have this inherent money value to them. On average, it takes this many rolls of all the stuff to get. That means that this has this really high value. So, long story short, long rant short, there's a lot that I can do with random rolls of the actual values on the mods. And because of that, I haven't made a decision on it, and so I don't want to implement that yet. And that's why these aren't just Boolean checks, because eventually these will probably be actual values, and it'll take those values and do variable things with them, as opposed to right now just being like an on-off toggle. Yeah. So I have these 4 toggles. Because this is a buff, except for the cost reduction, all I have to do is pass these 3 checks in. So let's do that. This is turning it off, this is turning it on. And I technically need to pass the reduction in as well, but that'll kind of intrinsically happen. So let's go obj player data dot buff I dot some value equals some value. So this is pass in the armor. And this is resistance. And then this is... what was the final one? Mana regen. Mana regen. Okay. Oh, and since I have to upgrade on the blacksmith, as I said, you can add on a mod if it doesn't have it. I have the price to add a mod increase fourfold every time for the number of mods already on it. So to go from 0 to 1 mod, it costs 500. To go from 1 mod to 2 mods, it costs 2,000, and so on. What this means is the final upgrade is 32,000, but getting to 3 mods only costs 500 plus 2,000 plus 8,000, which is 10,500. So it's way more than double the cost, almost triple the cost. Or no, more than triple the cost to get the 4th mod on it than it is just to get the first 3. Which means oftentimes if you only care about 3 mods, you're going to be incentivized to instead just take multiple spells and just roll the 3 mods until you get the 3 that you want. Because you can make 3 of those as opposed to 1 4th mod, and the 4th mod might not even be the mod that you're looking for. So I already have some sort of scaling in place with those kinds of values and things, and skills that drop with 4 mods are very rare and stuff like that. So, for example, this is why, like, when I'm designing mods, I'm kind of considering that, of like, oh, mana regen. You don't necessarily care about mana regen. Or you really care about mana regen, depending on what kind of build you're using this ability on. So if this is something you don't really care about, you probably care more about just these 3 mods, or whatever. And that changes things. Like, I think if you're more of a caster, you care way more about mana regen than the mana cost. If you're a reservation build, though, it's the other way around. You care way more about mana cost than mana regen. So that does give a different identity to the skills that roll different mods. Alright, so where do I do mana cost? Here's where I do mana cost. So now I need to have cost reduction. This multiplies by 1 minus cost reduction times 0.5. So this would half it. So the reason why this is interesting is the base reservation is, I believe, 35. Each of these adds 10. So if you're at the lowest base mana cost of 35 and you roll cost reduction, it adds 10, making it 45, and halves it, putting it at 22.5. So it is, in fact, cheaper at the lowest mana cost. And then each one higher, it becomes slightly more efficient every single time. I'm completely fine with that. Why is this broken? Does it need another one? It does. Why does this have 2? Huh. Whatever. There we go. So now that I use cost reduction here, and it applies to this mana cost, it gets inherited all the way down here. So it gets inherited on the check, it passes it onto the object correctly, and it uses it correctly here. So then, I want to edit the buff itself to do these things. So let's go to the object itself, which is enchant weapon. And then so now the create event happens first, doesn't it? So here are my thoughts. I have this buff object get created, and it applies the actual buff. And then it has a die toggle. So anytime the buff would turn off, die gets set to 1. It turns off the buff, returns your mana to what it should be, and then destroys itself. And the reason why I handle it on the object was for organization. But the problem is that the toggles, the creation code of the object has priority. So in order for me to have these buffs, I would have to do something weird in the step event or whatever, and that's just awkward. So what I think I'd rather do is I can leave the added cold, that's fine, but I think I'm going to put the other buffs on the actual ability and just have the turn off be on this. So that way I don't have to mess with creation priorities. It's a little bit awkward. It potentially has some issues. But it should be fine. Because there's no way for this object to exist without turning it on with the script first, which will apply the buffs. And then the only time you get it would ever matter is when this thing turns off, and then it would remove the buffs. So that should be fine. It shouldn't cause any problems. It's just organizationally a little bit weird. Yeah. So here, I would have if armor. What? Am I bad? No. Where are the checks? Did I write this over on the wrong script? Oh, I'm not doing weapon. I'm doing magic shield right now. Which is fine because I didn't change anything on the magic weapon object, even though that was the one that I checked, but that's fine. And the enchant weapon object, yeah. So, now what I would want to do is if armor... Oh wait, this is a binary toggle, so we don't even need if armor. I can literally just do this. Obj player data dot armor plus equals 5 times armor. Again, later when this is an actual roll, I can drop the 5 times, so I'm leaving it adaptable to that roll system when I do finally figure out how I want to do it. And because it's a binary toggle right now, if it rolls a 0, then it'll add 0, which is what I want. And then obj mana, or obj player data dot mana regen plus equals, and let's go 1 times mana regen. And again, for balance, these numbers are probably horribly wrong or overpowered. But now all I need to do is take this code, go to the actual buff, which in this case is Magic Shield, and on the death code, just make it subtract those amounts instead. And it does get armor and resistance passed into it. Armor resistance and mana regen. I'm going to double check that, but it should. So it can just use the same values. Yep, it passes those values in. So that should work. Now I don't even need to initialize the values because when it's 0, it still inherits zeros. Beautiful. Jesus, it's almost 11. But I'm having fun and I'm getting work done and I have nothing I have to do tomorrow. So, that's fine. Now, that should just work now. So we should be good. This buff is now insane. Although the mods do make it way more expensive mana reservation-wise, so that's an important note. Let's see. At max rolled, so that would be, it does get the cost reduction. It would increase its mana cost by about 40, I believe, so it'd be 35, but then halved, or 75, which halved would be like 32.5. So actually, if it gets all the mods in the cost reduction, it still ends up being cheaper than a zero modded one. So that's insane. Which means, A, I should probably, now again, this is a balance thing, so I shouldn't be thinking about it too hard, but I kind of want to. I should probably make this less good. So either I can make it just reduce it by a lower amount, or I can make it reduce it by a flat amount, which is probably what I should do. So by default, it adds 10. So, rather than multiply, I should have this subtract the cost reduction number times 30, because it normally adds 10, so this would subtract 20 from it. So if it's a 0 modded ability and it gets this, it would go from a 35 reservation to 15, which is stupid cheap. But that's probably fine. Because the problem that I have about reducing the amount, so reduce it to like 25%, it barely pays for itself, so it would need it to be more than that, and it's still really good. But that's probably fine. And in the future, I already have this set up so I can adapt it, so each mod has a variable mana increased amount, which is probably what I'm going to have to do for balance. I haven't done it yet because it's a balance thing, but for example, the cost reduction should not increase the mana cost, because that doesn't make sense. So I can make it so that way the value it references is the actual cost reduction, or is unique to this mod, and then it would add 0 to it and just subtract a value. Or it can make it do a negative value. And this way flat values are easier to play with, as well as these values, because like then this would pay for itself even if I put it at 0.5%. Or at 0.05, which would be 5%. Or 10% or whatever. So yeah, I'll wait till I get to balance to really worry about it, but I think at 50% that would be way too broken. Okay, and now it technically does, at its cheapest, still pay for itself, so it is literally worth it at every level, so it's fine. It's just now, at max, when it would be 75, it loses 25% of that, so it gets to like 60-something, which is still more than the base cost, which is what I want. So yeah. Okay, so this should work now, fully. I don't even really need to test it, and it's all passives and buffs anyways, so let me use the next ability, or let me go on to working on the next ability. So shield buffs are done. Nova runes already done. I already did 4. That's what I did last night. So now let's do the enchant weapon buffs. Okay. So I do like the idea of having a cold mod. Again, we have the chill/shatter argument. So right now, what this adds is this manipulates on its own. It manipulates your added cold damage mod. Added cold damage takes whatever your when you get to your damage step, it takes whatever your base damage is and adds damage based on your physical damage, based on your base damage, effectively. This should also apply to spells. Technically, this shouldn't, but I kind of like it applying to spells. There's also another mod called Cold Mod. So added damage is based on your base damage. The Cold Mod multiplies after, and it takes all of your cold damage and scales that up. So your multiply mods, your Cold Mod, Fire Mod, Fizz Mod, all that, and Damage Mod, which is the generic version, which applies to all of them, those mods do interact mechanically differently than added damage. And I do separate those out for a reason, because that design space is very nice to have. So in theory, it would be interesting, because right now the default ability is it gives added damage, is now this could also add a cold damage mod. So not only does it add more damage to whatever you're doing based on your physical damage, it adds more cold, but then after adding that cold damage, all of the cold damage would then get multiplied further. And the fact that this applies to spells I kind of like, because again, I like encouraging build diversity. So I do think that even though it's called Enchant Weapon, having it apply to your spells is fine. I could make my damage scripts even more complicated than they already are to separate out what things apply to attack skills and what things apply to spells. That's getting a very, very complex, and I think from the player standpoint, if I can get away with making it simpler, I want it to be simpler. I want it to be that if you get a mod that says increase damage, it affects everything. All of your things that do damage get more damage by this. So it's just good, right? I don't want you to have to be like, wait, this doesn't apply? which Path of Exile has a big problem with that both ways. There's lots of times where things seem like they should apply when they don't, so you don't get a benefit. And then also the other way around, there's lots of things that apply to stuff where literally it doesn't tell you and it doesn't look like it does. So I want to avoid that as much as possible. So I am going to keep, if it's increased damage, it applies to attacks or skills, or attacks or spells, it doesn't matter. Or, sorry, attacks and spells. Not going to separate them for now. If I hit points where it feels like I need to do that, then I will. Basically, I'm not going to default to doing it that way, because it has a bunch more complexity. I want to make sure it's a very intentional decision. So making it a cold mod would be good, and it would make it a lot stronger. Now, technically, this is just a more damage thing. Which, again, I do want to get away from. But it is a different interaction, and this is a damage buff kind of thing, so it kind of makes sense. I kind of like the idea of it getting mana leech. So, enchant shield, right? It's supposed to affect the shield, which it does, and it's supposed to be defensive-oriented buffs. Yeah, there's mana regen, which isn't technically defensive, but that, like, it makes sense as a shield buff, right? It's making your shield enchanted with mana. Oh yeah, that would give you some mana regen. Cool. Or the fact that a version of that spell could give you mana regen makes sense. I want this to be offensively oriented. Enchant weapon is your channeling mana into your weapon. That's why you reserve it. So it should make your weapon stronger, or doing stuff with your weapon stronger. So what would that look like? So this is why getting the cold mod kind of makes sense. This is why getting mana leech could make sense. So if you're hitting things with your mana imbued weapon, having it give you mana back could make sense. Ooh. I kind of like the idea. This would be kind of hard to implement, though, of cost conversion. So, for example, if a skill costs stamina, if you have the enchant weapon mod, or the enchant weapon buff on, it makes it so half of that is taken from mana. So right now, magic weapon, which is the attack skill for this class, it takes half stamina and half mana. Because you are still attacking, but you are attacking with some magic on it. So it's like, yeah, it should cost a little bit of mana to swing with it as well. So it takes the mana cost and splits it in half. Half is stamina, half is mana. I could apply that to this as well. So what this does is it converts half again. So for regular attacks, now they're half mana, which means you could take what's normally an attack skill that's not really supposed to be for this class, now can be kind of playable. My main thoughts are, what would make it hard to use a regular attack on this build is the fact that it costs a lot of stamina, and this class doesn't get stamina. So this would make it so half of that's into your mana, which you are going to get. So maybe now some attacks you normally wouldn't think about using are now usable. I really like that interaction. And then, on Magic Weapon, which is the class for this, it would convert 100% to mana, because it would take that last 50%. So now you don't use stamina at all to use that attack, which could be an advantage. I do like that, and that is an offensively oriented thing. It applies to your attacks and abilities. But I would have to make a whole other stat to make that work. So let's go magic cost conversion. Conversion. So, part of the reason why I'm hesitant on Mana Leech, A, it's broken, and B, I kind of don't want Mana Leech as a mechanic for this kind of class. I have a different class that's focused on Mana Leech sort of brawler-like mechanics, where its primary attack deals a significantly reduced amount of damage, but mana leeches for a really high percentage, and then you use your spells as really, really big damaging spells. So putting mana leech in other places sort of diminishes that playstyle a bit. So unless it like really makes sense, I don't want to use it in other places. I would just put it on here because it kind of makes sense, and I don't think kind of makes sense is a good enough reason. What should the other mods be? I could do like a cost reduction, which is technically offensive, but not, and I hate it, so I'm not going to do that. Like a global cost reduction. It doesn't really make sense that it would make you swing faster. So like faster attack speed doesn't really make sense. Huh. Vulnerable to cold damage makes sense. How would I do that? Hits apply vulnerable? Hits pierce defenses could work, because that would kind of be the same thing. It would be a similar mechanic, but it would function better because it would function on the first hit. So rather than applying a debuff and then hitting with other stuff, it would apply right away. Again, it is kind of just a damage thing, but it kind of has to be. I'll put it on of pierce defense. So what would be another one? I could also give this cost reduction, cost reduction on itself, which is a little boring, but it does make sense for buffs to be able to roll cost reduction, cost reduction, so they reserve less. And again, since the idea with this is like you would reserve this and then cast stuff and use stuff, it'd be nice if this didn't reserve as much mana. But if you have like a huge pool and you're feeling greedy and like you can get away without having that mod, that is worth it. Yeah, I'll do that. Cost reduction. So, let's turn these on. Okay. So this is actually at 9-0. And then, let me go ahead and generalize this. Oh. There we go. That's better. So this is increased cold damage, which is different from added cold damage. And this is attacks have attacks cost 50% of attacks cost to use comes from mana instead. Or I can go 50% of stamina cost converted to mana. That makes sense. Converted to mana cost. That makes so much more sense. And then this will be hits, pierce enemy defenses by, let's make it 10%. That will probably change later, but again, not doing balance stuff. Put a pyramid there, or a period there, and then this is reduced mana reservation cost. Let's not capitalize that. Mana reservation cost. Beautiful. Oh, and then semicolons. What? Okay. So let's implement these. 3 of them are really easy. 1 of them is really hard. Perfect. So magic weapon. Sorry, enchanted weapon. Let's see. The shield was all toggles. Yeah. Yeah, the shield was all toggles. So let's go ahead and copy these. So, these are going to be cold mod. Damn it. Cold mod, stamina conversion, pierce. Let's go. Stam conversion, pierce. And the last one is cost reduction. Cost reduction. Okay. So I should probably flip these because it'll just be easier. Which means that I need to flip them here. And I should make these read the same, because reduced cost is a shitty way to put it. Okay, so this one I don't need to really change anything with. I do just need to go to here, though, and take this same line and copy this over. This is what I mean by having some symmetry and abilities makes making mods easier. Bam. So cost reduction is now accounted for. So this should be cold mod, which should very simply be cold mod. So I'm going to pass this value in. And then I'm going to also so this is cold mod and pierce. So yeah, I need it for 2. This is cold mod plus equals cold mod. Ooh. And then, oh, whoops, this is on removal. And then, oh, yeah, okay. Cost reduction is accounted for. So this is stamina conversion, which I'm going to handle separately. So this is pierce, which should be pierce mod. Yeah, pierce mod. Which will be handled very similarly. So this should be, cold mod. I should multiply this, shouldn't I? Well, I guess I can and should do this here. So this is cold mod times 5. This is where I should do this. And then this is the same thing. So this passes them in with the multiplication. So now I just need to do the same thing I did on the other one, which was go to the death code of the enchant weapons. This is when you turn it off. What it will do is... Actually, that is correct, because I added that back in. Except it's not by that value, it's by cold mod. And I just realized, thank you, code, for having the decimal there. That reminded me that this isn't correct. What this should be... Where are you? I don't need all these open. Enchant weapon. This shouldn't be times 5, this should be times 0.5. And this should also be 0.5. And yeah, these should also be 0.5. Because they're based on percentages. Oh no, 0.05. So then, we go to here. Added cold is, yeah, that should be 0.25. Okay. And so cold mod minus cold mod, and this is same thing, except for pierce mod. Come on. Beautiful. So now I need to do the hard part, which is implementing the stamina conversion. This is gonna suck. Technically, this only needs to apply to attack skills, and I only have a couple in the game right now, so I guess it's not too horrible. Okay, so definitely what I'm gonna do is, first off, I need to create the variable. So this is, let's call it stam convert. And this will pass the value on, as well as pass the value on here. And this should be 50%. Okay. Same thing, I need to turn off this value. But right now this value doesn't do anything. So then I need to add in this to do something. And this is the implicit, so I'm going to bump it up to the top just so that the organization makes a bit more sense. And these are the mods. So then we want to go to the attack abilities, of which I only have 2. So every place where I have mana cost, I need to run this check. Ooh. I mean, yes, I do need to do this. This times obj player data dot stam convert. And so stam converts 0. Okay, so this needs to be actually okay. And obj player data dot current mana is greater than or equal to same thing, except this needs to be 1 minus the stand convert. So now, because this is a mana-based ability, this is a stamina-based ability. Why is this failing to recompile? That's why. No, that isn't why. Oh. Okay, so because this is a stamina-based ability, the default is 1 minus the stamina conversion. So if stamina conversion is 0, it takes stamina conversion. 1 minus 0 is 1, so it's mana cost times 1. So it's checking the stamina, and the mana over here would be times what we already decided is 0, so it doesn't care about mana. Beautiful. Do all this. If I want it to be a mana ability, I would do it the other way around, where I would put the -1 over here. So we're good. And then I can use this on other abilities. So now the other thing that I need to check is, now that we've checked if it can cast the ability, when it comes down to actually doing it, I need to do the same thing but this time actually dealing with subtracting it. Oh, I could have just done the whole thing. But yeah, this would be mana. And this is supposed to be 1 minus this. Oh. Actually, it's this whole thing. So this was actually easier than I thought. Now I need to do this on the other ability as well. But then in all future attacks, I can use this same format. And I don't need to implement this on the spells, because I don't have that conversion yet. But in theory, I will probably have a symmetrical effect at some point, which is convert stam to mana cost instead. And in theory, now this lets me do some version of blood magic, which would be converting mana cost into life cost. I don't have any plans on doing anything with that right now, but I love blood magic mechanics in games, so I definitely want to do something with it at some point. I just, right now, in my design plan, don't have it anywhere at all. But it'd be more or less the same system, so that's nice. Like I can handle this the same way. And I think, because whenever you have more than 2 levels interacting with each other, you always have to consider when they stack, or give them priorities. And I'm pretty sure what I would do is I would just have blood magic be a secondary level. Oh, for those who don't know what blood magic is, in most games, blood magic means it converts the cost to cost life. So you pay life instead of mana or stamina or whatever. So what I would do then is, if I made blood magic be the highest, or the final priority, it would convert stamina and mana and all that stuff, and then take those numbers and convert those through blood magic. And by doing that, it would all interact fine, where you would always pay 100% of the mana cost. What I mean by this is, if I also added in blood magic conversion, I'd have to really think about the numbers, because let's say I have 50% stam conversion, stam to mana, and I have 50% blood magic. So it would do this conversion, right? So it would move half the stamina to mana. I guess it would be fine. Oh, not necessarily. So if it's all based on the base cost, right? The base costs get halved for the stamina. The base cost... it also takes that same number for the mana cost, for the 50% stam conversion. Then it would take 50% of the base cost and subtract it from your life for the blood magic conversion. You're paying 150% of the cost of this spell. So you have to have it either apply first or last. You need to have a priority list, so the total cost always adds up to 100, or be really smart with your math and have it, scale the conversions, which you can also do, where you add up all of the conversion numbers, and if it adds up to more than 100, you would then take all of the original conversion numbers and divide them by that new number, and then by 100 over that new total, and then it would convert it down, so that way they add up to 100, and then you can apply those. But that's that's a lot. So, I mean, that may end up being the best way, depending on how the mechanics plan out, but yeah. So that is another systems thing. That also comes down to balance, but on top of that, I'm not implementing it yet because I have no plans. Like, I want it in the game, but I have no design work on it whatsoever done. And the reason for mechanics like that I think would be awesome is the point of these conversion mechanics is for the ability to sustain and use abilities. So if you have really low stamina and really high mana, by getting stamina conversion to mana cost, you can now use some attacks, which would be really, really nice for flexibility. By the same logic, well, if you have a lot of life regen and or life leech, and or you just have a high life pool and a low mana pool and you want to cast some spells, you could convert that mana cost to life, giving you access to spells you wouldn't normally have. I think it's a really cool mechanic that I do want to engage with. Again, it's just, that's the kind of thing that's better to design later, when you know better what your skills are going to look like, what your builds are going to look like, what your playstyles are going to look like. It also has a little bit of asymmetric overlap, where there's a lot of similar mechanics between mana, stamina, and life, but you don't use life to cast them. So all three have regen, all three have leech, all three you get back with potions. But life is literally just life, where mana and stamina are actually used to use your abilities. But there's also mana shield, which now uses some of your mana as life. So then if I put in a blood magic mechanic, it just creates another layer of overlap that I think would be very interesting. And it does make the resources asymmetrical, because stamina is only used to use stamina-based abilities, which would be very different than, life or mana. Yo, Brutarius, what's up? I was wondering when I was going to see you. You usually tune in the evenings. Alright, so this works on this ability, which is Sweep. I need to apply this now to Magic Weapon as well. So, here's where now this gets interesting. Because this already divides it. So I want it to stack. Which is going to be a little bit difficult. So I think what I need to do is add in a var implicit stam conversion, stam convert, which basically means that this ability by default converts 50%. Yeah, I've been busy. How's it going? Good, very good. Yeah, I've implemented a whole bunch of skills and mods and implemented some layers of polish and stuff. It's going good. I'm feeling really, really good. Like, this is the master plan for the 0.10 alpha build, which will be the playable version of the game that I can show off to people. This is all the stuff that I have completed. This is everything that I need to do. This is stuff that I don't need to do but would be nice. This list used to be like twice as big just at the start of this week. So it's going very good, and I've handled some of the bigger shit. Like, a lot of this stuff is more time-consuming than actually complicated. So it's feeling really, really good. Tomorrow, I'm going to handle the entire perk system, which is really, really complicated. And then after that, it's just getting these skills done and these mods, which is like the next most complicated. Then enemies is the next most complicated, and then everything else is really easy. It's just time-consuming. So I'm pretty close to feeling confident about a 0.10 alpha build. Like, very confident, which is good. So, on that note, I'm chugging away on getting skills done. So normally, I would have this test, which would be the same as in Sweep. I would have the same test for Magic Weapon as Sweep. Except both of these would be 1-, right? Because then that means if the stam convert is at 100%, the stam converts at 100%. No. Oh god. Thinking. Let's go ahead and undo what I just did there.
It's good to have a plan.
Yeah, that's been like the biggest thing is writing shit down. Like I got my little sheets here, which this side I've already done the entire backside of. As I play, if I notice like weird off things, mechanics, the broken visuals, I just write that shit down. And then it's like, hey, even if I'm not going to work on this now, I write it down, and then every once in a while, usually about once a stream, if not twice, I will go, all right, I finished the big task, now let me look at the list and just cross off everything that's on this list. And that design process, or that workflow process has been going really well at making sure I always have something to do, and not only am I adding in new stuff, but I'm also refining the old stuff. It's been working out really well. On top of the fact that I have this big master thing, as far as what do I need to get done. And I have been adding stuff on this, which is annoying, because it means that I'm that much farther away from completing it every time I add something. But it's stuff that does need to get done, and it keeps me organized. And then this, I end up every night, every significant progress session, I take this and I paste it, copy and paste it over the same exact list that I have on my internal design documents as well as on my Patreon. So it also lets me keep things updated and tracked, which is why I try to make this kind of readable. Okay. So what's different about this check? I should define this at 0.5. So, initially, I need this to be the implicit stamina conversion. And this is also implicit stamina conversion. Okay. And I'm going to add in some open brackets for organization, because I'm going to modify these. So this will look at 50% and 50%. And then we'll manipulate these at 50%, 50%. But then if I have full conversion, right? So I think this needs to be 1 minus. And then I take this and then I add obj player data dot stam conversion. Which, let me check and make sure that I put the pointer in, because I don't think I put the pointer in on this. I did! Oh, look at me! Actually coding it correctly. So, if now the stam conversion's at 50%, this becomes 1, which 1 minus this is 0. So it becomes 0 minus 0. Technically, I need to make sure that this plus this. Okay. Here's what I can do. If implicit stam conversion plus obj player data dot stam convert is greater than 1, then set implicit stam convert equal to 1. Otherwise, so else, just do this. And then I don't need to add in this check. So then, if it adds up to 1, it would make the stamina cost 0 and the mana cost 100%. Perfect, cool, that'll work. And then I do the same thing here where this should be implicit stam cost. Well, sorry, implicit stam convert, which is now mana cost. Oh, good. I do multiply the mana cost in. Okay. Because I need to multiply the mana cost. We good. That should work now. Let me make sure the stat gets initialized, which would be in libraries, stat any. I'll count it as utility, even though that's kind of the wrong place for it, but it doesn't really make sense in damage, defense, flask shit. It kind of makes sense in vitals. I guess I'll put it in vitals. Let's go stam convert equals 0. It should just work now. So let's test this. Technically, it can also test the shield buffs, but again, I don't have to because those were really simple passives. Right now, my left click should use both Stamina the green and Mana the blue. And it does. So, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this upgrades. I don't really care about the other ones. Nice. So now it has the stam conversion. So now it should be 100% mana cost. It's still using stamina. Oh, that's why. This should be 1 minus. Yeah. Oh, nice. Second try. Yep, now it's using 100% mana, which is awesome. Now I'm also going to... Oh, I'm going to roll skills. This sweep attack, which is a different primary attack, should cost half mana and half stam with this buff on. Which it does. Normally it costs 100% mana. So if I turn the buff off... Sorry, it will cost 100% stam. So now it should cost 100% stam. Ooh, it's still costing some mana. It shouldn't be. Okay, so let's go check out that and see why that's a problem. Did it do the same thing? So this should be 0. So mana cost times 0 is 0. I bet you I messed up the enchant weapon deletion code. Sorry. Yeah, that's what I messed up. So it's because I had it turned on in the first place. So, let's go ahead and roll a sweep again. So, currently, it should cost 100% stam, which it does, and it costs a shit ton of stam, because, yeah. Yeah. So, then I'm going to turn on my buff. Wait, so I can use push again? Okay, now it should cost half stam and half mana. It doesn't cost half mana. Why does it not cost half mana? It should. So that would be mana cost times 0.5. And then it would go down here, and it would subtract mana cost times 0.5. That should work. And it looked like it was working before, so why did that change things? That's very weird. Also realized my sprites, it looks a little bit bad. Because I went with a soft color, which you'll see what I mean. I'm gonna make my vitals a little more readable. Status bar. Status bar and resource bars. I believe status bar is the one. Yeah. So see, I made this like kind of an off red. This is kind of an off green. This is kind of an off blue. These are the empty bars. I think I'm just gonna make them white. Because as fancy as that looks, or maybe like a gray, it makes things not very readable on the green especially. So I considered making like the final chunk like really, really dark, so that moves so it's much clearer to track, and I still might do that. But this should help. So let's go ahead and do I have just a black one because it costs less stamina. So yeah, this costs only stamina, and it is a little bit more readable. Now it should cost half mana, which it doesn't. And if I turn this off, it costs stamina again. And so the reason why I think that's weird is if I use this ability, this costs half stam and half mana. Yep, my stamina goes down. If I turn on this, it should now use 100% mana. Oh, it still uses half stam. Why? Why does it do that? Why does stam convert not at all work the way that it should? That was working before, though. So if stam convert... Oh no, this is fine. Yeah. So what this means is if stam converts 0, right? It subtracts mana, or it subtracts the cost from stamina. And if it's 0, it does all of it, and then none of it from mana. If it's 0.5, it should do half from stamina, half from mana. I don't see why that isn't working. That's weird. Magic Weapon is a bit different because it's got this it's got an implicit 50% conversion. So what this does is it checks if adding the 2 would be greater than 1. If so, it equals 1. Otherwise, you just add the 2. So if you add the 2, if you add the 0.5 and the 0.5, you get 1. So then it would be 1 minus 1 is 0, so it moves over 0, or it uses 0 mana, and it should use 100%. Or uses 0 stamina, and it should use 100% mana. Normally, the implicit's 0.5, so it would normally be half and half, which is what we see here. So my guess is that for some reason, this isn't working. This is a toggle, binary toggle. It's the second one. So if the second one's true, it goes here. Passes this value in, which doesn't matter. It matters for de-equipping it, but then this goes in, and it would be 1 times 0.5, so it does set it to 0.5. So it should work. And then, yeah, up here when it dies, it sets the toggle. And this looked like it was working before. I wasn't dumb, right? I didn't initialize it because that would break. Yep, cool. And this happens on death, which is completely fine. Well, but... So let's see... I was thinking there was something else it could be doing that would be weird. Debug code it is. No, I got rid of your draw event. This is on the actual object, so it can just do stam convert. I just want to make sure that the value is getting passed in correctly. Yeah, so it's a 0. It's not getting passed in correctly. Did I misspell it? Stam convert. Oh, of course it's not going to at first, because I don't have the mod. I need to roll the buff to have that mod on it, don't I? That is how that works. Blah. Second try, okay. Seems like it's no longer randomized, even though I still have the randomized script going on, but that's fine. Okay, yeah, so now it's 0.5. And now this is using 100% mana. So why was it failing before? I want the cheapest one that I can get. That's the cheapest one. And now it's doing half and half. Maybe I was just being dumb and not using the buff correctly. Uh-oh, the buff doesn't turn itself off. Why doesn't the buff turn itself off? Oh, I didn't have enough mana to turn it off. I should maybe change that. I'll write that down to make a decision on that. Should buffs cost mana to turn off? Buffs cost mana to deactivate? The answer should actually be no. Because then if you reserve like 95% of your mana, you can't turn any of your buffs off, and that would be a problem. Okay, so I'm going to turn it on. Attack. I'm still using stamina. What the hell? Oh, right, because I haven't rolled it. We're good. We're good. That makes sense. Cool. Oh, I haven't turned it on. Okay. So it works. And now if I deactivate the ability, which I can't because I don't have enough max mana. So yes, I will go ahead and fix that now. which this is actually pretty simple. I just take the turn-off code, which first off, I should put here. And then it runs it, and it already has a return, which will break from the loop and break from the entire script. Yeah, so that's actually a really easy fix. So we'll do the same thing on here. Okay. Fixed. And this only is relevant for stuff that has turn-off codes. So, like, the runes don't need it because you can't turn off the runes. They just eventually expire on their own. So, oh, I haven't rolled the mods on this. Beautiful. First try. So, now, this should cost 100% of my mana to use this attack, which it does. If I turn it off, it now should cost half and half, which it does, and it did fix the value. Beautiful. So I can go, now it totally works as intended. I can go back to my debug code and turn it off. And now I have those 4 abilities. They're all there. They all roll. The increased cold damage almost certainly works. I don't have to check that. The reduced mana cost almost certainly works. I don't have to check that. And the pierce almost certainly works. I don't have to check that. Same thing as the shield buffs. So technically now, we're there. All 8 of the abilities I've already put into the game now have 4 rollable mods at least. We did it. So what this means is nothing should break, and the game should just work. Bold. So technically I put in stam conversion as a stat, so I should add that to my save file before I forget to. At some point I'm going to do a save and load file audit, because I'm sure there's things that I'm missing that I forgot to put in. This should be in the vitals area. Stam convert. But for now, I'm not going to mess with that. So I'm pretty sure now I'm at the stage where I'm just going to test shit. So I'm just going to play the game, which A, can show off the game in the current state, and B, I'm going to look for anything that breaks, anything that looks wrong, anything that shows up where it's not supposed to. In fact, I already know that there's that 3 in the character create screen that I need to fix. And if I notice any interactions that don't really add up, like shields working weird because I just implemented that today or whatever, I will write that all down and fix it. But if everything looks good, I'm good. Everything I've implemented will then work as intended, which means that I will probably, because it's already getting really late here, I will probably, after doing all those tests, assuming that doesn't take me forever, I will then map out what I want the next set of abilities to be. I'm not going to implement them, but I'll map them out. And then tomorrow, I will lead with implementing the perk system, or re-implementing it, because the way that I did it is Garbaggio, which is why I'm ignoring it. And then, after I update the perk system and redo that, I'll have all core systems in the game. And everything else is just refining QOL and some light functionalities. And adding in a shit ton of skills and gear, which that's going to suck. Okay, so let's go to Vitals. Here we go. And I just need to take this line, do that, put in a 0, and now that stat should save and load correctly. And I already fixed the quest stuff. Yeah. So I'm going to reset the workspace. And I think we're good for a test run. Oh, right, I wanted to fix the 3. Where's the 3 being drawn? I think it's on player data. I'm pretty sure that's the... 50 times current souls divided by max souls. What? Oh, that's for where to draw it. This is sprite parts. I don't want sprite parts. I want stats. So it's not on this? Is it on UI top then? Is where I draw it? No. Oh, maybe. No. Where do I draw this 3? Oh, I literally draw it here. Okay. So now this needs to be if room does not equal main menu. Main menu? Main menu. Alright, this is a full systems test. Let me make sure that there's no save files right now. There aren't, that's good. I technically, this is a UI thing, but I should add in a back button from load game. Back button for load game and new character. Okay. So, because right now you have to exit if you choose the wrong one. So that's one thing I need to add in. New game. Let's play as the scribe, because the scribe... Well, actually, they're both equally as complete now, but let's play as the scribe. Let's have this character name be full test. Alright. Everything's looking fine, nothing's looking out of place, nothing's looking weird. I should probably cut that line. So cut determines stats line. Determines stats line. Ooh, I think that was my note over here that I ignored because I didn't know what it meant. Ooh, UI prompt for death does need to be done, and then the separated added damage mods. Separate added damage, as well as death prompt. Okay, so I still have my debug money, which is kind of cheating, but that's fine. Cool. And this all works. The perks I'm completely redoing. Technically, the souls show up on the perks menu. Right. That's actually intentional because I didn't want to fix that. My stash should still have data in it. No? Huh, okay. I thought for sure I put stuff in the stash, but I guess not. Wrap the text might be a better way to describe. Yes, I'm just going to cut it out completely. I'm not even sure if I'm using those stats at all anyways in my game. If you notice, actually these do have values, but right now these do nothing anyways, so I'm going to not worry about that. What I'll probably end up doing for all of these sections is putting in a little help button. So if you click on the help button, it'll pull up text box or fill in over here or something that tells you what these things do and make it like a full-on tutorialized thing. Because this sentence doesn't really tell you shit. So that's probably how I'm going to handle it. And I'll have one for like each section and maybe one for like the inventory menu and stuff like that. So first quest, come up here, kill things. Oh, I should turn on my buffs because they're just good. Oh, right, and I'm basically an immortal now because I made shields broken. Oof, that mana reservation costs, though. Yeah. Ow. Why is this broken? Unknown.unknown if other.weak is equal to 1. What? And I do, yeah. That's the block amount. Yeah. That should be correct. It does pass the hitbox in, and then it checks. Or it does pass the value into the hitbox. But I shouldn't have put it in my damage, because right now I can't be weakened. Yeah, so that's fine. Yeah, so that's fine. This should apply. What the hell? Sorry. This should apply. It passes the value in. I can just copy and paste them. Which is what I should do. Like, I should do that, and I just don't. But, this literally shouldn't even be happening. This is some of my newer code, so that's good. I would much rather have my newer code break than my older code. Yeah. Oh! You know what it probably is? No, that wouldn't make any sense. I was thinking maybe if my code, if I kill the zombie while the hitbox is still out and the hitbox hits me, then weak won't be defined. Except it is, because it gets defined when it's created. And it initialized. Well, I guess I don't have it initialized, but it gets defined when the hitbox is created, which can only happen while the zombie still exists. So that shouldn't happen. That is weird. I don't know what's going on there. And yeah, I should turn on my buffs, because they're just insane. And I'm just immune to damage because of blocking. My new shield code is broken. Come on, get baited. There we go. Yeah, shields are broken. Holy shit. This is like not a game right now. I do have their damage get buffed when I do the difficulty toggle, so I can make them do a bunch of damage, and then I won't fully block them anymore. But yeah. I'm not doing balance stuff, so I'm not going to worry about it, but technically I should probably make the starting shield and the starting shield buff a lot worse. Or make their base damage a lot more, something like that. Did I add rarity system for drop rates? Yes, I did. Good. So mechanically, right, this is where this class starts. Very, very simple. After this, I should be able to get quite a few skill upgrades, which will sort of show off how I want this class to evolve. I didn't talk to the quest guy, right? So my quest isn't active. Womp womp. I need to go do that then. Feels bad. Oh, quest triggered. Feels bad. But yeah, let me sell some of my stuff. Technically, gear is good, but I'm already broken because shields are broken. Okay, this is a good helm, though. So I'm going to hold on to that. And same thing with skills. I don't really care unless it's a good modded one. That's pretty good. Okay, so let me first upgrade. Oh, right, I have debug code, so I can just upgrade these. Cast at a distance, nice. Shorter fuse time. Yeah, I'll just max it to show it off. Okay. So the cooler mods that I have. So for magic weapon, base is 50% conversion of fizz to cold, so now it's 100%. And then the triggers runes when they're hit is awesome. So normally the runes either have to be hit by an enemy or last a certain duration. With the triggers runes mod on this attack, when I hit it, it causes it to pop. So you have a bit more control over when the runes explode, which is mechanically awesome and a cool synergy ability. Obviously, I'm going to have more than just one rune into the game, so it fits sort of the whole archetype. The rune gets cast at a distance, so I no longer draw it at my feet, but I can cast it at a certain distance, which lets me place them in more interesting ways, which is awesome. Get shorter fuse time, so they pop more on their own. And they have chain reaction, which is the other awesome mod, where when one blows up, which you'll see, it triggers the other, which is very similar code to the primary attack. So if I do this, and then I attack, which I can't because I don't have enough mana. I'll have to do it with 2. If I leave and come back, it'll reset all my vitals, so I can demonstrate it better. But like place 1 and 2, and then hit the first one, it'll chain reaction into the second. So again, awesome synergy mechanics. And then my buffs right now are broken. So my magic shield is giving me, I believe, 5 resistance, 5 armor, 1 extra mana regen, and then it itself has a reduced reservation cost, which is still insane. Yeah. So apparently I can't. Uh-oh. Why is my mana reservation messed up now? My mana should be more than that. Alright, let me check that. So for mana shield, does it pass in the correct value into mana cost? And mana cost is determined here. Cost reduction is 0. It multiplies it by 0.75. Or if it's 0, it multiplies it by 1. And if it's 1, then it multiplies it by 0.75. So that helps. And I think that mostly explains it. And this sets the mana cost, which is where it's used everywhere else. So it should get passed in. And when it gets passed into the buff, if we go to the actual buff, when the buff kills itself via any of the conditions where it would die, it does in fact fix it. Yeah. And let me make sure, could it have been when I moved the turn-off code? Did I move the turn-off code above the mana cost? I did not. The turn-off is still below mana cost. Which it doesn't even care at this point, but yeah. So that still seems wrong. Or that what I just changed there shouldn't fix the problem. Because it should still get back the full amount of mana that it loses. Does Nova Rune? Does a maxed out Nova Rune cause a problem? Could that be what ate my mana because I wasn't really paying attention? So getting the full mana back here. Same thing, it shouldn't matter. It should be the same thing. Alright, let's try that again. What happens if you use something and you don't have enough mana or stamina? It just won't use it. That's like one of the first checks that I have in the ability is can you do you have enough of either or both resource that are required? Test. Okay, so let me just try it like this. Yeah, so when they aren't modded, they work just fine. Again, I have debug money, so I can just go ahead and max these. So now if I turn on, and then turn off, and then turn on and turn off, that's fine. Let me leave and come back, because it resets my vitals. Same thing. Okay. So it seems fixed. Oh, that's right. I was thinking maybe it was the runes that were broken. These are going to take forever to pop. Because they aren't buffed yet. Or they aren't upgraded yet. Yeah, they seem to give the mana back. So what happens if I buff them? So now I can cast them at a distance. They cost way more mana. Let's see when they pop. I can't force them yet, yeah. Yeah, they're fine. I still get back the full amount. Yeah, which is 125. Then, let me upgrade this so I can trigger them automatically. Maybe that trigger broke it. Or maybe just whatever was wrong with my math, I did fix it there, even though the way that I understood it, that shouldn't have fixed it. But that doesn't mean anything, really. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. So it seems fixed. Have I maxed all 4 of my abilities? Yes, I have. So now I'm way stronger, totally broken. I mean, I was already broken because of shield stuff, but I will go ahead and do the first quest, because I can do it properly this time. Actually talk to the guy first. Oh, let me turn on my buffs, although I might not have the max mana. Yeah, I don't have the max mana for both of them. So, I don't need the shield buff on, because I'm already like an immortal, so I'll have the attack buff on. I just did that to reset my potions. Oh, yeah, the mana reservation's too much. Which, that's good, that's how I want this to feel. I want the maxed abilities to feel like they're too much. So let me turn off the attack buff as well. I guess I can leave and roll gear for max mana to demonstrate what this maxed out looks like. But that's good. This feels the way that I want it to feel, which is even with the maxed buffs, which both have the reduced mana reservation mods, even with that, they still take too much mana to use at a low level. So this is without perks that increase my mana, and without gear that increases my mana. That's good. That's how I want this to work. So I'm going to go ahead and throw in a bunch of gear. They have a pretty high chance to roll max mana, although that one didn't. And I'm just going to get max mana on all my gear. Increase maximum mana. Perfect. That's all I care about. What? Oh, boots are there. Okay. That is a good shield, but it didn't roll max mana. Also didn't roll max mana. Tragic. I don't think swords can roll max mana, so sure. Increase maximum mana. Perfect. Increase maximum mana. Again, the odds are pretty high. Ah, that one's already a perfect helm. Because they just don't have that many mods in the game. Some gear can only have like 5 mods, and max mana is one of them. Okay. So what, I need another shield and some more gloves. There's another set of gloves. Which also didn't roll mana. And another shield. Yeah. Again, I'm not sure if shields can roll maximum mana. I can't remember. It's classic. Do you even play your own game? Yeah, I'm guessing I can't roll mana on them. Although shields do have a lot of mods they can roll. Yeah. Let's go ahead and quick sell. Wow, apparently this was a good armor. Yeah. Is it better than the one I got? It's not like it matters. Yeah, well, it's got mana on it, or mana regen on it too, and that's more functionality, so go ahead and do that. Okay, I'm pretty sure shields can't roll max mana. I want to roll a couple more gloves. And I'll roll whatever shields I have. That's fine, just don't roll another glove. What? Oh, max mana. Okay, so I can. So now it's just gloves. Which, yep, max mana. Cool. Yeah, then I can just shift click these to sell these. Oh shit. Thought I had this written down. Did I just not see it? I don't think I added in the shift click on the skills. I think I forgot to do that from the other night. Yeah. So let me go ahead and write that down on this side. Shift click for spell in. Oh, cool. Okay. I wrote it on this side when I started the new list. Okay, I just didn't get to fix it yet. Good, good, good. Okay. So I'm broken now. Yeah, you can see my max mana way higher. And I got 21 armor, which actually doesn't sound that high, but I guess I didn't care about the armor rolls. I only cared about getting max mana. So, now I can take both these mods and still have a huge mana pool. So I'm going to be completely broken now. Cool. Yeah, cool. Yeah, cool. So I'll make note of this. I think it'd be nice to make it clear what's going on. I want to add in some kind of visual for shields. Visual for shields. Because you can't tell what's going on right now. But I am blocking stuff. Which is why I'm not taking any damage. And it's just hard to tell. My block angle is 120 degrees, and my block amount's 10 damage, so nothing can touch me if I block. Like, nothing deals damage, and my block is really, really far. My block is 120 degrees, so as long as I'm looking kind of in their direction, I won't get hit. So that's how this class should feel playstyle-wise, and this is just the starting abilities. I'm going to add in runes that have other abilities, way more mods than the buffs, and maybe another kind of buff. But overall, this is how I want the class to feel, which is awesome. I'm glad that it does feel this way. So if you notice, I'm intentionally triggering the runes that I'm placing at a distance with the full range of the primary attack. So it ends up, like, working out really, really well. My damage, like, surprisingly isn't that high. But again, I just rolled max mana on everything, so that's why. Current mana seems like it's a bit higher than it should be, but maybe it's fine. Like, I feel like when I had just my buffs on, my mana was a bit lower. First quest, I'll give max HP, because I have enough of everything else. If I were more of a caster, I would do this one. So now my mana's, or my maximum health is a bit more. And yeah, now I don't really care about weak gear, which is what all that was. And I really don't care about weak spells. This apparently rolled good. That rolled great. So here's the meteor spell, maxed out. It doesn't have the visual for the meteors actually falling. Because again, I can't art, but... Okay, here's the hard area, or the area that I can make harder. I'm going to crank up the difficulty so they actually do damage, and I think then I'm not going to be able to block very well. I'm still blocking all the damage. Maybe I didn't have their damage scale, which is a problem. Okay, let me go check that. I know I have their HP scale of difficulty. Okay, yeah, so I don't have their damage scale anywhere. Oh no, this is the wrong one. Here. Yeah. I don't think I have difficulty code in here. So let me add that in. Difficulty damage. Just so that I can test some more stuff out. This will probably be removed later. Probably remove later. And what this does is Fizdam plus equals or you know what, equals itself times the difficulty. OBJ player data dot difficulty. And this needs to be other.fizdam. Okay. So the point of this is to make sure that the shield amount is correct. So let's turn on magic shield. So I should block 10 damage. Right now they deal 5 damage apiece, so if I crank it up like that, they do like way more. They should deal like 25 damage or something now. Yep, so I take damage even though I'm blocking. Perfect. Okay, so let me go through this list. I found surprisingly little wrong there, which is fantastic. Cast range on Hex, I believe I implemented that actually, so... Or did I? I think I did. Yes, I did. Cool. So shift cell on skill inventory, that doesn't work. So this is something that I implemented last night in the gear inventory and then just didn't paste over. What? Oh, that's gear inv, not gear button. Gear inventory button, draw. So here, all of this code or this code needs to be added to the skills, which should be pretty easy. Actually, I think it's like literally just this with a different toggle. Because I already have the stash code implemented, and I have this implemented. Oh, I did paste it in, I just didn't replace this. And enchanter toggle. That explains it. So the shift clicking should work, so that was a simple fix. Buff cost to deactivate, which I already fixed that. Back button for load gain, that's slightly bigger. So let's see what else I can do. What? I don't know what this note here means. Oh, UI prompt for death? No, that's somewhere else. Cut determining states? What did I mean by cut determining states? Oh, cut determining stats line. That's the UI thing. Okay. Head off to bed? Sounds good, man. I should go off to bed really soon, so as soon as I finish up this list, which is just like 2 new features, I'll probably be going to bed. I can code pretty much all day tomorrow, so yeah, this line of code, rather than delete it, I'll just turn it off for now. So visually, that will look better. Separate added damage scripts is something I'm going to wait to do. So visual effect for shields, a death prompt, and a back button on the menus. So, let's do the visual for shield. So I have the hitbox, which kinda gets there. This is 90 degrees, this is 120, which are the only 2 modes that I have right now. So it wouldn't be that hard to implement this in some way. I guess what I would do is do a draw. I'm going to put draw self below draw the shield, so it should draw self on top. And then go if obj player data. Well, actually, I can copy this line from here. I'm setting to check for if I have a shield equipped. And then if so, it will draw the hitbox. Let's go. This can only be turned on if I have a shield in the slot. So yeah, this is what I'm looking for. So this is if this is equal to 7, then if it would be the same thing except a different value. No. Oh, actually I can pull it off player data. If obj player data dot player data dot shield angle equals 90, then draw sprite. The sprite that it's pulling from is SPR shield hitbox subimage 0 at my origin with okay, so with I want to set the angle. I think if I do a width, it won't get it, because I think width has to be with objects. Right, because I do determine angle on this character, don't I? Yes. I don't think this is gonna work. So let me check. Yep, super doesn't work. That makes sense. Also, this would actually, I'd have to convert this to degrees, so it would be 9 times 180 divided by pi. But this is going to set my image angle. So what I actually need to do is not draw the sprite, but instance create. Oh, that's so bad. Draw sprite. Hold on. There should be a way that I can rotate it. Draw sprite. Come on. Scale and rotation in alpha. So I think this is what I want to do. Yeah. Draw sprite general. So this is the sprite, which is SPR shield hitbox. Subimage is 0. 0, 0. The width is what, like 32? Let me see how big this box is. It's 40 by 40. Okay, I'm glad I checked. So then it's 0, 0, 40, 40, XY. I think both of these can be 1. Rotation should be angle times 180 divided by pi. I need to convert it to degrees. Do I need to put in those arguments? Yes. I don't want to set in the colors, though. Right? Because it's setting in 4 colors, which I don't need. Let me see. GML draw sprite general. The color which to blend the top left area? Yeah. I don't want to blend anything, really. Combines the draw sprite extension with draw sprite part. So there's probably another one that has the rotation that I just didn't see. That would be better to use because it requires less information. Sprite extension. But it asks for a color and I don't care. Sprite part doesn't have a rotation. Yeah, this is the other one that has rotation, which is draw sprite extension. So let me go ahead and copy these values. I can get my mouse to line up correctly. And let me see that. I assume it means draw a sprite extension. Draw a sprite at a given position. Yeah. Color which to blend the sprite. See white is to display it normally. Okay, beautiful. So let's see. Scales. This should be 1 and 1. Yeah, let's go. 1 and 1. Oh. X and Y. This is X and Y. Yeah. Then it asks for rotation, then color. So let's go C, white. And then alpha, let's go 1. Right? Or do 0? 0 to 1 where 0 is transparent and 1's located. The alpha is right. Yeah, 1. Cool. Okay. So let's just test this initially before I add in the code to check if I have the buff on. Yeah. Lol. It kind of works. Yeah. Bottom center. And actually, I think I want bottom middle. Yeah, I think I want bottom middle. Or, sorry, middle center. But then I think that's correct then, though. Yep. So that's where I'm blocking from. So I want to do a couple things. First, I'm going to resize this, making it a bit bigger. So it's a bit more obvious, with it still being centered. Damn, I already made all of these, so it's going to be kind of annoying to extend it, but... What? Okay, then this is very similar. Let's do it to that one. Cool. So visually this might be a little bit off, because I don't know what 120 degrees will actually look like, but this will more or less get the idea across. Okay, so now I need to add in the second scenario, which is if it does have this bigger angle. So literally exactly the same thing, but at 120, and it increases, or it doesn't increase the angle, it just increases the image index. This is super temporary, super placeholder, but it should communicate the idea. Yeah, so if I don't have a shield, right, nothing. If I have a shield equipped, right, this is a 90 angle shield, that's where I block from. And then if I turn on the buff, which increases my block by another 30 degrees, 15 on each side, it reflects that. So we can see where I'm blocking from. If we go up here, we can see that it works. Ranged enemies, please. There we go. We come up here. That I'm just blocking those outright. And my block amount's 10, and these things do 5 damage, so I'm just blocking the full amount. But if they dealt more damage, I would still be taking damage from this. If I get hit by some of them... What? That's a problem. I'm supposed to be taking damage. Oh, you know what? It's my difficulty setting that I just put in. It's zeroing it out, because I'm very dumb. No, it's in this one. If difficulty is 0, then it multiplies it by 0. Now it should work. Yeah, so this is the angle that I block at. Turn on the shield buff. I block at a slightly bigger angle now, and I block for more damage. This is blocking. If some of them hit me, those ones do damage. All of them hit me, all of them do damage. None of them can hit me, none of them do damage. Because I block for the full amount. Nice, and it has nothing to do with the collision of the hitbox. So that's just visual. It's purely detecting from where it's hitting me. I considered making it a hitbox like this, but that doesn't work for melee code, and this works for melee code. I block melee damage, so this is way better. But I have this little visual thing now to represent it. So that's good. Wow. Beautiful. Alright. So the visual representation for shields gets there. Let's implement a back button on the menus. And potentially a death prompt. And then I'll call it there because it's late as hell. So... where's the button? Here we go. Menu buttons. I'm going to make a new one. Let's do one of these. Okay, so a lot of these are letters that I already have. I don't have this letter. Oh. Okay. Yay for crappy sprites. And I know I can do this stuff with fonts, but I don't want to mess with fonts until I find a better system for it. Well, sorry, until I get the artwork in for it. Yep, that's a B. Then I can copy the A. Then I need a C, which should be pretty simple. That doesn't work. If I do it there. That works. And then do something like this. And then I need a K. Okay, so this K doesn't look as good, but that's fine. I don't really care. It's lined up enough. So these are separate objects that I make. So I'll make this one a separate object. Go back. So all this stuff will be very, very similar. Here we go. This up here. This is all similar stuff. So this can be either one. So this is on, not the main menu button, but main menu load. And I want an OR check, because it's fine on either of those. Awesome. So if either of these are true, it draws itself. Where it draws itself, I believe I just have it lined up, so let me open up the menu room. Yeah. So let me just go ahead and place this object where it needs to be. I'm on instances, right? Instances. That's where the other buttons are? It's where one of them is. That's fine. Go back. Then we still have this. So if click and show load files equals 1, then put show load files equal to 0. And then similar check for the other one. If click and, oh, sorry, not show load files, specifically the one from this object. And I need to sort of redo these checks. This I don't think matters. Yeah. I think it's the same thing. I need an and then with or these are equal to 0. That should work. Except I need another close bracket somewhere. No? I messed up this one. Oh yeah, this is messed up, which it should be. So then I need to do the same thing, but with this equals 1. Then this equals 0. This should just work, I think. Oh, image index 2. let's test it out. Because this should just work. What? Image index 2. Where are you? Yeah. So you should be that. Oh, because it's ORing the whole thing, not checking for either of these. And I think same thing here. Oh, I need to check not if these are not if either's equal to 0. I need to check if either's equal to 1. So now, right, the button's not there. Oh, it thinks it's there. I think it's the same thing. One of these needs to be equal to 1, not 0. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so the button's there, but it doesn't do anything. If I hit New Game, the button shows up in a place that's horrible. If I hit Load Game, it also shows up in a place that's horrible. Okay, so I'm going to move it way lower. But it looks like the functionality works. So, yay. New game. Go back. Load game. Go back. Hey, it works. Yeah, cool. Beautiful. Okay, so that's nice. So I can cross that off. So the only two things that I have left are to separate the added damage mods, which is a bigger task because it has to do with the logic of how my damage works, and I don't want to mess with that yet. And that's kind of not important until I rework some of my perks and stuff. So that could be a tomorrow thing. The other thing that I should be able to do now, though, is have a death prompt. So, to have a death prompt, I think I want to make another menu button object for this. So let's duplicate. This is obj respawn. I technically need to make another sprite, which is really annoying. But I should. Where are you? Where are you? Ah, menu buttons. Let's go ahead and just pull up. Okay, so we need to start with an R. There we go. And then E, so there should be an E here. I don't have an S, but S's are pretty easy to make. Ooh. Okay. Come on, there we go. Yeah. Ooh, that's gonna be a little weird. Yeah, I need to trace around this way. So now this I need to take in. There we go. S. P's are gonna be garbage here, so it's just yeah. That actually turned out surprisingly alright. Yes, towards the end of streams, random work like drawing crappy letters. SP, yeah, A. Yeah, This A is huge. Actually, it's just that the P is small, but yeah. Okay. Respawn, and then I don't have a W, and I don't have an N. Yeah. Both those letters suck to make. Oh. Okay. That P looks horrible, but that's fine. All of these letters look bad. The point is function. Okay. That is a new level of awful. That is a horrible N. That is a terrible looking N. But it gets the idea across. It's a button that says respawn. Nailed it. Okay. So. Very simple what I need to do with this. So I do get camera X and camera Y, which is good. So now what I need to do, I don't care about any of this. I will fix this later. I also don't care about any of this. This still should do what it does. And then click here. The only thing that click should do is run the script ser respawn. I don't even need this check, I just need the click. So then what I need to do is this is if obj player data dot current HP is less than or equal to, is less than or equal to 0. It draws itself and it sets, and then it sets x equal to cam x plus is this the top left or is this the center of the camera? This is the top left of the camera. Okay. So it would be this plus 1280 divided by 2 to get the center, and y equals cam y plus 720 divided by 2. And let me make sure that this sprite is centered. Fortunately, the other buttons don't move, so it won't mess up the code, and they're centered anyways. Beautiful. Respawn, where are you? So else, this is if it's anything else, then x should be equal to like negative 600. Or sorry. Go cam x minus 600. And this is y equals cam y minus 600. So it gets the hell off the screen if I'm alive. So I can add in a timer later if I want. Add in respawn timer. Super doable. I just have it be that when you die, it adds a number to this, it downticks it. I can display it on the button when I figure out how I'm doing my tech stuff better, and then I can have it all do that. Just complete respawn functionality. Don't need it though. So what I am going to have is right now I do have a death code, and I believe it's on here, on the step event. It might be on OPG, or it might be on the character object instead. Let's see. Yes. It runs a respawn and then it destroys itself? That has me a little worried. I'm going to use the restroom real quick and then check this out. But this has me a little bit worried. Actually, it has me kind of hopeful, but I didn't think I'd set it up that way. So that's why I'm worried, because I don't remember doing that. thinking about it, I was going to do this differently, but I think I'm wrong. I was going to have the respawn button just be a persistent object, but that's really silly and completely unnecessary, because I can just put it in here, instance create, layer, x, y, layer ID or name would be top, and the object would be obj respawn. So it did have it destroy itself before running the respawn code. Did running it before the respawn code make sense? Is there an important reason for that? Or is that just me being weird and putting it there? Where's my respawn code? Ah, here it is. So this halves my money, it runs the heal script, I go to the test room, and it creates the object. Yeah, that should be completely fine. Okay, cool. And this shouldn't hold any relevant variables? Nope. Beautiful. Oh, so then I need the button to delete itself, actually. Once you click. Instance destroy. Yeah, this should work. It'll be hard for me to die if I'm holding a shield, so let's fix that. I believe in you guys. Okay. So it does break because of the site code, which kind of makes sense, but that's really easily fixed. I just need object exists. Object exists. What? Do I have to do instance exists then? Oh, I think there was something with this, right? Instant exists will check. Either way, you can put in the object and it'll find out if any exists. If you put in the ID, it will see if any instances matching that ID exist. And basically, I just do this whole frickin' thing in this bracket. I can take all of this and just... Oh, whoops. There we go. So it'll only do it if the object actually exists, so that should fix it. I'm pretty sure that is the only check that refers to the character object without the character object already existing in the first place. Again, take off the shield so I die easier. These guys deal more damage. It still breaks. This happens on a zombie line outside a line of sight? Why does this happen outside of line of sight? What? Okay, I'll actually pay attention this time. Because This is not something super obvious. Take off the shield for easier death. Let's get more in on this. Kill me faster. Okay. Okay. So this is on the movement script. Or in the movement section. Aha. Okay. So same thing. I would just have to add in an and. Yes, thank you. Thank you, debugger. Get out of here. And instance exists obj char oh, that's on the entire block of movement code, so we're good. So then just need to do the same thing here. The entire block of movement code. Beautiful. Okay, this should be every instance where, or every example, every case where it refers to the character object without being inside there. And technically that actually is a quick polish thing that I just re-noticed that I should write down while I'm dying. Is it still doesn't work? What? Why is the load button showing up? That shouldn't be doing that. Okay, what I want to do is I want to write down using skills while in menu. While in menu. Because I still haven't fixed that. Oh, and skill cooldowns are visually broken. Skill cooldown visuals. I'm not sure why those are broken. Where's the death script? I thought it was in the step event here. Is it in the draw event? It shouldn't be. Yeah, no. What? Oh, okay, so put it here. It draws the respawn object, which good, it should. Let's look at what the respawn object says. Oh. Uh-huh. I don't need literally any of this. And I believe this code is also on this object, which doesn't need any of it either. Okay, so that should fix that. Yeah. I will get this respawn button to work. De-equips shield. Kill me. Do it. You guys are killing me too slow. Let's get some ranged guys in on this. Oh, that's weird. Oh, I still regen? That should be an easy fix. If current HP is less than max HP and current HP is greater than 0. So that way when it's at 0 or less than 0, i.e. dead, I don't regen. Then, I also realized that the image index on this is wrong, which is fine. That makes sense. Image index is equal to a 3. Now, for some reason, so it did create the object, and it did know to draw itself, but it totally was not in the right position because it did divide by 20, because I mistyped. It should be divided by 2. Get as many of these melee guys in here as possible. Okay, so I'm dead. And it works. Beautiful. The fact that they keep attacking is a little weird, because the object doesn't exist anymore. I think I know why that's happening. So I can check on that. I'm pretty sure the reason for this, and I do want to fix this because it might break the multiplayer code that I'm eventually going to put in if I don't address this now, is it attacks, it creates the object. Yes. Okay. I can technically fix this now, but I'd have to probably completely redo it for multiplayer either way. So I'd rather make a note for it. Because basically, the angle... the angle is determined on this object. And the angle is equal to... I don't know where this thing's angle gets set. But its angle should be equal to the difference between this object and the player object. Oh, the angle's determined in sight, which is the difference between this object and the character object. Which means the character object stops to exist, it stops checking, so it won't overwrite it. But the initial angle that it wrote still exists. So it stops writing over the value, but the value still exists. So it still has an angle, so it'll still make it like that. So, basically, when I put in multiplayer code, this will have to retarget, which, however I do my targeting code, should account for the death situation anyway. As in, when one thing dies, that thing will now be out of range, so it should immediately try to find the next target. So when I implement that code, it should fix itself. So I don't need to make a note or anything here. And if I somehow do something where like it resets the angle, it turns it off or whatever, it'll just break this code on death anyways. So this is fine. It's actually a good thing, in theory, because it means the code's more stable than I thought. As in, if the object ceases to exist, everything else will still function. And again, if I have a retargeting script, then it'll just fit with this code. I don't need to change anything. I just need to add in a retargeting script, which will probably apply to here, to the enemy site script. Like what I would probably do is go to enemy site, and up here, where I just run if this object exists, well, in multiplayer, there's going to be multiple of these, so I would probably save these into a list, check for the closest one, then have that be a temporary variable that then the rest of this code refers to. And then when that object... I mean, I could handle it any number of ways depending on how I want targeting to work. Either I could have it check for if one of the other objects gets closer, then it'll switch to it automatically if I want a really, really aggressive enemy. Or I can have it stay on target until a certain set of conditions are met, so when you get far enough away, which in theory I could implement it like that right now anyways, and probably should. I mean, I'm not going to do it right now, but I mean at this phase of the project, implement breaking line of sight from distance. Also objects. So if I implement this code, it'll make it even easier to adapt to multiplayer. And that, so what I'd have it do is it'll look for any character objects. Well, it'll see if any of them exist, put them into a list or whatever, check for all of them for the closest one, and see if it can see it. If it sees it, it'll turn on and go, I can see you, which will be the scene, and then it'll keep locked onto that target until block condition happens. And I can have a whole bunch of conditions, like if you get twice as far as the line of sight. So if you get too far away, or if an object gets between you, or whatever, I can have it turn off the fact that it's been seen, so that it'll go back and redo the check and look for any player objects in the line of sight. And that should just work. And that effectively also is taunting. So, if you hit something, it'll count as being seen onto you, and then it'll be locked onto you until it gets hit by something else, or you break line of sight. So it's exactly how it should work, and then if I want like hard taunts and stuff, I can just add in another toggle for that, and that should work. Or I can make it a debuff as far as taunted goes, or whatever. But yeah, that is very doable, surprisingly versatile. I was expecting that kind of problem to be harder to logic through. Now, I'm not going to do this tonight because it's already super late and I should end the stream soon, but I will be doing this soon, because I think this is much more doable. I need to implement it for breaking line of sight on objects anyways, so I can also do it from distance, which makes sense. If you kite far enough away, they stop following you. And then again, when I adapt it to multiplayer code, it's just one more step I have to add into that code. That should be pretty simple. Now, I might need to rewrite some of this in that I think checking for line of sight with multiple objects, or like when you break line of sight and stuff, is going to be weird. Maybe not. I think I just need the break line of sight code. Okay. And this runs on every step, right? I just scripted it out for readability. Yeah, this just runs always. Cool. Yeah, so that's super, super doable. So let me add that to the list. Technically, it doesn't need to happen, but I think it's surprisingly easy. And I should have... Ooh, I didn't put in line of sight? Okay. Because I know I didn't finish the line of sight mechanics for objects, so I will put it here because it's doable. Line of sight breaking for distance and objects. Okay. But now, so the respawn button works, so I can cross that off the list. So in the process of doing the respawn button prompt, I now found two more things to work on, which is using skills while in menu and the skill cooldown visuals. Okay, I should end the stream, but I'm going to do these two final things actually, because I'm so close to having all this stuff kind of crossed off. I want to get there. I'm going to save the separate damage scripts for another time. So yeah, so I can use scripts, I can use skills while in menu, which is just which is not good. Okay, so I do this on... I think it'd be easiest to do it here. No? Do I run it on the actual character? I think I do. So this is movement. Ah, here we go. Character skill use. I haven't touched the script in a long time because it's been just working. Character skill use. So if these inputs are true, if all of this is true, then you just need to add in two more, or a few more checks, which is and obj player data dot inventory. Let's go gear inventory. Is not true. It's equal to 0. And obj player data skills inventory is not active. And obj player data stash inventory is not active. That should just do it. Beautiful. Okay, so then what does cooldown get set? So I think this is why the cooldown's broken. Conveniently enough, it's on the same script. Oh. I think literally that's the problem. I'm choosing which because Meteor has a huge cooldown. No, it still doesn't work. This executes the script, and it sets the cooldown on the max cooldown, which is what it should do. So let me go to those objects. Equipment slots. Draw. If the cooldown is greater than 0, it draws this sprite, which it should. At that width, like that. And in the step event, we have the counter. Oh. Huh. Not sure what the heck this is doing here. Rather than just YOLO deleting it, I'm going to comment block it out. But I think A, that does nothing, and B, it's broken anyways. But it should also not do anything, because there shouldn't be any slot objects that exist that are greater than 7. Okay. So this should completely work. So when you come up here, or when you go to the use skill, when you do this, it runs the script. What? Oh, this is if it returns true. Which, that returns 0, all this stuff here. Okay, this returns true. This returns true. Returns true. Returns true. Okay. So it should work on all of these. Let me double check Meteor. This is the main one that I'm testing. Yeah, it returns true. So this is where cooldown gets set. And that's why that's probably why this code worked the other way initially. So let's look at this. So before, I set this the other way around, where cooled equals cooldown, which probably makes sense, because this value is set. It exists from this script, so it moves on to here. So then, it sets its own cooldown and max cooldown to these values. Technically, this is redundant, but it shouldn't break it. Or it's not redundant. Because this is being run on the player or on the character object. So it defines cooldown on the character object. Not sure why I do this. Literally no idea why I do this. It's probably because of that. Okay. So then it should move these values in. For cooldown and max cooldown. Yeah. And I know that this is a value that works because the cooldown works on the actual skills. And this is the only thing that checks the cooldown for the skills. Yeah, because I don't check for the shared cooldown or any of that BS. Because that's used elsewhere. So, this has to be working. So, why doesn't it display it? Sprite width times cooldown over max cooldown. So initially, it would be the same over, which is 1. So it would draw the full thing, and then it would slowly get smaller. This is just when it's created, so that should never come up again. And it does this after this, so it should draw itself on top. Why do I adjust these by 16? My best guess is that this does have a middle center cooldown, or a middle center origin. Does this not have a middle center origin? It does. Okay. Well, that's weird. Not gear slot, sorry. Whoops. I mean, I should still see them. They'll just be a little bit off. Height. X and Y. Okay, so the cooldown for attacking works. But if I use Meteor... Oh, it works. What? But it wasn't working earlier. I guess one of the random things that I changed fixed it. It just works now. Okay, cool. Cool. I'll cross that off. And I fixed the other one, which is using skills while in the menu. Right? So if I'm like here, and I click... actually, a better one would be to use Meteor. Yeah. Oh, I literally don't have enough mana. So if I use Meteor, right, it uses it. If I'm in the menu, and I hit use Meteor, it doesn't use it. Beautiful. So I fixed all that. So I'm pretty sure that's all the polish and QOL for this stage. That was everything on the list. Yeah. Alright, so I guess I'll do one final run through of the game. This already is a new character and stuff. And I realized I actually should name it something reasonable, so I can test out the save file again, just to make sure it didn't break anything with all the new variables I added in. Oh, I picked a scribe. Oh, I need a back button on this as well. Okay. I will write that down, but not do that tonight, because I think that has to be handled differently. Back button after selecting a class. Oh, and this can wait because I'm redoing my class system after redo of classes. And that will happen at the end of tomorrow or on Monday, because tomorrow is when I'm redoing my perk system, and that is the foundation of the classes. Yeah, but let's do it as a witch, because we did it earlier as the scribe. Those are the two working classes right now. Witch. Test run. Okay, so let's go over here and trigger the first quest. Oh, does the witch not start with a shield? The witch does start with a shield. Why doesn't the witch draw a shield? Oh, because I don't run the script. Which that will probably change later when I change my classes, but again, I'm not changing classes until after I rework the perk system tomorrow, so... Yeah. I don't need to call it a witch because its icon will make that clear. There we go. The purple's the shield angle. I will make that way prettier another time. Oh, right. I am the witch, so I have a fireball, which is awesome. And shields are broken right now, so I'm OP. I can just kind of tank all of this and wait for stuff like mana. So I'll use my potions because might as well. But right now, yep, shields are overpowered. Again, I'm not doing balance stuff, so that's why I'm going to leave shields as being broken. After I determine the classes tomorrow and all that, I can maybe do a balance patch, or a balance pass, but I'm pretty sure I'm just going to wait on all balance until I'm basically ready to finalize the build for the alpha release. So, because realistically, balance should be the final thing. I mean, I guess technically boss should be the final thing if I want a boss in this first build, which I kind of do. Because I need to know how strong I think you're going to be. But, yeah, I don't know if that's actually going to happen on this alpha build, because that's a lot of work. Oh, right, I have Meteor, which I can do that. Beautiful. I forgot Meteor's, like, really good. I think it's kind of mana heavy, though. Yeah, it's pretty mana heavy. And if I cast better, I would actually hit them. I should be able to pick that up through the wall. It's gotta be just out of range. Let me double check something. Their origin points maybe are off. Like maybe their origin point's top left. And that's where it detects. Ah. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Beautiful. Oh. Okay, let me get these guys grouped up and then final meteor. Oh. The fact that shield works while casting is pretty cool, actually, and I think I'm going to leave it like that. It's a little bit strong, but it makes slow to cast spells like meteor a lot safer to use, and I do want them to feel useful. The slowness isn't necessarily supposed to be risk. The slowness is so that way you can't just spam it. Alright, quest is completed. Let's go ahead and turn this in. I probably want to do vitals recovered, actually, because I'm a witch. Let's go ahead and shut that. Okay. Now let's see what dropped. That's not a better fireball. Technically a better hex. So let's just go ahead and do that. Call it reduced cooldown? Yes, that is the correct name for it. Go ahead and sell all those. Right, I have debug amounts of money, so stupid. But I'm gonna pretend that I don't, so I only have like 1,000 right now. Okay. Yeah. Okay, our enemy shield's better. Nope. This sword is technically better. Let's go ahead and sell all the commons, which is all of those. So I have like 1,400 to work with. Okay. Well, let's upgrade Fireball. So that's amazing. Oh, I got the AoE, nice. And let's upgrade Sweep, because it's also amazing. Increased area, nice. So now it's bigger, and my Fireball AoEs. Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to debug save, which actually I need to add in. Well, I'll make a note of it, but save in places, which can happen later. Can be later. Right now, I just have a debug button to save, but I want the game to more or less autosave. Every time you go between areas, I want it to save. And then I guess I would have to have a save on like closing your inventory or something if I want it to be really autosave. But I will definitely have it save when you click exit. So, in theory, if I have it save every time you go between areas, and if I have it save on exit, what that would mean is the only time that it would break, or the only time that you would lose data, is if you're in an area and the game crashes. That's probably fine. Technically, I can put that into place now, but it'll fill up all my save files whenever I do test runs, and I don't want to mess with that right now, so I'll leave it as the debug button. So, game saved. I'm going to go fight in the other area, and I'll crank up the difficulty a bit. So that way it's not just absolutely free. Whoa. Jesus. Oh, something broke. What broke? Did I die? I died. So then the coin broke. That makes sense. Well, I'm glad I had just saved. All the pickup scripts need to have if I exist. Okay. And that is just on the items that drop. So, drops. Fair enough, because this is how I changed my respawn code. What? Oh, yeah. So all this should only run if instance exists OBJ. And this will also kind of need a targeting thing. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So when I implement the enemy line of sight stuff and targeting, I technically need to add it in for items. Okay, well, I need to do it one way or the other, which is item pickup target switching or client-based drops. Well, or soulbound drops. So either way, I either need it to switch targets and stuff depending on who's near it and all that jazz, or I need it to be that the drops happen just on the side of the people playing. God, both ways are interesting. I'll probably end up adding in or allocation code. So here's the thing. If you make it so that way everybody sees everything and everybody can pick up everything. When you're playing in a party, if you guys separate, that's fine. Because whatever way you go, you can pick up all the gear, and then back in town you can sort of look at and divide up and all that. Just like how it works in Diablo 2. And that's fine. Except for when playing with pubs. Because pubs will, or as they did in Diablo 2, will just steal all the items. Now, granted, you don't click on items in this, you auto-pick up, so it'll be a little bit harder, but still. So that's where having it be soulbound is kind of nice. The third option is what Path of Exile did, which is lets you choose basically by, you have 3 different allocations settings. You have no allocation, which is just free-for-all. You have short allocation, so it drops for a specific player for like 10 seconds or 5 seconds or something, and then anybody can pick it up. You have, I guess, 4. You have long allocation, which is like way longer, and you have permanent allocation, which is just hard soulbound. And that's a pretty good system, so I'll probably implement something like that. Okay. So now I just need to implement this on all of these. Which we just do this. We take this down to here, tab it out, and bam. And then same thing on money. Which, yeah, same thing. Bam. Tab it out. And close. Last one. Tab it out. And close. So, it's load game. So yeah, has the file name test run, has the icon to show that it's which. So we load, so we're basically right where we left off. Now I'm gonna up the difficulty. So yeah, now I don't block all the damage. It's actually kind of scary. Fortunately, Fireball's pretty broken. Ow. Okay. Maybe that difficulty's too hard for testing purposes. So, let's crank it down to difficulty 1. Oh, I have Hex. Although I guess I don't really have the mana to sustain Hex, but... Ooh, it doesn't trigger them like it should? Because I don't think I have a blind Hex. I don't have a blind Hex. Okay, so that I need to fix. I mean, it's kind of fine if it works that way, but that's not intentional. It just is broken. And that has me fussed. Oh. I'm out of potions. Oh, this is very bad. I technically have my primary attack, but yeah. So that does half my money each time. However, my money was stupid because of debug money. So I guess I'll go ahead and just upgrade my gear. Because I kind of proved my point, so I'll just go ahead and make myself broken by maxing out my gear with the upgrades. As well as I will finish upgrading my skills. Fireball is the only ability in the game that has more than 4 mods available to it, which means that I may not get the exact combination that I want. Which is totally fine. But that is one thing that I need to keep in mind, is they are different. That was really expensive to do all that. Let's see, I got multiple projectiles, AoE. I got Pierce. I kind of don't want Pierce. That's unfortunate. So here's the problem, is this technically makes everything cost like 1,000,000 mana, but I did roll my gear to have a bit more extra mana, so it should be fine. But I can't aggressively roll my gear for mana and mana regen. I want to keep cheating. Yeah, so the Pierce makes this bad. I will need to pick up another Fireball and try to roll one that doesn't have Pierce. Basically, the only 2 mods I want are extra projectiles and AoE. This sweep is ridiculous. But again, I'm not doing balanced stuff yet. I made everything broken and obvious, so I can tell when it is and isn't working. Oh, my meteor should be insane. That's weird. Now it works? Did I flip the blind check? That might be what I did. I don't have another fireball yet. Okay. Technically, I can debug to spawn another fireball, so I probably will. There's one. Yes, I'll try rolling this. Increased range is fine. Extra projectiles is fine. Ignites is fine. AoE, cool. That's a better fireball than what I wanted to use there. So let's go ahead and get rid of the rest of these. Yeah. And then, yeah, did my hex roll blinds? Oh, I had to because I rolled off first. So yeah, I bet you I just flipped the blinds check. So that's pretty easy to fix. There we go. That's the fireball I want to see. Nice. Yeah. You can kind of shotgun. I do have a few ideas on how to fix that, so if I ever need to, I can. Whoa. Whoa. Wait a minute, can I multi-drop? Uh-oh! I can't believe I didn't notice that bug. I can multi-drop chests. Okay, so first things first, let's check the hex script, because I'm pretty sure this is just a simple check. Or sorry, would be on the hitbox. Which scale objects? Oh, scale objects. If blind is not equal to 0, does that seem to... Yeah, so I want this to be if blind is equal to 0. Yeah, so I did flip that check, so that should fix that. And then I can multi-open chests. Whoops. Yeah, so I do have that, but what I don't have is the check here, and open equals 0. I put in the toggle, I made the toggle work for the text, didn't make it work for the activation. Right, so the last set of functionality I want to test is I want to use the stash and see if the stash functions correctly, because it looks like it wasn't working correctly before. Uh-oh, it failed? Oh, I'm bad? I'm bad. The other day I broke everything with my save file. It, like, couldn't see what was wrong, so it's like, I just broke, I don't know, man. And I had to figure it out, but luckily, I only implemented, like, 2 or 3 things between tests, so I know it had to be one of them. And I looked at my save file and went, it was probably this. Commented it out and it worked, and it's like, okay, so... But, that always worries me when it just fails, because it's like, Okay. So, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to this. I'm gonna... Oh, I can open both at the same time. So, what I need to do is I need to take off my gear. Oh, technically, the mouse cursor doesn't work for skills. Let me take a look at why that's true. Mouse cursor for skills. For skills. So now I should be able to shift click to just dump these into my stash. Beautiful. So now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save. This should save the stash. So now if I exit, I run another game, I make a new character, and new character doesn't load the stash, does it? Okay. So that's part of the problem. So I need to do that. Oh, don't I load the stash every time I interact with it, though? Stash hitbox. No. Okay. So, not only do I want this to do this, but also... Didn't put in create event, right? No, yeah. Also, I want you to... I feel like I did do this, so where do I reference this otherwise? On player data? No. Yes? So if I go here and go to stash inventory... Oh, sorry. Stash inventory? Okay. Yeah, so just don't handle it. Okay, so I should do it on here then. So, what I'm going to do here then is make it so every time you open up the stash, you go, any open, file name should be stash.ini, I believe is what I call it. Let me go to my load file, because it should be in there. Stashsave.ini. Okay, I was super wrong. You can open stashsave.ini. So then I need to do all of this close, or all of this. So this should load in the stash when you interact with it. And then, when you close it, I guess I can ini close, and that's fine here. And I can just re-ini open. So then when you go to close the stash, you should resave. And that would explain why this appeared to not be working before and why I wanted to test it out. Technically speaking, I could drop the other any close and the other any open, because the only time you can open the stash is if that script succeeded. That's kind of a bad habit. Doesn't matter what class I pick, this should load. It breaks. Why? Because max stash inv is not a variable that exists on this. I need to do obj player data dot max stash inv. Yeah, I need to replace all of these with, or I need to add the player data tag to all of these. That's kind of annoying. I guess I could script out the stash and do like a width on the player object and all of that, but hard pass. I guess actually arrow keys won't be faster because it's slightly off. Okay. All right. Technically, I could do this on initialization of the object, but then I won't resave. I was thinking, like, actually, when OBJ player data loads into the game on this screen, because this is where I initialize it, it could open up the ini and load these values in by default. But I need to save them on close anyways, so I might as well handle it on the actual stash object. Oh, beautiful. So it loaded in the file. So confirmed the stash works. I might want to gold some stash, or I might want to add in the gold functionality to the stash, because right now I don't have that. So let me add in gold bank to stash. Beautiful. Okay, so that was kind of everything, right? Because nothing else was broken. I did change the chests, so you can't multi-open them anymore. So I should probably see if that functionality is working. Oh, they juked. They juked so hard. Okay. Oh, I died before I could get to it. Honestly, it's probably faster for me to just re-roll until there's a chest right in front. Like there. So, I can open it once, and only once. Good. Infinite opening chests. Pretty broken. So, glad I fixed that. Both the open and the close work. So that's good. So then, yes, I'll just go through these then. Back button after selecting a class, which I wanted to save for later. Saving places, which can be saved for later. Mouse cursor on skills, and gold bank and stash, and the stash I will probably do later. So I'll do the mouse cursor for skills, I'll update my document, and I'll actually finally close the stream there, because I am way too tired to keep working. So, let's go to... Where's mouse object? Excuse me? Where's mouse object? Oh, mouse item. There we go. This doesn't work. This is fine. This is gonna get deleted anyways. Delete later. So I can ignore this. This functions. This doesn't function. That's kind of weird. No, sorry. This one functions, but this one doesn't. Why do skills not function right? I do initialize them as 0, even though I technically probably shouldn't, but that's fine. Because my pick up and drop scripts should handle it. This is in inventory, mouse. So let me look at gear swap. This sets the inventory type equal to the mouse inventory type. And this same thing should apply to here. Yeah. And then inventory type. Inv type. No, that's item type, not inv type. Where is inv type? So it just inherits the same inv type. So where does this initially get created? I should check the drops. Sorry, rolls. Inv type 2 for skills, and inv type 1 for gear. Yeah. That's what I thought. So, yeah, 2 for skills. And 1 for gear. Huh. I'm going to test this out and see how this stuff adds up. Oh, okay. Neither one's working. That's kind of better, because it means it's consistent. Why is neither working? So if I pick it up, it should write over this inv type just like it writes over this item ID. But it keeps thinking for some reason the item ID is just 0. No, because if these fail, the fact that it was defaulted to cursor means that it will continue to be defaulted to cursor. So that makes sense. This does need to be inv type of the actual mouse item. Okay. This used to work before I switched up my code. Because this used to care about the inventories like this. The reason why I didn't update this is because I knew that I would be rechanging this, or changing this whole system later. So it used to be like this, where it would check for if you have the inventory open. But then I needed to check for the 2 different types, and then I realized that even if you're not in one of those inventories or whatever, I still want to display the item that's on your cursor. For debug purposes, so there was no reason to have the inventory check. But now this is not succeeding. This is failing. This is obviously succeeding, at least at first, because it makes sense because there's nothing in it. Okay, I'm going to do this, which means that if there's something in my hand, it'll display correctly if it's a skill, it'll display the wrong thing if it's gear, but it will always display something. And I can see if it is in fact that check. It is in fact that variable for some reason that's not checking out. Okay. So now I know It's the inv type that's failing. Oh. You right, precompiler, you right. So, I should probably double check these scripts. Mouse inv type is equal to argument 10. Yeah. So it should inherit the correct inventory type. What about on the slots? Could it be that I don't do it on the slots, except I do it on the slots? And I know this works because in the stash, it has to work. Because that's the exact variable it uses to determine what's in the stash, or to determine what to draw in the stash. So if I go to the stash, and I open up my gear menu, which I have none because I'm bad. I need to pick a class that actually starts with gear, or load. So if I open up my gear, I place this down. Oh! Okay. These should not be the same. Whoops. No, those should be the same. Then these should be, 1. And 1. Okay. It doesn't like the inv types. That is so weird. Am I, spelling it wrong? No. What? I have no idea. I'll make note of this and then be angry. I think I'm too tired to actually solve this problem. But it looks to me, the inv type is being passed around. because it checks to make sure that the inv type is the correct type to be placed into the slot. So it has to be being moved around. I guess it could be moving around zeros. That is theoretically possible. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Oh, slow computer is slow. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna look in the save file location, which is not showing you all of my computer files, which is in main directory, program data, users, users in that folder, then in that folder. No, I'm wrong. Yeah, it should be in users and then that. Yeah, okay, and then there, and then there, and then in the Bloom folder. This is where it saves things. So if I open up the stash ini, it's not saving the inv types correctly. So let's see. So this, or let's see. Oh, this is the biggest ones first. So let's go to the smallest ones. So it thinks this is an item. It has a role. It doesn't have an inv type. So that's the problem. The items are not saving their inv type. So first off, let's go to save file. Okay, so this should be saving in the inv type. Oh, well, we know it's creating the entry, because it's actually in the file. So maybe the gear that's being generated? Well, these are generating with inv type 1 and inv type 2. So that's fine. And then the only other place that I'm thinking it might be a problem is with the starting gear and the starting skills. Yeah, I think that's the problem. I think I need to also set the inv data on these, and those were all starting gear. Which I can kind of confirm this, because if I generate gear with my debug button, it should have an inv, so it should display correctly in the stash. So this is how I can basically confirm that. It's because this was all starting gear that I upgraded. Oh, so let's open, the skills. So this gear does display correctly. So it's exactly what it is. It's really, really simple. It's just that I didn't set the inv data on this like I should have. Inv type. This is why this worked the other day but doesn't work now. Because it probably wasn't working the other day, I just didn't notice. Because I was mostly moving around generated stuff in my debug code, as opposed to using the gear that you start with that is wrong. This should be the same. There we go. And then these are different, but I can at least copy this line and handle it this way. So, what I should do now is A, I should delete this file. B, I should come into here, make a dude. I should grab this gear. Do I have to have the inventory open? No. Did I just not put that functionality into the stash? I did, but it doesn't work on the skills for some reason. I bet you it's because of their inv type. Let me go ahead and delete these. Because they're bad. I bet you. Yep. Cool. And that means that these work. So this displays on the cursor. This displays on the cursor. Yep. So it was purely the starting gear. I just forgot to write in that variable. Which I should probably triple check for other missing variables another time. Now I'm going to rewrite this code when I rewrite my perks tomorrow, so that will probably be when I do it, but there may be some other values that I'm not considering that I need to write for this. Because by default, it puts in all the mods and roles as 0 and empty, which is perfect. That's what it needs to initialize as. But it initializes the inv types as zeros, so that's why this is important. And I do want it to initialize those as zeros, because inv type for nothing is a 0, and you can move that around. So it is important to initialize it as 0, because they start empty. So these are probably the only two variables, but just in case, I should triple check, because that could cause problems down the line like this did, where I just didn't even realize this was a thing, because I didn't think this through. Okay, so I'm going to cross off that, because I fixed that. So there is technically still something that I can do on here, which is add a gold bank to the stash. I'm not going to do that, though. Just not going to bother. Because I'm done. I'm super, super tired. So let me update this. What did I add in? I need to add in... this is actually kind of important. So I put it up here. Back button on class selection. Do this after classes rework. Then I also want to do implement autosave. Yeah. Wait until towards the end. Because of save file management. As in, I just don't want to fill up a whole bunch of save files by testing and then have to delete them later. That's just kind of silly. I mean, it doesn't matter, but separate added damage. Do I have that written down somewhere? No. Thought I did. Apparently not. I guess I'll add it to this line because it's kind of the same part of idea. Separate added damage scripts. Okay. So this is all current skills up to date. Still only have 8 skills. Perks need to be completely reworked. Let's see, have I improved any of this other stuff? Nope. Kind of, but no. Some more text boxes for mechanics. Yeah, I can't do that yet. No. Yep, super haven't done this yet. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, Alright. But this is all done. I did this today. Feels frickin' good. I always spell them out with 2 M's for some reason. My brain's bad. Okay. So I'm going to wrap up here. very, very quickly and simply, the current state of the game. I mean, I was doing a lot of testing at the end, so you guys basically saw it. We're there. It's a game. It has a fail state. It has, progression mechanics. It has replayable content. It counts. And it's stable, or at least stable enough. That being said, it's not much of a game. So that's sort of the current goal, is to add the other core progression system, which is the perks. Which I think this is the final big system. Yeah. Final big system required. So I plan on tackling that tomorrow. And then the rest after this, although some of them are very, very big tasks, this is all just grunt work, essentially. Right? Like, more skills. Yes, there's a lot of work that needs to be done there, but it's mostly solved stuff or very small problem solving of implementing some basic mechanics. It's no big system-wide thing, so that's pretty straightforward. There's some rewrites, which I think I will consider another time as far as adding to the list. Like, I want to rewrite some of my libraries to be maps and things like that, but I'll worry about that another time. And then, the rest of this is just basically, more mechanics and content. So, tomorrow I'm going to be working on this. As far as wrapping up the stream goes, thanks so much for tuning in. Several big shoutouts. First is down below. There's a link to my Patreon. The primary goal of the Patreon, that first big goal, is to get funds for me to commission out the work that I do not have the skill set for. So this would be creating art assets, creating music assets, and any kind of sound assets, sound design stuff. These are not my skill sets. I can code half decently, and I'm very experienced with systems and numbers and design systems and mechanics and stuff like that. So that's what I focus on. Because of this, I lack in art, I lack in music, I lack in sound design, and I need to get these things done. So that would be the first step. The first major goal of that is to fund those things. Past that, any extra funding will go towards much, much, much longer term goals, expanding the team, expanding the hours that I can work on this game so it can get it done faster, and eventually funding multiple projects, and things like that, maybe onboarding an actual team member to do artwork and music design stuff rather than commissioning it out. But those are all some big stretch goals. The whole point is, the first goal is purely as a bank that I can pull into to commission out work that I can't do. If you want to support me directly, you can go ahead and subscribe. And that supports what I stream, not always coding content, but usually. And that's just to support me personally and support my time. My Twitter is down below. You can follow that to know before I go live. I try to post at least 30 minutes every time I'm going to go live. And there's my schedule down below, which you can see, which is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. PDT. So that's every day of the week except for Wednesday. I take the middle day off. And then I leave weekends open for YOLO streams with friends where I usually play games and stuff, but no guarantees there. I will always stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 5 to 8. Anything else noteworthy? Shout out to Kill2Blit for making all of my screen transition stuff, which I will put up the done for the day in a second here, and you can see that he did that artwork, as well as some other light artwork for some of my other games that I've worked on in the past. So shout out to Kill2Blit for that. Yeah, I think that's everything to wrap up the stream. So, on that note, I'm going to save this, I'm going to save my project, and let's find somebody to raid. Which I don't raid enough, so I should definitely find somebody. And then... see, any of the usuals on? No, because I'm up way later than I normally am. Okay, so rather than the usuals, let's find other people. Excuse me? Twitch, can you search, please?
There we go. Let's see what this person's doing. Yeah. Let's raid this guy. Let me do this command correctly. Will that work? Beautiful. I should probably put up my done for the days.